Imagine being carried across the water, not to a bustling port or a welcoming shore, but to an island meant to keep you apart. Because tonight, we're exploring the forgotten quarantine islands of history, isolated places where the sick, the suspected, and sometimes the merely unlucky were sent to wait out disease. From leper colonies to plague stations, these islands were both prisons and sanctuaries, shaping the way societies tried to protect themselves from invisible threats. As always, if you enjoy our content, please take a moment to like the video before you settle in and let me know what time it is for you and where you're tuning in from. Now, turn down the lights, get your warm blanket, and let's get started. Sometimes you find a place that makes you wonder why you've never heard of it before. Imagine that you're standing on a tiny island that was once home to thousands of people, complete with schools, hospitals, and even a post office. However, if your Netflix subscription depended on it, most people today couldn't locate it on a map. Like forgotten breadcrumbs from the most nervous dinner party in history, these are the quarantine islands, and they are dispersed all over the world. These small areas of land were used for centuries as human waiting rooms, where people sat in a state of uncertainty between the known world and whatever lay ahead. The granddaddy of them all, Poveglia, is a 17-acre island in the Venetian lagoon that appears harmless enough from a distance. Poveglia has witnessed more drama than a reality TV marathon, but you might paddle by in a kayak and think, oh, what a charming little spot for a picnic. Starting in 1348, this island became Venice's go-to remedy for plague victims, which is akin to applying a band-aid to a broken dam. But hey, medieval problem-solving wasn't exactly known for its nuance. Being pragmatic, the Venetians reasoned that putting ill people on an island would prevent the plague from spreading throughout their lovely city. With much higher stakes and much less chicken soup, it's the same reasoning your mother used to keep you in your room when you had chicken pox. In that morbid way that makes you curious and a little sick, Poveglia is especially fascinating because of the way it changed over time. Originally a plague station, it was converted into a mental health facility in the 1920s, apparently because the island hadn't witnessed enough human suffering, and then it was completely abandoned. With grass growing through cracked foundations and nature gradually reclaiming what humans created in their panic, it now sits there like a stage set that has been forgotten. The problem with quarantine islands, however, is that they weren't merely places for the unfortunate to dump their waste. In actuality, given the times, they were rather advanced operations. Consider Poveglia's cousin Lazaretto Nuovo, who is also in the Venetian lagoon but a little more structured. Like an early airport security system, but with less shoe removal and more prayer, this island had a whole system in place. Lazaretto Nuovo was the first port of call for ships arriving in Venice. They would examine passengers and crew, fumigate their belongings, often using methods as effective as standing on your head to cure hiccups, and then wait, and hold on. We get the word quarantine from the Italian 40 giorni, which means 40 days, which was the standard quarantine period. Imagine being stranded on a small island with a group of strangers, wondering if that cough you developed yesterday means you're going to become a historical footnote. 40 days might not seem like much when you're binge-watching your favourite series. It's similar to being confined to the most nerve-wracking summer camp on Earth. The island created its own rhythm and transient society. People tried to make the most of their floating time out, made friends, played games and shared stories. Shared existential dread on a quarantine island is the epitome of romance, and some even fell in love. These islands represented humanity's attempt to bring order out of chaos and control the uncontrollable. They stand for something wonderfully human. We erect barriers, establish procedures, and find ways to continue in the face of unseen dangers. The goal was survival, both individually and collectively, even though the science was frequently hazy and the circumstances were usually dire. Imagine those travellers from long ago settling into much less comfortable accommodations tonight, watching the sun set over the water that separated them from everything they knew, and wondering what the future holds. Ellis Island, America's well-known entryway where millions of immigrants first arrived in their new country, is undoubtedly familiar to you. However, its lesser-known sibling, which dealt with those who failed to pass through the front door on their first attempt, may be unknown to you. From the 1870s onward, New York's quarantine stations were Swinburne Island and Hoffman Island, which sat in New York Harbour like two nervous relatives at a family reunion. The messier side of immigration, the people who came with suspicious sniffles, dubious rashes, or the kind of cough that made health officials flinch as they adjusted their collars, was quietly handled by these islands, while Ellis Island received all the attention and museum treatment. If you were an optimistic immigrant in 1892 holding on to your meagre belongings and aspirations for a better life, you would be told, sorry, but you'll need to take a little detour first. Rather than going directly to the busy streets of Manhattan, you would be on a ferry to Swinburne Island, where you would watch the Statue of Liberty shrink in the distance and wonder if this was some kind of cosmic joke. Like America's strict aunt, Swinburne Island required you to wash your hands twice and check behind your ears before allowing you inside. With hospital wards, staff quarters, and even a morgue for those who did not survive their brief exile, the island served as a shelter for people with communicable diseases. The interesting part, though, is that Hoffman Island was reserved for people who had likely been exposed to something harmful, but were otherwise unharmed. Not being well enough to be free, but not ill enough to be admitted to the hospital island was like being in immigration purgatory. Playing cards with other prisoners, you would spend your days in a peculiar state of limbo, all of you bound together by the fact that you were nearly Americans. The daily schedule on these islands was a hybrid of a medical examination and summer camp. In dorm-style buildings you would wake up, wait in line for health checks, eat meals together, and look for things to do. Some set up unofficial classes where they shared skills or taught English. Others established small enterprises, exchanging goods or services with other quarantines. It turns out that humans are extremely adaptive beings that can establish a community practically anywhere. In addition to being physicians and nurses, the medical personnel on these islands also served as prison wardens, detectives, and diplomats. They had to determine who was actually ill, who was pretending to be ill in order to avoid being deported, and who was healthy but just happened to be on the wrong ship at the wrong time. With stakes that could literally alter someone's entire future, it was similar to playing medical detective. The postal system was one of the more peculiar features of island life. Yes, mail delivery was available even on quarantine islands, because it seems that people's need to voice their grievances in writing cuts across all boundaries. Before being shipped to the mainland, letters would be fumigated, which resulted in some fascinating discussions when recipients opened letters that had the smell of something that had been kept in a chemistry lab. Additionally, detainees wrote and distributed their own newspapers on the islands, which were read by the temporary residents. Headlines might include exciting updates such as "New arrival claims to have seen Statue of Liberty wave," or "Tuesday's soup was actually decent." These publications provided amusement as well as a means of preserving some semblance of normalcy in a distinctly abnormal circumstance. These islands stand out to you because they symbolize America's complex relationship with embracing immigrants. On the one hand, they demonstrate a methodical approach to public health that, for the time, was actually rather progressive. However, they also expose the mistrust and anxiety that frequently accompanied the promise of American opportunity. The islands continued to function until the 1930s, when changes in immigration laws and medical advancements rendered them obsolete. A rather poetic end for a place that once functioned as a bridge between old and new worlds. Hoffman Island is now partially submerged as a result of rising sea levels. Let's head south to Australia, where quarantine had a very different flavour, one that was equal parts practicality, dark humour, and the kind of resourcefulness that comes from living on a continent where everything seems to be set up to kill you. One of the oldest quarantine stations in the world, North Head Quarantine Station in Sydney Harbour, was in operation from 1832 until 1984. Consider it Australia's way of saying, "Welcome to our country, but let's make sure you're not bringing any unwanted passengers, microscopic or otherwise." The choice of location is admirable. It was like being sentenced to the most picturesque timeout in the world, set atop cliffs with a view of some of the world's most breathtaking harbour views. Quarantine officials would greet ships as they entered Sydney Harbour, boarding them like courteous pirates and scrutinising passenger manifests and searching for disease indicators with the same meticulousness as customs officers searching for illegal fruit. Throughout its 150-year history, the station developed naturally, much like a small town based solely on the idea of wait and see. Separate sections were designated for various passenger classes because social hierarchies continued to exist even during quarantine. Even by 19th century medical standards, it appears that viruses were expected to respect economic distinctions, as evidenced by the better accommodations provided to first-class passengers. The permanent employees who decided to live on this remote peninsula were the most interesting inhabitants, not the temporary quarantines. For generations, a true community was established by doctors, nurses, cooks, maintenance personnel and administrators. Some families spent decades there, raising kids who grew up believing that everyone lived in a place where ships full of nervous strangers frequently showed up at your door. The upbringing of children at the quarantine station was particularly bizarre. On arriving ships, they would casually wave to passengers undergoing fumigation in the medical facility that served as their playground. They went to a school where the arrival of a ship bringing typhoid or smallpox cases could disrupt classes. It was similar to being both an audience member and a supporting character in a medical drama while growing up. During the Spanish flu pandemic in 1918, the station's most well-known episode aired. Due in part to its remote location, and in part to stringent quarantine regulations, Australia has been able to ward off the flu for a longer period of time than most other nations. However, a virus that had spread around the world eventually overcame even Australia's island fortress strategy. Upon the arrival of flu cases, the North Head station became like a besieged small city. The facility strained its resources to the limit. Hundreds of passengers were detained, and employees worked non-stop. Nobody missed the irony. Australia, an island the size of a continent, was using a smaller island to shield itself from the outside world. It resembled Russian nesting dolls, but with less lacquer and more medical examinations. The Australian strategy stood out due to its incorporation into the developing national identity. The Australian stations were viewed as essential protection for a young nation attempting to develop while remaining healthy, in contrast to the European quarantine islands, which frequently felt like punishment. It was more, "This is just how we do things here, mate," than "sorry for the inconvenience." In addition, the station functioned as an informal immigration processing facility, where individuals could get medical clearance and have time to acclimate to their new nation. During their quarantine period, some detainees practiced new skills, learned English, or just relaxed after lengthy sea voyages. It served as a sort of decompression chamber for life transitions, allowing people to move from their former selves to their current selves. The structures themselves are tales of creativity and adaptation. An architectural timeline of Australia's evolving health concerns was produced by the expansion and modification of structures in response to need. Flexibility is the key to long-term quarantine operations. A building that began as a typhoid ward could eventually become a workshop, a staff residence, and a storage facility. The location is now a national park where you can explore history while taking in breathtaking views of the harbour. The voices of thousands of people who once waited here, caught between their past and future, forming makeshift communities on the brink of a new world, can almost be heard on calm evenings if you use your imagination properly. Now let's drift into warmer waters, where quarantine islands became decidedly tropical, with beaches acting as barriers between freedom and isolation, palm trees swaying over medical facilities, and the kind of ironic beauty that makes being confined seem like the most frustrating vacation in the world. One of the most significant career transitions in history occurred on Coiba Island off the coast of Panama. Some islands simply can't seem to get a break when it comes to welcoming happy tourists. Originally built as a quarantine station for ships travelling between the Pacific and Atlantic, it later turned into a notorious penal colony. Prior to its time as a prison, however, Coiba was an important health checkpoint for ships travelling between the world's oceans. Imagine being a ship captain in the early 1900s, arriving at this lush tropical island after weeks at sea, only to be informed that you must anchor offshore while white-coated officials row out to examine your cargo and crew. It was similar to having a pop quiz on public health, interrupt your tropical vacation. The quarantine facilities on the island were constructed to address the particular difficulties posed by tropical diseases. In contrast to the cold weather scourges of northern quarantine stations, yellow fever, malaria, and a variety of other diseases that flourished in warm, humid climates needed different strategies. Working in both beautiful and potentially lethal environments, the medical staff had to become specialists in tropical medicine. The sheer amount of traffic in the Caribbean made quarantine especially difficult. Due to their location along important shipping lanes, these islands saw a steady flow of ships transporting cargo, people, and, regrettably, illnesses from all over the world. It was similar to being the busiest health checkpoint in the world, except instead of scanning IDs, you were searching for signs of exotic diseases with names that sounded like cocktails but were far less entertaining. Koiber's role became even more complicated with the construction of the Panama Canal. The island became a vital filter for diseases that could ruin the enormous construction project, as workers from dozens of countries gathered on the canal project. During their failed canal attempt, French engineers had already learned this lesson the hard way. More workers had died from yellow fever and malaria than from all the construction accidents put together. There was a distinct rhythm to life on a tropical quarantine island. At least from a distance, Caribbean facilities frequently resembled resort accommodations, in contrast to the harsh conditions of northern stations. Inmates could relax in hammocks beneath palm trees, eat fresh tropical fruits, and swim in pristine waters. Naturally, they were still trapped in a state of uncertainty, wondering whether the mild fever was the result of too much sun exposure or the start of something more serious. Nobody missed the irony. A peculiar psychological dynamic resulted from being quarantined in paradise. For some detainees, it was almost like a forced vacation from their journey. The tropical beauty was frustrating to others, like being locked out of the most beautiful party in the world. Many people found it more difficult to cope with the surreal atmosphere created by the contrast between the beautiful surroundings and the underlying anxiety than with harsher but more obviously unpleasant circumstances. Employees on tropical quarantine islands also had particular difficulties. It sounds like paradise until you realise that you're separated from your loved ones, interacting with anxious inmates, and always on guard against illnesses that could kill you in a matter of days. Back then, it was simply referred to as tropical fatigue, and was treated with rest, quinine, and the occasional transfer to a less exotic posting. However, many people experienced what we might now recognise as burnout. These islands frequently had surprisingly advanced medical facilities. From common seasickness to exotic diseases they had only read about in medical journals, doctors had to be ready for anything. Everything had to be built to withstand hurricanes, which had the annoying habit of disregarding quarantine schedules, and laboratory equipment had to work in high humidity, and medications had to stay stable in tropical heat. There were additional difficulties in communicating with the mainland. Mail boats were erratic, radio equipment was unreliable, and weather, tides, and the lack of helicopters made emergency medical evacuations difficult. By making life-or-death medical decisions with few resources and no chance of immediate backup, island staff became almost heroically independent. As air travel replaced sea travel and many once fatal diseases became manageable due to modern medicine, these tropical quarantine stations gradually came to an end. However, they acted as vital barriers for decades, preventing the spread of some of the worst plagues in history throughout the Americas. By now, you may be wondering if these quarantine islands were a real thing, or if they were merely grandiose wishful thinking exercises disguised in fumigation equipment and official paperwork. Like most things in medical history, the answer is incredibly complex. As is often the case with historical medical practices, the science underlying quarantine was both brilliant and utterly incorrect. Isolating potentially ill people until you are certain they are safe was a good idea. However, the execution frequently resembled attempting surgery while wearing a blindfold using gardening tools. Consider fumigation. Quarantine officials devoted a great deal of time and effort to trying to clean the air around ships and passengers because they were adamant that diseases spread through bad air, the miasma theory. They would spray carbolic acid, burn sulfur, and wave around different chemical mixtures that most likely made respiratory issues worse rather than better. There was a lot of dramatic effort based on essentially false assumptions, much like when someone tried to kill vampires with garlic. The interesting thing is that quarantine islands did in fact slow the spread of many diseases, despite their frequently utterly outdated understanding of how diseases spread. Like winning a game you don't understand the rules to by accident, they worked in spite of themselves. Time and basic isolation were the true factors in effectiveness. The incubation periods for the majority of infectious diseases are shorter than the typical 40-day quarantine. Therefore, officials believed they were combating bad air, but in reality, they were keeping infected individuals from interacting with healthy populations when they were most contagious. It's the ideal illustration of using completely incorrect math to arrive at the correct answer. No one at the time realised how significant and intricate the psychological effects of quarantine were. Stress, which we now know can actually impair immune systems, was brought on by being alone on an island. However, it also took people away from the congested, filthy conditions of cities and ships, which undoubtedly increased their chances of remaining healthy. It was similar to exchanging one health risk for another, but no score was being kept. Depending on their experiences and local circumstances, various islands came up with different strategies. Some treated detainees like possible disease carriers and concentrated on rigorous medical isolation. Others placed a strong emphasis on community and comfort, realizing that people who were stressed and unhappy were more likely to get sick. Although no one knew why at the time, the more prosperous stations tended to take the latter course. An amazing historical archive of disease trends, travel routes, and human migration was produced by the frequently exacting record-keeping at these facilities. Medical officers created databases that contemporary epidemiologists would be envious of, documenting everything from weather conditions to passenger symptoms. In essence, they were carrying out the biggest unintended medical research project in history. The evolution and spread of diseases is among the most fascinating findings from quarantine records. As they travelled along trade routes, officials were able to monitor outbreaks and observe how diseases evolved as they came into contact with various populations and environments. Decades before anyone realised how useful this information would become, it was like having a real-time map of the patterns of disease throughout the world. Equally intriguing are the psychological profiles that can be gleaned from quarantine records. Across cultures and eras, people's reactions to isolation were strikingly similar. After the initial shock and denial, there was adaptation and community building, followed by either resignation or growing agitation as the quarantine periods dragged on. Later on, these trends would help us better understand how people react to stress and loneliness. Youngsters frequently adjusted more readily than adults did, converting temporary playgrounds into quarantine stations and making lifelong friendships. The uncertainty and loss of control were more difficult for adults, though many managed to make good use of their time. Some wrote memoirs, others acquired new languages, and many of them founded businesses with other prisoners. Quarantine islands had a huge, but mostly unnoticed economic impact. Ship delays resulted in spoiled cargo, missed connections for passengers, and disruptions to entire supply chains. However, these expenses were balanced against the possible destruction of uncontrolled epidemics, turning quarantine into a kind of insurance that everyone hoped they would never have to pay for. These islands were remarkably effective at what they actually did, rather than what their operators believed they were doing, according to contemporary epidemiologists who have studied historical quarantine records. They provided early warning networks for new health risks, decreased the spread of disease, and developed useful health monitoring systems. When thrown together by uncontrollable circumstances, complete strangers would quickly form functional communities. This was the most surprising aspect of quarantine islands, not the administrative or medical procedures. It turns out that even in the most ephemeral and unpredictable circumstances, humans are exceptionally adept at establishing social structures. People living in quarantine would spontaneously form unofficial governments within a few days of their arrival. A leader would be chosen, others would take charge of providing food or entertainment, and soon you would have a fully functional micro-society with customs, laws, and internal politics. It was like fast-forwarding civilization's self-sufficiency. These transient settlements also established their own economies. With the zeal of experienced traders, people exchanged goods, services, and abilities. For example, a physician might offer medical advice in exchange for language instruction, and a chef might prepare special meals in exchange for assistance with writing letters. Buttons, cigarettes, or even promises of future favours once everyone arrived at their destinations were frequently used as makeshift currency. The resulting social structures provided intriguing insights into human nature. Wealthy passengers occasionally maintained their privileges during quarantine, demonstrating the persistence of traditional class distinctions. However, more often than not, the common experience of uncertainty and loneliness produced a levelling effect where social status was less important than practical skills. Back home, someone with a remarkable title might not have as much influence as someone who could fix shoes or plan group activities. On quarantine islands, romance blossomed frequently because apparently nothing says attractive, like a shared fear of potentially contagious diseases. Isolation and uncertainty heightened the intensity of these relationships, but the knowledge that they might end abruptly when quarantine periods ended made them more complex. After being released, some couples got married right away, while others found that their island romance didn't hold up when they came into contact with the outside world. On quarantine islands, children developed their own subculture and frequently adapted to the peculiar conditions faster than adults. With an intensity that only children can handle, They would plan games, explore every square inch of their makeshift home, and make friends. For decades after the quarantine ended, many continued to correspond with their friends, forming networks that crossed borders and cultural boundaries. Additionally, the islands developed into unanticipated hubs for cross-cultural interaction. Travellers from various nations, social classes and backgrounds ended up sharing meals, customs and stories that they might not have otherwise come across. People brought new ideas, recipes, customs and perspectives to their final destinations as a result of these exchanges, making quarantine islands unintentional globalization agents. Depending on personal characteristics and situations, mental health on the islands varied greatly. Some people found the forced break from everyday life refreshing, and they flourished in the short-term community environment. Others suffered from the uncertainty and loss of control, leading to the development of what are now known as depression or anxiety disorders. Because they had been trained to look for physical symptoms, the medical staff was frequently ill-equipped to handle psychological distress. In these remote settings, artistic expression thrived. With the zeal of people who suddenly had boundless time and an audience at their mercy, people wrote poetry, composed songs, made artwork, and told stories. A few of these artistic creations have endured and offer intriguing inside glimpses into the quarantine experience. Additionally, the islands functioned as unofficial universities, where knowledgeable travellers imparted their knowledge to those who were curious. There were impromptu schools that taught everything from literature to navigation, some of which developed into highly advanced institutions. Some travellers stated that their education during quarantine was more beneficial than their formal education. In quarantine communities, religious observance became especially important. It was common for people of various religions to share places of worship and become familiar with one another's customs. While some islands witnessed conflicts that mirrored the larger social tensions of their era, others saw impressive demonstrations of religious cooperation and tolerance. For many long-term quarantine residents, the process of leaving was emotionally taxing. The idea of dispersing to various locations felt like dissolving a family after weeks or months of intense community life. For years, numerous groups maintained correspondence networks and planned reunions. Most astonishingly, a large number of former quarantine residents reflected nostalgically on their time spent on the island. They recalled the sense of belonging, the intensity of shared experience, and the way regular people had overcome extraordinary circumstances in spite of the fear, discomfort, and uncertainty. Even in the most trying circumstances, it raises important questions about human resiliency and our need for connection. As you drift off to sleep tonight, keep in mind that by the middle of the 20th century, quarantine islands were being replaced by improved transportation, better medical care, and a growing realization that isolation wasn't always the best way to control disease. Antibiotics turned many once fatal diseases into treatable annoyances, and air travel rendered the long-sea voyages that required quarantine stations obsolete. However, the COVID-19 pandemic served as a reminder that the core issues these islands addressed have not vanished. Rather, they have changed. Although modern quarantines take place in homes and hotels rather than remote islands, the fundamental conflict between personal liberty and public safety is still present. With improved Wi-Fi and delivery apps, we're still working out how to strike a balance between individual freedom and public health. Quarantine islands have left a legacy that goes well beyond medical history. They stood for humanity's efforts to bring safety from uncertainty, community from isolation, and order from chaos. They served as testing grounds for how people behave under pressure, demonstrating both our ability to work together and our propensity to become alarmed by unseen dangers. The significance of institutional memory and public health was also illustrated by these islands. Understanding disease trends, population shifts, and the efficacy of various intervention techniques was made possible by the comprehensive records maintained by quarantine stations. These historical records are still studied by contemporary epidemiologists who use the information they uncover to guide their current disease control initiatives. Quarantine island architectural remnants have a story of their own. Temporary buildings frequently ended up being in use for decades, changing and adapting to meet changing needs. In order to create a distinctive architectural legacy that struck a balance between functionality and humanity, the physical infrastructure had to be adaptable enough to handle everything from routine health inspections to major epidemic responses. Perhaps most significantly, Quarantine Islands demonstrated a fundamental aspect of human nature, our extraordinary capacity to forge connections and meaning even under the most trying conditions. In the face of uncertainty and loneliness, people did more than simply survive. They formed bonds, exchanged information, produced art, and discovered ways to support one another. They transformed their brief exile into chances for development and connection. These islands' tales serve as a reminder that public health has always involved as much sociology and psychology as medicine. The effectiveness of health interventions frequently hinges on how well they take into consideration cultural variations, human nature, and the various ways that people react to stress and uncertainty. You are a part of a continuous human story that includes those travellers from long ago who slept in quarantine dormitories, wondering what the future holds as you settle into your cosy bed in your permanent home today. You share with them the basic human experiences of hope, uncertainty, and the need for connection and safety. The Quarantine Islands are now largely deserted, their structures deteriorating picturesquely as nature takes back what people constructed out of fear and optimism. But their tales endure, serving as a reminder that people have always confronted unseen dangers with bravery, ingenuity, and an uncontrollable propensity to establish communities wherever they end up. A few of these islands have been revitalised as parks, museums, or research stations, allowing tourists to explore the past and experience what life was like for those who came before them. Others are still left behind, gradually reverting to their natural state, with only historical accounts like this one and archives preserving their tales. The lessons learned from Quarantine Islands are still applicable as international travel becomes more widespread and new diseases continue to appear. They serve as a reminder that good public health demands not only sound science but also careful consideration of human psychology, cultural sensitivity, and the understanding that short-term seclusion need not equate to a loss of community or dignity. Remember the travellers who waited weeks or months on Quarantine Islands, making temporary homes and lifelong friendships while they awaited authorization to resume their travels the next time you're caught in traffic or delayed at an airport. Their perseverance, fortitude, and capacity to find purpose in trying situations provide a viewpoint that our fast-paced society could use more of. Rest easy knowing that you are a part of a continuous human story of adaptation, community, and hope. A story that encompasses innumerable lost islands where people waited, fretted, and eventually figured out how to look after one another while also looking after themselves. Even though the islands are no longer inhabited, their lessons about human resiliency and the value of community during uncertain times are timeless. Zeus did not become the ruler of Olympus by chance. His story began in the womb of Rhea, a titaness straining under the brutal reign of her consort, Kronos. Driven by a grim prophecy that one of his offspring would dethrone him, Kronos swallowed each child at birth: Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon fell victim to his paranoid appetite. His cunning seemed absolute, his hold on the cosmos unshakable. Yet Rhea, mourning the loss of her children, devised a hidden plan to save her newborn. She gave birth to Zeus on the Isle of Crete, far from Kronos' suspicious gaze. In a desperate ruse, she wrapped a stone in swaddling cloth and offered it to Kronos, who devoured it without question. Thus, Zeus spent his infancy in a secret cave on Crete, nurtured by nymphs and guarded by warriors who clashed their spears to muffle his cries. This upbringing was less about comfort and more about survival. The boy learned watchfulness, forging a sharp mind that weighed every possibility. Unlike many later tales, no glimmering cradle or immediate worship surrounded him. His environment was damp stone and echoing darkness. He heard the nymphs' whispered fears of Kronos discovering them, fueling a quiet resolve in the boy. Each day, he fed on the milk of the goat Amalthea, an extraordinary creature fated for the stars, and gained a robust constitution that belied his infant form. As he grew into adolescence, Rhea revealed his true lineage. Zeus discovered the horrifying truth. 5 siblings languished within Kronos' belly, each a captive soul in the gloom. It was then that he vowed to free them, a vow that shaped his destiny. Under the counsel of the earth herself, Gaia, Zeus secured an emetic potion to force Kronos to disgorge the swallowed gods. But accomplishing that required cunning steps. He first infiltrated Kronos' domain in disguise, playing the role of a new cupbearer. Kronos, ironically, found amusement in this young figure who served him nectar and listened to his boasts of invincibility. During a feast, Zeus slipped the potion into Kronos' cup. The effect was violent and immediate. In a torrent of convulsions, Kronos retched out the 5 imprisoned siblings. Fully grown and burning with resentment, they emerged into the light. That moment sparked the beginning of the Titanomachy, the epical war between the Titans and the newly freed Olympians. At Kronos' side stood the Elder Titans, ancient and formidable, controlling primal forces that predated mortal memory. Zeus rallied his siblings, Poseidon and Hades among them, along with allies such as the Cyclopes and the Hecatoncheires. These monstrous beings, once locked in Tartarus by Kronos' cruelty, joined the rebellion in gratitude for their release. For years, the cosmos rattled with thunderclaps and quaking earth. Seas raged under Poseidon's fury, and the underworld itself trembled whenever Hades unleashed his gloom upon enemy lines. Zeus, forging lightning bolts gifted by the Cyclopes, hurled searing arcs that blinded and scorched Titan armies. The war wore on, each world refusing to yield. Legends say that mountains were sundered, rivers reversed course, and the sky wept flame. Kronos led Titan legions with unwavering rage, but cracks formed in the Titan ranks. Some disliked Kronos' brutal rule or resented their father Uranos' old curses. In a final cataclysmic confrontation, the Olympians cornered Kronos and his staunchest supporters. With a thunderbolt's final strike, Kronos collapsed, dethroned by his son. Zeus, battered and bloodied, recognized that simply winning the war solved little unless he established a new cosmic order. He hurled the defeated Titans into Tartarus' depths, appointing the Hecatoncheires as eternal wardens. Victorious, Zeus and his siblings ascended to Mount Olympus, staking claim to governance of the world. Yet even amid applause from gods and lesser divinities, Zeus sensed complexities looming. Freed from Titan oppression, the cosmos demanded guidance. The mortals, fragile as they were, looked for stability. The gods themselves harboured aspirations for power. No single lightning bolt could ensure harmony. In this nascent age, the newly minted king of the gods recognised that to preserve what the Titanomachy had won, he must balance generosity with a steely grasp of authority. Thus began the era in which Zeus reigned from Olympus, forging the Pantheon's laws. He allocated domains to each sibling, Poseidon for seas, Hades for the underworld, and Hera for marriage and childbirth. The cosmos found structure in these new boundaries. Even so, the seeds of conflict with other forces, giants, monstrous creatures, and the ambitions of lesser gods were sown. Zeus, though crowned by thunder, knew that an eternal vigilance was the price of cosmic peace. The boy once raised in a hidden cave now stood at the pinnacle, gazing down from cloud-wreathed peaks, a king determined to shape the fate of gods and mortals alike. After toppling Kronos, Zeus faced the challenge of consolidating his authority among gods who still carried vestiges of Titan-born chaos. Though he had proven his might on the battlefield, the daily governance of a cosmos demanded more than raw power. He established a council on Mount Olympus, seating his siblings, children, and chosen allies around a grand marble table. Each voice carried weight, but Zeus's final word guided decisions. This sense of a divine senate introduced a measure of collaboration unseen in the old Titan regime. Where Kronos had ruled by fear, Zeus championed debates and occasionally yielded to majority sentiment, though only if it didn't undermine his vision of order. One early test came when the giants, monstrous children of Gaia, rose to avenge the Titans. Convinced the Olympians had gone too far in sealing Kronos' brood within Tartarus, Gaia incited these giants to assault Olympus. The giants boasted colossal strength and cunning, leaving only a mortal could kill them. Alarmed, Zeus recognized he needed mortal aid. He enlisted Heracles, a heroic demigod, forging a crucial alliance between human endeavour and godly might. In a ferocious battle remembered as the Gigantomachy, thunderbolts clashed with monstrous clubs, and Heracles' arrows found their marks. Together, gods and heroes repelled the giants, reaffirming Olympus' ascendancy. The moral lesson resounded. Zeus's rule thrived not merely from isolation, but from forging ties across mortal and immortal lines, yet there was no glorious unity. Hera, Zeus's sister wife, realised her consort's roving eye threatened stability. Indeed, Zeus's mortal and divine liaison sowed jealousy across the pantheon, whether disguised as a swan or showering gold to woo mortal queens. He fathered children of extraordinary might: Apollo, Artemis, Hermes, Dionysus, Perseus, and more. Each child's birth complicated family politics. Hera's wrath, fueled by heartbreak, erupted in cunning retribution, punishing the mothers or offspring, though rarely able to harm Zeus directly. Her storms of anger introduced strife among gods, leading to cunning ploys and alliances in the shadows of Olympus. However, even while they quarrelled, Zeus and Hera recognised they formed the bedrock of the pantheon's stability, forging an uneasy equilibrium that shaped centuries of myth. An underexplored dimension of Zeus's rule lies in his transformation from a rebellious son to a paternal figure vigilant of cosmic laws. He introduced the concept of xenia, sacred hospitality, enforcing it through strict punishments for those who violated guests' rights. This emphasis on moral codes extended to mortals, weaving a sense that the divine realm supervised human ethics. Tales of Zeus's disguises typically underscore how he tested mortals' generosity or honesty. Those who welcomed strangers received blessings, those who scorned or harmed travellers risked incurring his lightning. Over time, these moral fables spread across city-states, prompting worshippers to build temples and shrines dedicated to Zeus, not just for his thunder, but for his role as guardian of justice and oath-keeping. Olympus itself grew more structured. Hestia tended the communal hearth, forging a sense of family among gods. Bridging the gap between divine blessings and mortal survival, Demeter kept watch over harvests. The younger gods displayed diverse powers: Apollo's oracles, Artemis's wild hunts, and Athena's wisdom forging cities. While each deity cherished autonomy, the final arbiter of quarrels remained Zeus. A single harsh glance from the cloud-gatherer could quell dissent. This did not mean oppression. It was more like a father controlling fractious children. He settled disputes between Poseidon and Athena, resolved matters of mortal punishment, and occasionally granted immortality to heroes. The pantheon's fluid interplay reveals how effectively Zeus balanced freedoms with constraints. During these stable centuries, mortals experienced an era of relative calm. While plagues or local wars still erupted, cosmic-scale cataclysms were rarer. Mortals praised Zeus in festivals, offering sacrifices of bulls or rams. Priests interpreted omens from flights of eagles or cracks of thunder. The oracles, especially at Dodona, delivered cryptic pronouncements said to come from the father of gods himself. Kings or city councils might consult these oracles before crucial battles or founding new colonies, trusting that the invisible hand of Zeus guided the larger fate. This synergy between mortal devotion and divine oversight reinforced Zeus's station. Faith in his paternal guardianship reigned across the Greek world, from the Ionian seas to the mountains of Thessaly. Yet calm never lasts forever. Among the gods, smaller feuds brewed. Ares lusted for conflict, teasing the boundaries of the peace Olympus claimed. Aphrodite's manipulations of desire caused scandal among gods and mortals alike. Even the wise Athena often found herself at odds with her father's impulsive judgments. In a realm of immortals, boredom sometimes drove them to meddle in mortal affairs, forging ephemeral alliances or starting petty vendettas. Although each incident seemed trivial compared to the Titan Wars, they risked eroding trust. Zeus recognized that to sustain cosmic equilibrium, he must remain vigilant. So while banquets on Olympus roared with laughter, the king's stormy eyes always scanned the horizon, prepared to quell any spark that might ignite fresh chaos. Zeus's relationships with mortals, while often described as casual or lustful, carried deeper political significance within the Greek cosmos. Ancient city-states boasted genealogies tracing their founders back to a union with Zeus, solidifying local claims of divine favour. In Arcadia, the mythic king Lycaon tested Zeus's authority by offering him a grisly feast of human flesh, hoping to prove the god's ignorance or gullibility. Outraged, Zeus unleashed a deluge that drowned much of the land, an echo of older flood myths. Lycaon himself was transformed into a wolf. This unsettling incident demonstrated the boundaries. One can amuse the father of gods, but straying into sacrilege invites retributive storms and floods. One frequently overlooked tale recounts Zeus's fleeting connection with the mortal Alcmene, mother to Heracles. Most people are familiar with the general details. Zeus assumed the identity of Alcmene's husband, fathered the future hero, and so on. But lesser known is how meticulously he orchestrated that union, employing illusions and a night stretched unnaturally long. The reason? He intended Heracles to be the champions who would eventually protect gods and men from re-emerging titan or giant threats. The goal wasn't mere lust, it was a pragmatic investment in a demigod, bridging mortal tenacity and divine lineage. Heracles' subsequent feats validated the cosmic insurance plan. That Heracles eventually joined Olympus as an immortal was proof that Zeus's paternal ties could transcend typical mortal boundaries. Zeus's interactions with powerful female figures formed another dimension of his storied existence. Métis, the tightness of clever counsel, was at one point his confidant, but a prophecy said her child would surpass its father. Fearing a recurrence of Cronus' predicament, Zeus consumed Métis in its entirety. Yet from within him, her counsel remained, culminating in Athena's birth from his head. Some interpret the event as an allegory. Wisdom must dwell within leadership, inseparable but not overshadowing the paternal seat of power. Meanwhile, with Themis, the embodiment of divine law, he fathered the Horae and the Moirai, guardians of cosmic order and fate. Such couplings underscored that the paternal authority of Zeus encompassed fundamental principles: wisdom, justice, and order, enabling a balanced realm where not even gods might easily defy destiny. Though revered as the supreme god, Zeus was not immune to drama among lesser immortals. For instance, the cunning firebringer Prometheus defied him by gifting humanity with knowledge. Incensed by mortal empowerment, Zeus bound Prometheus to a crag, subjecting him to perpetual torment by an eagle devouring his regenerating liver. While severe, this punishment revealed Zeus's stance on disobedience. The father of gods championed progress under divine sanction, but unapproved leaps in mortal capacity threatened to upend the cosmic hierarchy. Over epochs, empathy for Prometheus grew, prompting some deities to question if the punishment overshadowed the offence. Yet Zeus remained resolute. Seeing it as a cautionary tale, the Olympian order could not endure if rebellious acts by demigods or lesser gods chipped away at the established order. In daily worship across the Greek world, temples to Zeus soared from hilltops. Olympia's temple, for instance, hosted the famed statue by Phidias. Pilgrims journeyed to these sanctuaries bearing sacrifices, hoping for rains to bless harvests or for oracles to confirm success in commerce or warfare. The intangible link between worshipper and deity manifested in fleeting signs: a thunderclap at dawn, an eagle overhead, a branch of oak leaves stirring with no wind. Interpreted as endorsement or warning, such omens guided civic decisions. This interplay reinforced the sense that Zeus's watchful eye overshadowed every domain of Greek life, from wedding vows to boundary treaties. Even criminals invoked him in oaths to prove innocence, ironically tempting a thunderbolt if they dared lie. Gods sometimes attempted minor insurrections during internal disputes. One legend claims Poseidon, Hera, and Athena conspired to bind Zeus in chains to curb his tyranny. The 100-handed Briareus rescued him at the last moment, freeing the enraged father, who then swiftly put the conspirators in their place without dethroning them. It underscored an enduring theme. Olympus might chafe under Zeus's authority, but no viable alternative emerged. The intangible fear of unleashed chaos, should Zeus fall, overshadowed any dissatisfaction. The pantheon learned to cope with or exploit the status quo, weaving smaller rivalries around the solid core of Zeus's monarchy. By fostering alliances with mortal heroes, forging beneficial unions with other deities, and demonstrating unwavering might when tested, Zeus's dominion seemed unassailable. On the surface, he was the smiling father of the heavens, bestowing blessings. Beneath, he was a vigilant sentinel, ready to subdue any threat with the storm's unrelenting power. This blend of paternal care and raw retribution shaped an abiding equilibrium in the cosmos. Yet as centuries turned, new philosophies, like the rise of rational inquiry in Athens, would question the literal portrayal of gods. Still, as long as thunder rumbled over Greek mountains, hearts recalled the might of Zeus, the regal orchestrator of storms and destinies. As classical Greek civilization expanded, local variations of Zeus worship evolved, each adding nuance to his nature. In Dodona, the oldest oracle in Greece, priests interpreted Zeus's will through the rustling of oak leaves, a mysterious whisper that believers swore held truth. Here, the deity appeared as a sombre figure of wisdom and prophecy, bridging primal earth energies. Meanwhile, in Olympia, site of the Pan-Hellenic Games, Zeus reigned as the pinnacle of athletic virtue and unity among warring city-states. Athletes dedicated their triumphs to him, seeking divine favour for pure competition. The famous statue of Zeus at Olympia, towering in ivory and gold, drew pilgrims from distant lands, embodying the god's benevolent majesty. Even as these diverse cults thrived, pockets of intellectual challenge emerged. Philosophers like Xenophon, or the later Stoics, questioned the morality of a god who, in myths, engaged in trickery or seduction. Did the cosmic ruler truly lower himself to these mortal vices, or were such stories symbolic? The more rational a city-state became, the more old myths met with allegorical reinterpretations. Some insisted that Zeus was but a personification of natural law or the cosmic mind, and the scandalous episodes were poetical flares. Others clung to literal faith, offering an unwavering vow. If a thunderbolt could rend a giant ash tree, no mortal intellect should downplay the father of gods. When Alexander the Great's conquests spread Greek culture across Egypt, Persia and parts of India, new fusions arose. Egyptians equated Zeus with Ammon, forging the syncretic deity Zeus-Ammon. Even Alexander visited the oracle of Siwa in the Libyan desert, seeking confirmation of his semi-divine paternity. Legends flourish that the oracle addressed him as son of Zeus-Ammon, fueling his claim to destiny. This cross-pollination indicated that Zeus's persona could adapt beyond the Aegean, integrating foreign traits to sustain cosmic supremacy. People in far-flung Hellenistic realms recognized his lightning symbol, linking it to local storm gods, forging a mosaic of worship that stretched from the Nile to the Indus. Within Greek heartlands, political upheavals saw city-states overshadowed by Macedonian and later Roman dominion. Under Roman rule, Zeus found an equivalent in Jupiter. Mythic cycles intermingled, with Roman temples adopting Greek iconography. Even as the old city-state system faded, the name of Zeus endured. Philosophers in the Roman era, like the Stoics, advanced a universal interpretation of the god as the supreme cosmic reason. They taught that the Zeus principle guided all nature, from the swirl of galaxies to the growth of vines. This intellectually charged view smoothed contradictions in older myths, positing that comedic or tragic stories about Zeus's escapades were mere allegories for universal truths. Yet not all worshippers cared for philosophical nuances. Festivals continued, with communal sacrifices and vibrant processions. Dramas performed in amphitheatres retold epic sagas of Titan wars or comedic spoofs of Zeus's transformations. Even Romans travelling to Greek sanctuaries could sense the abiding aura of an ancient presence. Pilgrims bearing offerings to the shrines still believed wholeheartedly that a bolt from the sky signalled Zeus's judgment. Peasants at harvest time prayed for gentle rains rather than hail, trusting the Sky Father's goodwill. Indeed, the link between daily life, rainfall, storms, the fertility of fields, and the overarching force of Zeus underpinned stable devotion. However, as centuries progressed, the unstoppable wave of Christianity swept across the Mediterranean. The early Christian apologists targeted pagan pantheons, citing moral tales of Zeus's adulteries or wrath as evidence of polytheism's corruption. In an evolving empire that embraced monotheism, Olympian shrines lost official support, their clergy overshadowed by bishops. By the 4th century CE, Emperor Theodosius's edicts effectively banned public pagan rites. Once dedicated to Zeus, temples fell scent, repurposed as storerooms or churches, or left in ruin. The cultural tapestry that once placed Zeus at its apex unravelled, replaced by a new theological framework. Despite this institutional decline, the memory of Zeus never fully vanished. Philosophical manuscripts survived in monastic libraries. Rural folk in remote highlands still whispered of thunder as the old father's voice. Renaissance scholars rediscovered classical texts, resurrecting the image of Zeus in art and literature. Painters like Raphael or later neoclassical artists depicted him enthroned with an eagle by his side, celebrating the mythic grandeur of antiquity. Enlightenment thinkers, who pioneered modern science, referenced lightning rods that subdued Zeus's thunder, thereby paradoxically redefining his realm through rational explanations. Today, the narrative of Zeus stands as a symbolic testament to how societies conceive ultimate authority. He encapsulates the interplay of power and justice, paternal care and fearsome punishment, spiritual significance and political utility. Tales of him remain vital in popular culture, from modern retellings of Greek myths in novels, films and games to the echoes of thunder associated with unstoppable cosmic force. Scholarly inquiries reveal a figure who morphed from a local father of the sky to a global emblem of mythology, bridging Greek, Hellenistic, Roman, and even later cultural spheres. Observing how a figure so primal adapted to evolving civilizations underscores the elasticity of myth. If one listens carefully during a thunderstorm, one might recall that ancient awe for the Skyfather, flickering in the electric arcs overhead. Zeus's role as a father figure in Greek myth extends beyond genealogical ties. The ancient Greeks often portrayed him intervening in moral dilemmas, defending the social order and meting out justice to mortals and gods alike. One lesser-known tale underscores his capacity for empathy. When Salmoneus, a mortal king, boasted he could equal Zeus by mimicking thunder with bronze chariots, Zeus first let him indulge the farce before unleashing a thunderbolt to expose his arrogance. Yet, once the city's people cowered in fear, records hint that Zeus sent favourable rains the following season, as if to ensure that misguided worshippers didn't starve from their king's hubris. This story, overshadowed by more famous myths, reveals a paternal dimension, punishing blasphemy but sparing the innocent from famine. Likewise, the story of King Lycurgus, who spurned Dionysus and scorned the new wine rites, ended with Zeus confining Lycurgus to a cave in a labyrinthine punishment. Many retell only the punishment's horror. A nearly lost variant suggests that afterwards, Zeus made the farmland around that kingdom flourish unexpectedly, implying that the paternal god softened the blow for ordinary people who were not involved in their ruler's arrogance. Such glimpses, though overshadowed, highlight the tension between wrath and compassion in Zeus's cosmic guardianship. Another dimension of Zeus's paternal persona is his willingness to champion synergy among various gods. Indeed, after the Titanomachy, the pantheon was rife with strong-willed deities such as Poseidon, Artemis, and Aphrodite, each with distinct realms and temperaments. It was under Zeus's oversight that they collectively shaped mortal existence. Rains from Zeus, seas from Poseidon, hunts from Artemis, love from Aphrodite, harvests from Demeter, and so on. The father's role wasn't micromanagement but balancing these powers so none overshadowed the broader cosmic order. That said, friction remained inevitable. Witness Poseidon's quarrels with Athena over patronage of Athens, or Aphrodite's mischief stirring conflicts among mortals. Each time, Zeus either calmly arbitrated or thundered a final verdict if reason failed. Zeus's paternal role extended to dispensing fates. While the WWII, fates, had the ultimate say on mortal lifespans, Zeus sometimes intervened. For beloved heroes, like Sarpedon in the Trojan War, he felt fatherly sorrow, yet recognised that interfering with fate upset the moral and cosmic fabric. The Iliad captures a poignant moment where Zeus contemplates saving Sarpedon, but relents, reflecting an internal conflict, paternal love clashing with the demands of cosmic law. This acceptance of the greater tapestry underlines how Zeus didn't interpret absolute rule as license to break fundamental rules. Contrarily, lesser gods at times twisted mortal destinies for personal vendettas, but for the father of gods, the big picture overshadowed personal yearnings. Meanwhile, mortal worship evolved, with each polis weaving unique local epithets for Zeus. In Athens, he became Zeus Eleutherios, champion of freedom, after battles with tyranny. In Argos, they hailed him as Zeus Larissaios, a protector of farmland. Shepherd communities in Arcadian highlands revered him as Zeus Lycaios, associated with ancient wolfish rites. Thus, the universal father splintered into myriad local faces, each reflecting a slice of daily existence, grain harvest, communal festivals, protective watch over frontiers, over centuries, these local cults interlinked, preserving an overarching unity within the Greek worldview, one god, many facets, bridging city-state diversity with a sense of shared Hellenic identity. Though paternal benevolence forms a large part of his mythic identity, the Greek tradition never let that overshadow his capacity for cunning. Even after enthronement, Zeus used guile if it served cosmic stability. One anecdote recalls how he tricked the giant Typhon by feigning defeat, luring the monstrous foe into a complacent moment before unleashing a surprise thunderbolt that pinned Typhon beneath Mount Etna. This sly approach reaffirmed that while direct brute force was an option, cunning often staved off prolonged conflict. In a cyclical cosmos prone to rebellion, the father needed more than just a thunderbolt's blast. Cunning ensured foes fell swiftly before they multiplied. Among the pantheon, Hermes admired such cunning. It's said Hermes often joked that he inherited his trickery from the father of gods. Indeed, Hermes' earliest feats, stealing Apollo's cattle, paralleled Zeus's own youthful escapades dethroning Kronos. The father recognised a reflection of his own early rebellious spirit in Hermes, forging a fond bond. This father-child dynamic added comedic undertones to Olympus's gatherings, with Hermes pulling pranks and Zeus looking on half amused, half stern, mindful that chaos had boundaries. Even in the comedic realm, paternal guidance shaped the lines gods dared not cross. Thus the father of gods stands as a figure who never let go of cunning, preserving cosmic order through thunder, but also harnessing paternal wisdom to rectify potential storms before they escalated. This paternal persona was not static. It adapted across centuries and local customs, from punisher of hubris to sponsor of civic festivals, from cunning conspirator to moral anchor. If the Greek cosmos had a pillar, it was Zeus, father, judge, and caretaker, weaving an evolving patchwork of myths that recognized the complexity of divine authority. While the classical Greek world revered Zeus, the Hellenistic and Roman eras reframed his legacy for broader imperial audiences. Under the Hellenistic kingdoms, after Alexander's conquests, Zeus frequently merged with local gods, Zeus Ammon in Egypt, Baal Shamin in the Levant, allowing different cultures to claim an aspect of the mighty father. This fusion introduced exotic iconography, temple reliefs showing Zeus with ram horns or Greek inscriptions praising a composite deity bridging Greek and native traditions. It was a practical strategy, smoothing the governance of diverse realms by anchoring them under a universal cosmic father. In Rome, as mentioned, Zeus was equated to Jupiter. The Roman appropriation was not a mere rename, it recontextualized him within a martial, legalistic culture. Jupiter Optimus Maximus, Jupiter the best and greatest, presided over the capital's temple, overshadowing Roman civic life. Roman generals, before campaigns, sacrificed to Jupiter for victory, mirroring the old Greek pattern but with more structured state rituals. Roman aristocrats told stories of Jupiter's paternal oversight, mixing it with Roman virtues of gravitas and pietas. The synergy was so tight that by the time the empire spanned from Britain to Mesopotamia, the name Jupiter replaced Zeus in official contexts, though Greek enclaves still whispered the original name in devotions. The fatherly aura persisted, bridging an empire of colossal cultural variety. However, in the centuries after Christ's birth, as Christianity spread, worship of the old pantheon eroded. The Christian critique of pagan gods, labelling them either fantasies or demonic illusions, gained official favour once emperors like Constantine pivoted to the new faith. By Theodosius's reign in the late 4th century CE, overt worship of Zeus, or Jupiter, was banned in the Roman realm. Temples were repurposed or abandoned, and oracles were speech-distanced. Only in rural pockets, where peasants clung to old ways, did faint echoes of thunder-based superstition linger. And as Christian theology matured, the paternal figure of the Christian god overshadowed Old Father Zeus in the public sphere. Ancient myths slid into legend, sustaining itself primarily in poetic retellings or among scholars preserving classical texts. Remarkably, the medieval Islamic world helped preserve Greek knowledge. Arabic translations of philosophers who referenced Zeus allowed some trace of the old theologies to survive academically, albeit overshadowed by monotheistic frameworks. Then the European Renaissance resurrected classical Greek and Roman sources. Artists like Michelangelo or Titian depicted Zeus, or Jupiter, with powerful imagery, lightning in helmet and in hand, regal posture, applied more as an artistic motif than a subject of worship. The father of gods became an emblem of classical antiquity's grandeur, fueling the imagination of sculptors, poets, and dramatists. Tapestries displayed the Titanomachy as an allegory for good governance triumphing over tyranny, or reason besting chaos. The Enlightenment intellectuals, grappling with rationalist skepticism, saw in Zeus an anthropomorphic concept, one that earlier cultures used to explain natural phenomena, like lightning and storms. Philosophers like Voltaire or Diderot occasionally cited him in satirical jabs, highlighting the contradictions in pagan religion. Yet ironically, the notion of a father god punishing hubris or rewarding virtue found echoes in an Enlightenment moral thought, only now couched in secular concepts of justice or universal law. Meanwhile, hidden among esoteric circles, a mystical fascination with ancient pantheons persisted, forging secret societies that revered old deities as archetypes of cosmic forces. In that environment, Zeus was studied less for worship and more as a symbolic template for leadership or paternal authority. By the 19th and 20th centuries, archaeologists rediscovered the physical traces of Zeus's worship, the scattered columns of the Temple of Zeus at Olympia, the Doric remains at Nemea, and the ravaged altars on Crete where legend said he was born. Scholarly works meticulously catalogued myths, comparing them with parallels from other Indo-European traditions. They found that father-ski motifs recurred across cultures, suggesting a Proto-Indo-European root of sky fathers. Zeus thus became a testament to how deeply humanity has craved a paternal guardian to quell nature's fury and social discord. Modern pop culture frames Zeus in myriad ways. Hollywood depicts him as a bearded giant hurling thunder, wrestling with moral ambiguities, or comedic hijinks. Video games harness his iconography for immersive mythical worlds, letting players channel lightning as they battle monstrous foes. Children's books distill him to a wise or sometimes comedic father figure, ignoring the complexities of old Greek tradition. Even New Age spiritual movements interpret him as an archetype of masculine power, balancing energies of creation and destruction. This cultural elasticity underscores that, while formal worship ended centuries ago, the archetype of Zeus remains culturally potent. At its core, the Father of God stands as a reflection of primal forces, thunder, sky, paternal law, and the evolution of society's relationship to authority, tradition, and cosmic wonder, from Titan battles to philosophical allegories, from Roman imperial rites to 21st century entertainment. Zeus's saga endures as one of the grand narratives bridging the archaic to the modern. Once a living deity in the eyes of countless worshippers, the man with the thunderbolt now stands at the intersection of myth, history, and cultural memory, embodying the timeless dialogue between divine power and human aspiration. In reflecting on Zeus's story, spanning from secret infancy on Crete to the apex of the Olympian pantheon and eventually morphing through centuries of reinterpretation, we confront the essence of myth-making. If gods mirror human longings and anxieties, Zeus exemplifies this principle supremely. He is the father who both punishes and protects, the conqueror who fosters cunning alliances rather than mere brute subjugation, and the divine presence bridging primal storms with moral codes. By exploring the lesser-known threads, like how cunning sometimes outshone lightning blasts, how politics shaped mortal alliances, and how paternal warmth sometimes tempered cosmic judgments, we see a figure woven from complexities far beyond cliché. Part of Zeus's perennial grip on the human imagination arises from his contradictory facets. He is simultaneously a figure of absolute might, brandishing thunder in rebellious battles, and a moral guide championing hospitality or punishing oathbreakers. In a sense, he is the sky incarnate, luminous and generous in calm weather, ferocious and destructive in storms. The Greeks harnessed that duality in their everyday worship, never letting themselves wholly trust or doubt his paternal watch. Devotees recognized that under certain circumstances, the kindly father might unleash havoc if cosmic order was threatened. Nor is Zeus static. The earliest archaic poems, like Hesiod's Theogony, stressed his monstrous battles with the Titans, crowning him as champion of cosmic stability. Over time, dramatists wove comedic or tragic angles. Aristophanes might lampoon the father of gods in comedic riffs, While Sophocles or Aeschylus probe the tension between divine edicts and mortal free will, the expansion of Greek culture under Alexander the Great repositioned Zeus as a universal father bridging cultural divides. The Roman era conflated him with Jupiter, adding layers of bureaucratic or legal nuance. Then Christianity relegated him to the realm of pagan memory. Each chapter redefines him, yet the core remains: father, thunder, cosmic law. Such transformation testifies to the power of myth to adapt with civilizations. The Greek pantheon no longer draws the devout worship of old, but its narratives remain potent frameworks for how people see leadership, rebellion, loyalty, or the interplay between fate and free choice. In times of moral crisis, the references to Zeus's unyielding stance on oath-breaking or hospitality might surface in academic or literary discourse. In times of scientific marvel, the lightning once considered his direct manifestation becomes a symbol of electricity's harnessing, highlighting how even rational society can't fully discard the poetic resonance of thunder as the voice of a mightier presence. Modern authors, particularly fantasy novelists, resurrect Zeus in new guises. They blend Greek tradition with modern moral queries, sometimes recasting him as a flawed father figure grappling with immortality's weight. Others draw attention to lesser-known details, such as the placement of the mother goat Amalthea among the stars, which sheds light on an obscure constellation myth. The line between reverence and critique becomes blurred in those retellings. We see a father who might care deeply but is trapped by cosmic demands, forced to impose harsh sentences on rebellious deities. This fosters empathy for a deity who, ironically, once seemed the apex of unstoppable power. In today's world, that complexity resonates. Life's experiences, career arcs, family responsibilities, moral tangles mirror aspects of Zeus's paternal guardianship. We appreciate the nuance that leadership and paternal roles aren't about infallibility, they're about balancing multiple tensions with unwavering determination. The hidden corners of Zeus's myths remind us that even the mightiest faced personal heartbreak, like losing children or confronting sibling betrayal, and that progress often arises from forging alliances or employing cunning, not raw might alone. Zeus's domain extends beyond his immediate mythic narrative. He influences art from classical sculptures that once towered in temple precincts to modern digital renditions in gaming worlds. He influences language with phrases like "under the aegis," referencing his protective shield, or Olympian, connoting majestic supremacy. Even in outer space, star names and cosmic structures evoke the Greek pantheon, a subtle nod that the Father of Gods endures in astronomers' catalogues. This intangible presence underscores that while formal worship ceased, cultural memory found new avenues to keep his thunder echoing across time. Thus, the final reflection on Zeus is one of metamorphosis. Born in secrecy to overthrow tyranny, he orchestrated a new pantheon that shaped Greek religion for centuries. Over thousands of years, he adapted to shifting societal mores, from a local goat-nurtured child to a universal father spanning empires. He weathered philosophical reinterpretations, Roman assimilation, Christian condemnation, and modern revival in culture and academia. In the swirl of these transformations, one thread remains consistent: the fundamental idea that the cosmos demands a paternal figure to unify the swirl of chaotic forces, binding them into something at least partially benevolent, at times frightening, and always vital to existence. That is the continuing legacy of Zeus, king of the gods, weaving thunder, fatherhood, cunning, and cosmic order into an everlasting tapestry of myth. Charles John Huffam Dickens entered the world on February 7, 1812, in Portsmouth, England, an unassuming coastal city whose naval docks were alive with shipyard clamour. His father, John Dickens, was a clerk in the Navy Pay Office, and his mother, Elizabeth Barrow, juggled household duties with literary aspirations of her own. Though future readers might picture Dickens's early years brimming with quaint scenes, his youth was less storybook and more precarious. In many accounts, Dickens first emerges as a child forced to work in a bootblacking warehouse after his father's imprisonment. While that humiliating episode is well known, less noted is how Dickens' sense of betrayal took root during that time. He felt cast off by parents who placed him in a grimy riverside factory, scraping labels from bottles for hours on end. That sense of abandonment left scars. Years later, he He'd disguised the trauma in comedic passages or heartbreak in novels, but the sting of childhood adversity was never fully exorcised. Before that warehouse ordeal, Dickens spent a short span in a school in Chatham. Teachers found him bright and observant. He devoured cheap adventure tales and occasionally wrote small sketches. If not for financial mismanagement, perhaps he would have continued this schooling unabated. Instead, money troubles spiralled. The father's easygoing nature plus a love of small luxuries spelled doom. When John Dickens fell behind on bills, local bailiffs eventually hauled him to Marshalsea debtors' prison in Southwark. Young Charles felt pride battered by this scandal. Imprisonment for debt carried a social stigma. Elizabeth Dickens, struggling outside the prison walls, insisted that Charles keep labouring at the blacking factory to support the family. This parental stance deepened his sense of injustice. Dickens found small consolation in nighttime strolls by the Thames, where he observed the chaos of London's underworld, including tavern brawls, children selling goods, and ragged porters carrying crates. Such experiences fueled the observational acuity that would one day saturate his novels with authenticity. He saw how easily fate could tip honest families into squalor, a theme that would recur in his narratives about orphans, outcasts, and fallen gentry. As time passed, John Dickens managed to secure his release by settling partial debts. Charles was allowed to return to schooling, an abrupt shift that left him grateful but conflicted. He had tasted the indignities of labouring among older workers who teased him for his middle-class airs. Back at a desk, he aimed to catch up academically, though funds remained tight. A thirst for knowledge defined his after-hours, rummaging through second-hand bookstalls, studying the language of newspapers, or eavesdropping on city gossip. By the age of 15, he had completed his formal education and found himself back in the working world, this time as a junior clerk in a solicitor's office. Despite its mundane nature, Dickens's job exposed him to the intricacies of legal bureaucracy. Dickens observed lawyers taking advantage of outdated processes, petty lawsuits lasting months, and fees draining families. It seemed a heartless machine. Meanwhile, Dickens itched to write. He taught himself shorthand, a skill in demand for courtroom or parliamentary reporting. With that tool, he pivoted to freelance journalism. He roamed London's streets after his clerk hours, forging a double life as an amateur reporter, penning observations about social ills or comedic mishaps. Soon enough, he earned small commissions, capturing parliamentary debates for local papers. This exposure sharpened his sense of London's political theatric, a stage of pomp, cunning, and sweeping rhetoric that seldom solved the plight of the poor. In these formative years, Dickens rarely confided his deeper ambitions to family. He was polite, energetic, but also guarded. It's said that the warehouse humiliation bred secrecy. Publicly, he projected wit and warmth. Privately, he seethed at injustice. He began drafting sketches of everyday characters, bustling office messengers, crusty paralegals, street vendors with melodic cries. These glimpses shaped the core of his early style. He recognised that the city teemed with stories just waiting to be told, stories of ambition, heartbreak, and improbable comedy. For Dickens, the line between real life and fiction thinned daily. Thus, by age 20, Charles Dickens was a restless spirit, armed with bitter memories and a natural gift for observation. Though not yet the famed novelist, he was planting seeds for the empathy and social critique that would soon bloom. He had glimpsed the cruelty of circumstance and the fragility of fortunes. That awareness, fused with irrepressible humour and sympathy for the downtrodden, would guide him as he waded deeper into the journalistic realm, then soared into the literary spotlight. Dickens's early foray into journalism gradually eclipsed his clerk duties. He discovered a knack for capturing small happenings with dramatic flair. Employed first as a shorthand reporter at Doctors' Commons, where maritime and probate cases were heard, Dickens gleaned odd legal details, comedic rivalries, and labyrinthine procedures that later informed his novels about the law's absurdities. Meanwhile, his coverage of parliamentary debates demanded swift, accurate shorthand. That discipline sharpened his memory and attention to nuance. He soon ventured into writing sketches, brief, witty observations on London life, for periodicals. Using the pen name Boz, Dickens portrayed bus conductors cracking jokes, fussy spinsters in their cramped parlours, or rowdy coach passengers headed to the suburbs. These pieces, collected later as sketches by Boz, revealed a gift for conjuring comedic snapshots tinged with empathy. Readers laughed at his gentle satire of human foibles. Editors noticed the fresh voice. The public wanted more. At the same time, Dickens navigated a personal milestone. He became engaged to Catherine Hogarth, daughter of a newspaper colleague. The match signalled a semblance of stability. Catherine was supportive, if somewhat reserved. Their courtship led Dickens to refine his sense of domestic security, something he'd lacked in youth. Although not known for confessional writing about romance, Dickens's letters hinted at genuine affection. They married in 1836, soon renting a modest home as Dickens juggled journalism, sketches, and incipient novel projects. Opportunity knocked unexpectedly when a publisher approached him for a serialised comedic novel to accompany illustrations by a well-known artist. The result, initially planned as a set of light-hearted sporting adventures, evolved into The Pickwick Papers. Dickens's comedic energy, combined with whimsical characters, turned it into a literary phenomenon. Through Mr. Pickwick's misadventures and the Cockney charm of Sam Weller, Dickens found a vast audience. Circulation soared. Readers devoured each monthly instalment. Dickens, at 24, became a household name, yet behind the success, he sweated over deadlines, rewriting chapters at the last moment. The serial format demanded constant invention. He discovered that comedic set pieces like a misread will or an accidental infiltration of a lady's costume party tickled popular taste. He also experimented with poignant moments, such as the plight of a downtrodden servant or a debtor, infusing the narrative with moral undertones. This blend of humour and pathos would define Dickens's brand. He recognised that laughter softened readers for deeper empathy. Money finally poured in, letting Dickens move to a better residence. Catherine bore children in rapid succession, turning their home into a bustling nest. Dickens, though loving, found that fatherhood demanded time he often spent writing. A private tension brewed. He was the affectionate patriarch, but also a restless creator who craved quiet hours for brainstorming new tales. Despite paternal duties, he scoured London's back alleys for inspiration. Venturing to slums at odd times, eavesdropping on pub chatter, he believed authenticity hinged on direct observation, not second-hand accounts. Following Pickwick, Dickens leapt to more serious themes in Oliver Twist, 1837 to 1839. No longer content to dwell solely on comedic escapades, he painted the bleakness of workhouses and child exploitation, partly echoing his own teenage anguish. Readers reeled at the raw depiction of criminals, though Dickens leavened the gloom with comedic minor characters. Critically, Oliver Twist ran concurrently with Dickens's other obligations. He was editing magazines, finishing shorter works, and beginning new serials. The pace was relentless. He thrived on the excitement, yet it risked exhaustion. Public acclaim soared. His name now graced invitations to dinner parties with aristocrats who craved proximity to the sensational boz. Dickens appreciated the chance to expand his network, though he sometimes mocked upper-class pretensions. He never forgot his working-class brushes with hardship, refusing to let polished society lull him. Instead, he leveraged connections to champion philanthropic concerns. He privately aided London charities and joined reform committees. While not a radical agitator, Dickens believed in social improvement through publicity and moral suasion. His novels became a subtle force for that cause, exposing readers to the realities of orphanages, slums, and corrupt institutions. Around this time, Dickens also travelled to rural areas, gleaning stories from rickety stagecoaches or decrepit inns. These journeys reaffirmed that outside London's bustle lay entire pockets of tradition and superstition, fertile ground for future plots. Meanwhile, Catherine's sister Mary Hogarth, who had moved in to assist the household, died suddenly. Her death devastated Dickens, triggering a profound grief that coloured some subsequent chapters in his writing. The ephemeral nature of life became a quiet refrain in his novels, as he realised that personal tragedy was inseparable from comedic levity. The public continued to clamour for his narratives, hungry for that singular Dickens style, vibrant characters dancing between humour and sorrow. Thus, Dickens closed the 1830s riding high, yet increasingly aware of the moral gravity behind his fictional worlds. Beneath the success, the seeds of tension sprouted, creative demands, a growing family, and an evolving conscience about society's failings. He pressed on, certain that fiction could spark empathy and reform, forging a path into the next decade, where his ambition would expand with each new novel's unveiling. Dickens's star blazed brightly as he entered the 1840s. Publishers clamoured for fresh novels, while the public devoured each serial instalment. Determined to balance entertainment with social commentary, he embarked on projects like Nicholas Nickleby, spotlighting the abuses in Yorkshire boarding schools. He visited one such institution incognito, alarmed by the squalor inflicted on children. That raw evidence infused the novel's savage critique. Dickens aimed to jolt readers from complacency, believing that shining light on corruption might spur reform. Yet despite success, Dickens felt a creeping restlessness. Continual deadlines hemmed him in, and London's sprawl began to stifle. Seeking fresh inspiration, he travelled abroad in 1842, first to America, anticipating a land of democratic ideals. The trip, however, exposed contradictions. Dickens found some Americans warm and inventive, but balked at rampant slavery and a cultural appetite for piracy of his works, without royalty payments. He penned American Notes, a travelogue mixing admiration with pointed criticism. Some Americans felt betrayed by his frankness. Dickens, unbowed, believed honesty trumped politeness. Back in England, he completed Martin Chuzzlewit, weaving an American episode reminiscent of his journey's sour encounters. Sales dipped initially. The novel's complex structure confounded some fans expecting a simpler comedic flair. But Dickens pressed on, trusting in his evolving style. Privately, he wrestled with financial anxieties. Despite robust earnings, his lavish lifestyle, big houses, numerous children, constant entertaining, consumed funds. He dreaded the possibility of slipping back into the precarious economy of his youth. Amid these pressures, Dickens found solace in philanthropic efforts. He teamed with Angela Burdett Coutts to establish Urania Cottage, a refuge for homeless women and former prostitutes. There, they received training in practical skills and moral guidance. Dickens, involved in every detail, interviewed potential residents, planned daily schedules, and wrote them short moral stories. This hands-on approach underscored his sincere desire for personal involvement in charitable causes. He saw direct intervention as more potent than abstract philanthropic gestures. In the midst of editing magazines and writing novels, Dickens craved a side project more playful yet meaningful. That impulse birthed A Christmas Carol, 1843, a slender novella penned with fervour. Observing the plight of the urban poor amid festive spending, Dickens aimed to spark compassion through a ghostly redemption tale. He wrote it rapidly, spurred by both moral zeal and a need for fresh income. The result was a cultural phenomenon, stirring readers to reflect on generosity and social conscience. Dickens realised short, impactful works could amplify moral messages as powerfully as sprawling tomes. Despite public adoration, his personal life showed strains. Catherine bore more children, leaving her fatigued and less able to join Dickens on travels. He found himself forging deeper friendships with other women, some purely platonic, others rumoured to be more. Biographers still debate the emotional complexities swirling beneath his family's outward respectability. Dickens maintained an outwardly jovial persona, hosting boisterous parties where parlour games and comedic recitations thrived. But diaries hint at occasional rages triggered by minor frustrations, revealing an undercurrent of stress. On the professional front, Dickens launched a new weekly periodical, Master Humphrey's Clock, in 1840, intending to serialise stories, including The Old Curiosity Shop. This novel's tragic figure, Little Nell, captured the era's sentimentality. Readers wept over her fate, and the final chapters sold in a frenzy. Some critics called it manipulative, but Dickens dismissed such complaints. He believed emotional resonance was essential to galvanise moral empathy. The fervour surrounding the book's climax demonstrated how deeply he could move the masses. Yet Dickens couldn't rest on triumphs. He recognised the public's appetite was fickle. He had to top himself with each new release. That intensity weighed on him. At times, he toyed with the idea of drama. He loved the theatre, once even considering an acting career. He occasionally directed amateur theatrical productions, casting friends in comedic roles, or staging mesmerising readings from his works. These private stagings foreshadowed the public readings he'd eventually embark on later. enthralling audiences in full performance mode. As the 1840s advanced, Dickens's worldview deepened. He was no longer content with mere comedic social sketches. The continent's political upheavals, the 1848 revolutions, widespread poverty, unsettled him. He saw monarchy and aristocracy clinging to power while labourers toiled. Travelling through Europe, he'd note the crumbling palaces side by side with squalid tenements, fueling an ongoing quest to tackle deeper social and political themes. His novels began weaving heavier critiques of institutions, be they philanthropic boards, debtors' prisons, or unscrupulous factories, while still retaining the comedic flair that made him beloved. The stage was set for some of his most iconic works, culminating in a radical approach to criticising Victorian hypocrisy. Approaching the latter half of the 1840s, Dickens sought fresh experiences abroad, venturing to Italy and Switzerland. These travels coloured his imaginative palette. In Genoa, he marvelled at medieval alleyways, soaking in the city's layered history. He rented a villa overlooking the Mediterranean, drafting letters that rhapsodised about local customs, noisy festivals, ornate religious processions, the daily swirl of gossip. Yet even in idyllic settings, Dickens's pen could not rest. He sketched future storylines, weaving exotic vistas with homespun moral questions. Between travels, he developed Dombey and Son, 1846 to 1848, a novel dissecting mercantile pride and familial duty. Its portrait of industrial commerce and personal coldness signalled Dickens's evolving maturity. Critics lauded its carefully structured plot, though some lamented the typical bursts of sentiment. Regardless, the serial soared in sales. Meanwhile, Dickens fueled his creative energies by founding Daily News. In 1846, a liberal newspaper intended to champion progressive ideas. Dickens took on the role of the newspaper's first editor, but resigned within a few weeks due to the stifling nature of editorial politics and the excessive strain of daily work. Still, the foray indicated his thirst to shape public discourse beyond fiction. In 1849, he embarked on David Copperfield, the novel many consider his most autobiographical. Through David's journey from mistreated childhood to authorship, Dickens exorcised the ghost of the blacking factory years. He transmuted humiliations into comedic episodes. Mr. Murdstone's cruelty mirrored real paternal failings Dickens had observed, while Mr. Micawber's eternal optimism recalled Dickens's own father. This personal closeness gave the novel an intimate warmth. Serialization built momentum. Readers recognised the luminous sincerity. Dickens felt a special fondness for the project, referring to David as his favourite child. Despite success, family tensions escalated. Catherine bore 10 children in total, and Dickens, though affectionate, sometimes felt suffocated by domestic chaos. He retreated into creative sprints, locking himself away for hours or strolling city streets at night to brood over plot tangles. Sister-in-law Georgina Hogarth also lived with them, helping manage the household. Rumours swirled about Dickens's rapport with Georgina, though no definitive evidence of impropriety emerged. The mix of personalities living together intensified the tension. Dickens's diaries suggest mood swings, one day exultant after writing a brilliant chapter, next day furious over trivial household irritations. The passing of Dickens's longtime publisher, John Forster's close friend, also weighed on him. Grief sharpened his awareness of life's fragility. He doubled efforts on philanthropic projects, championing improved sanitation in London slums. In letters to local authorities, he argued that squalid conditions fostered crime and disease. He used novels to underscore the plight of the urban poor, trusting that emotional narratives could move the hearts of even complacent readers. The moral imperative behind his fiction grew more explicit, culminating in Bleak House, 1852 to 1853. With Bleak House, Dickens tackled legal malaise via a labyrinthine chancery case. Here he fused satire and tragedy, painting how sluggishly court processes devoured fortunes and lives. The novel's dual narrative style, which alternates between a sardonic omniscient voice and the calm recollections of Esther Summerson, pioneered a new approach. Victorians found the depiction of foggy London literal and metaphorical haunting. Sales soared, though certain critics argued Dickens had grown too didactic. He dismissed such claims, believing the Times demanded unflinching critiques. Indeed, Bleak House spurred public debate on legal reform. His personal restlessness persisted. He relocated the family frequently, seeking larger houses, scenic vistas, or more isolation for writing. Catherine tolerated these moves, though their children felt uprooted. Dickens yearned to shape his environment meticulously, from the colour of wallpaper to the arrangement of furniture. Some friends teased him about meddling in minor domestic details while juggling epic social commentary in his novels. But Dickens was unapologetic. Control at home balanced the unpredictability outside. By the early 1850s, Dickens also tested his performance skills. He had toyed with amateur theatricals, but an idea emerged. Reading his works aloud to paying audiences. The concept was radical. Authors seldom performed in public. Yet Dickens suspected his vivid dialogue, comedic voices, and heartfelt passages could electrify spectators if he delivered them. He gave private recitations to friends who raved about his dynamic presence. Building confidence, he planned that one day he might stage full-blown public readings, an artistic offshoot that would shape his late career. Hence, the mid-1850s arrived with Dickens poised for fresh transformations. Married life grew strained, but fatherhood demanded presence. Literary acclaim soared, but so did expectations. He recognised the friction between domestic reality and his imaginative yearnings. David Copperfield behind him, he now turned to novels of deeper cynicism. The city, with all its smog and labyrinthine institutions, remained his muse. He sensed the well of stories was far from dry, though personal fulfilment still seemed elusive. In 1854, Dickens published Hard Times, a shorter novel dissecting the grim industrial landscape of Coketown. Its emphasis on utilitarian philosophy, represented by the rigid Mr. Gradgrind, took aim at the era's mechanical approach to education and factory work. Critics were divided. Some praised the focused indictment of industrial dehumanization. Others found the story too polemical. Dickens shrugged off such mixed reception, content that Hard Times spurred heated debate on factory conditions and the cult of facts over imagination. Simultaneously, Dickens's private life lurched toward crisis. His discontent at home worsened. Catherine, though mild in temperament, couldn't quell Dickens's sense of entrapment. Letters reveal his dissatisfaction with her perceived lack of spirit or companionship. Though many suspect Dickens's restlessness drove him to scapegoat her. The emotional chasm widened. By 1857, Dickens encountered actress Ellen Ternan, a young performer in a theatrical production he arranged. Their connection, though discreet, grew intense. Dickens's marriage effectively collapsed. He demanded a legal separation from Catherine in 1858, a scandal at the time. He insisted on maintaining custody of most children, leaving Catherine isolated. Publicly, Dickens used his magazine Household Words to issue statements about the split, casting blame and fueling gossip. The affair with Ternan stayed veiled, with Dickens employing elaborate ruses to protect the secret. Professionally, Dickens pivoted to the public readings he had long contemplated. In 1858, he embarked on a series of performances, reciting scenes from Oliver Twist, A Christmas Carol, and more. Audiences were enthralled. He performed each character's voice, pacing the stage with theatrical flair. Some spectators wept at the pathos of Nancy's fate, while others laughed uproariously at his comedic turns. For Dickens, these readings offered both creative fulfillment and a lucrative sideline, yet they drained him physically, as he poured intense energy into every gesture. He joked about the exhaustion, but relished the applause. In 1859, Dickens launched a new weekly all the year round, effectively replacing his previous magazine. The inaugural issue featured the start of A Tale of Two Cities. Now more interested in historical drama, Dickens spun a story of the French Revolution, weaving themes of sacrifice and resurrection. The novel's style was more compact and less digressive than his earlier works. Perhaps personal upheaval had sharpened his narrative focus. The opening lines about the best and worst of times entered the cultural lexicon, capturing a duality that resonated with Victorian anxieties. The novel soared in popularity, bolstered by the magazine's circulation. In parallel, Dickens found time to champion philanthropic innovations. He joined debates on public sanitation, urging expansions of London's sewer system, though city officials bickered over funding. He also contributed funds to help create better housing for the poor. But Dickens's philanthropic impulses were inseparable from moral paternalism. He believed discipline and moral instruction were keys to uplifting the impoverished. This outlook could clash with more radical voices demanding structural change. Still, Dickens's currency as a public figure lent weight to calls for incremental reform. Another major novel, Great Expectations, emerged in serialised form from December 1860 to August 1861. Written amid Dickens' separation scandal, it resonated with questions of identity, social ambition, and illusions. Pip's yearning for gentility paralleled Dickens's own drive to transcend humble origins. The moody atmosphere around Satis House mirrored Dickens's emotional state, a mix of regret, bitterness, and abiding compassion for flawed humanity. Readers embraced the story as a masterpiece, praising its taut plot and minimal sentimentality. Dickens cherished the success, yet behind the scenes he struggled with heartbreak and a sense of personal failure. As the 1860s wore on, Dickens's health began to falter. He endured gout, swollen foot pains, and near constant fatigue. Relentless reading tours demanded travel by train, sometimes late at night. The 1865 Staplehurst rail crash nearly took his life. Dickens was in a first-class carriage that dangled over a destroyed track. Though he helped rescue fellow passengers, the psychological shock lingered, aggravating his ailments. Still, he persisted with public readings, forging new scripts from David Copperfield and Nicholas Nickleby. Audiences remained enthralled. Dickens, by then a venerable figure in a black frock coat, coughed through performances but refused to scale back. Meanwhile, rumours about Ellen Ternan continued swirling. Dickens confided only in a tight circle. He shielded her with cunning strategies, renting separate dwellings under assumed names. The moral climate of Victorian society demanded secrecy. Though some close acquaintances quietly pitied Catherine, few confronted Dickens. He pressed on, certain that his literary mission justified any personal complexities. Always craving momentum, he flung himself into each new project as if outrunning regret. That paradox, immense empathy for fictional sufferers but complicated empathy in private life, defined Dickens's twilight decade. The public saw the champion of social justice, his family endured the strains of his single-minded devotion. By the late 1860s, Charles Dickens' hectic schedule showed little let-up. I'm still editing all the year round, still unveiling novels in serial format. He also committed to more reading tours, travelling beyond London to the Midlands and Scotland. Each venue overflowed with admirers who yearned to see the outstanding novelist conjure Fagin, Scrooge, or other beloved characters live. Dickens refined his renditions, perfecting dramatic pauses and comedic timing. Ticket prices soared, yet spectators felt it worth the cost to witness that magnetic stage presence. Amid these tours, Dickens embarked on Our Mutual Friend, 1864 to 1865, which delved into themes of river dredging, inheritance mania, and social climbing. By weaving a plot around a mysterious drowned man and a dust-heap fortune, Dickens captured the macabre side of Victorian London. Critics found it dense and somewhat sprawling, though many admired its biting satire of wealth obsession. The novel's portrayal of moral corruption ironically paralleled Dickens's own concerns about ageing in a society he felt was losing moral vigour. The prolonged emotional stress took a heavier toll on Dickens's health. He often wrote letters complaining of headache spells, insomnia, and shortness of breath. Nevertheless, he refused to reduce his pace. Some historians argue that Dickens found frenetic activity a balm against introspection. The fracturing of his marriage, hidden personal relationships, and unrelenting public expectations all weighed on him. Plunging into labour kept darker reflections at bay. Meanwhile, Catherine lived quietly, seldom appearing in Dickens's social circles, resigned to the separate life Dickens had ordained. In 1867, Dickens accepted an invitation to revisit America for a major reading tour. Time had softened some American resentment from his earlier criticisms, and the appetite to see him on stage was massive. He landed in Boston to an exuberant welcome, complete with banquets and tributes. Dickens gave dozens of performances, each draining yet exhilarating. He earned substantial sums, helping him stabilise finances. However, he again encountered slavery's lingering scars in the post-Civil War landscape, along with the stark racial inequalities. Though Dickens seldom wrote extensively about American racial issues, he privately recognised the deep rifts that threatened the nation's reconstruction. The trip's punishing travel schedule further eroded his health, leading to collapses after certain readings. Yet the adoration of fans spurred him to persist. Upon returning to England in 1868, Dickens began what he called his farewell readings, touring provincial towns he had not yet visited. Some nights his voice faltered. He coughed violently, pressing a handkerchief to his lips, determined to complete each programme. Friends pleaded with him to rest. Still, Dickens believed his contract obligations, and the moral compulsion to connect with audiences, outweighed caution. Meanwhile, he launched a new novel, The Mystery of Edwin Drood, an unsettling murder mystery. Dickens considered it a fresh experiment, blending psychological undercurrents with the structure of a whodunit. He wrote notes about how the final solution would shock readers, enthralling them with hidden clues. But he never completed it. On June 9, 1870, Dickens suffered a stroke at his country home, Gad's Hill Place. He died the next day, aged 58, leaving Edwin Drood unfinished, a puzzle sealed into literary lore. The nation plunged into mourning. Queen Victoria noted her regret at never having met him. Memorials poured in, from everyday readers to luminaries. Against Dickens's personal wish for a simple funeral, he was interred in Poets' Corner at Westminster Abbey. Dickens's grand resting place symbolised the public's esteem for him, a stark contrast to the lonely hush of Marshalsea Prison, where his father had once languished. In the aftermath, speculation erupted about Edwin Drood, found scrambling for rumoured outlines or concluding pages. None definitive surfaced, fueling a realm of Dickensian scholarship dedicated to solving that last riddle. More broadly, critics reappraised Dickens's oeuvre. Some pointed out his sentimentality, others praised his comedic genius, while reformers lauded his crusading lens on poverty. Over time, that kaleidoscopic legacy only broadened. His flair for unforgettable characters, be they cunning or saintly, shaped the global concept of the Victorian novel. Dickens left behind a tangle of personal contradictions, a champion of empathy who was sometimes harsh with intimates, a moral voice who concealed his private entanglements. Yet no one disputed his capacity to conjure life from the page, melding tragic undercurrents with comedic levity in a manner few have replicated. The muddy streets of Victorian London will forever carry his echo, a man whose childhood humiliations birthed compassion for the neglected, whose comedic brilliance coated savage indictments of social inequality, and whose busy pen never ceased describing the complicated labyrinth of the human heart. In the decades following Charles Dickens's death, his stature as a literary titan only grew. Biographers scrambled to gather letters, diaries, and reminiscences, yet they stumbled upon inconsistencies. Dickens had destroyed swathes of correspondence, anxious to mask certain personal affairs. Even his children offered varied perspectives on his moods, praising his creativity but recalling unpredictability at home. Over time, critics assembled a portrait that balanced the beloved national icon with a flawed, restless man. Dickens's cultural influence radiated across continents. Translations of his novels proliferated, from Russian to Japanese. Tolstoy admired how Dickens's pathos uncovered moral truths within daily existence. Meanwhile, in America, Mark Twain cited Dickens's comedic mastery as an inspiration. Stage adaptations thrived. Theatre troupes dramatised Oliver Twist or A Christmas Carol, enthralling audiences who experienced these moral tales live. Eventually, with the emergence of film, Dickens's episodic style lent itself to cinematic versions, hooking new generations on characters like Scrooge and David Copperfield. Yet beneath the general adoration lay deeper debates. In the early 20th century, the modernist movement dismissed Dickens as sentimental and structurally messy, overshadowed by psychological realism from authors like James Joyce. They disdained Dickens's improbable coincidences and stark moral polarities. However, around mid-century, a scholarly reappraisal highlighted the purposeful craft in Dickens's narrative arcs and social critiques. Far from naive, his comedic touches often disguise sharp societal barbs, letting him slip radical criticisms past censors and readers unaccustomed to confrontation. Dickens also shaped philanthropic and social activism. His scathing depiction of workhouses or the cruelty of child labour galvanised subsequent reformers. Wilkie Collins, Elizabeth Gaskell, and others in Dickens' circle integrated similar strategies, using fiction to dramatise social injustice. Modern charities focusing on literacy or child welfare sometimes invoke Dickens's name, pointing to the universal empathy that his works evoke. Even today, policy discussions about homelessness or child poverty occasionally mention Dickens as a moral reference, a reminder that ignoring society's vulnerable fosters deeper crises. In the personal realm, revelations about Ellen Ternan emerged in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, shaking Dickens' pristine image. Letters and memoirs indicated he financially supported Ternan, dividing his life between public duties and a hidden domestic arrangement. Some fans felt betrayed that the moralist had lived a double life. Others argued that Dickens' private complexities underscored the raw human contradictions fueling his fiction. The debate paralleled broader shifts in how Victorian icons were reassessed under modern scrutiny. Dickens's method of serial publication also influenced subsequent generations of writers. The concept of releasing stories in weekly or monthly segments, maintaining suspense, and forging a close bond with readers found echoes in everything from 20th century pulp magazines to today's online web serials. The interplay between real-time audience reaction and the writer's evolving plot shaped Dickens's approach. He adjusted character arcs mid-serialization if he sensed a shift in public sympathy. Contemporary authors who experiment with episodic storytelling owe a quiet debt to his pioneering structure. Tourists still flock to Dickensian landmarks in London, the Dickens Museum in Doughty Street, the blacking factory's location near the Thames, and the austere Marshalsea prison relic. At Christmas, especially, people revisit A Christmas Carol, with countless adaptations reinforcing generosity's victory over miserliness. The story's cultural resonance persists because Dickens tapped into elemental themes: regret, redemption, and communal warmth. The name Scrooge remains a byword for stinginess, a testament to Dickens's enduring hold on language itself. Dickens's life is reflected as an illustration of reinvention and unstoppable drive. From a traumatized boy polishing boots to an international celebrity juggling philanthropic causes and labyrinthine plots, he exemplified resilience fueled by moral impetus. Though times have changed, his emphasis on shining a spotlight on the marginalized rings contemporary. We see echoes in campaigns for social justice, echoing Dickens's call for empathy. Ultimately, Charles Dickens stands as both the comedic chronicler of Victorian quirks and the fierce critic of institutional failings. His labyrinthine plots, bursting with eccentric figures, overshadow none of the raw undercurrents of injustice. He remains a puzzle of contradictions, public moralist but private enigma, champion of familial warmth yet fracturer of his home, comedic entertainer yet scathing social commentator. That complexity, rather than undermining his legacy, enriches it. His works endure, reminding us that laughter and compassion can coexist with deep outrage at cruelty, and that a single pen, guided by empathy and irrepressible imagination, can shift how an entire society views itself. The rooster's crow pierced the pre-dawn darkness of 13th century England, but Edith had been awake for an hour already. Her stomach's hollow ache served as a more reliable timekeeper than any church bell. She stirred the embers in her hearth, coaxing life back into the dying fire with practiced efficiency born of necessity, not choice. What awaited her wasn't breakfast as we understand it today. The very concept of 3 square meals was a luxury beyond imagination for someone whose entire existence revolved around the brutal mathematics of caloric survival. Instead, Edith encountered what peasants referred to as the first hunger, a gnawing emptiness that required attention before the day's arduous labour could commence. Her morning sustenance came in the form of ale, weak, watery, but crucially safe to drink in an era when water could kill faster than starvation. The beer wasn't the robust brew enjoyed by nobility, but a thin concoction called small ale that contained just enough alcohol to kill the bacteria lurking in medieval water sources. For Edith and her family, the drink represented both hydration and nutrition, providing essential calories that would fuel the first hours of their day. Should fortune favour them, the ale was accompanied by a generous portion of bread, but the food wasn't the fluffy white loaves that graced noble tables. Peasant bread was a dense, dark amalgamation of whatever grains could be scraped together: barley, oats, rye, and in desperate times ground acorns, bean flour, or even sawdust. The wealthy consumed bread made from carefully sifted wheat flour, producing the coveted white bread that symbolized purity and status. For peasants, bread colour told a story of social hierarchy. The darker the loaf, the lower your station. This hierarchy of grain reflected a fundamental truth about medieval society that extended far beyond mere sustenance. Your social status was determined by the quality of your bread, even before you spoke. While lords dined on manchet bread made from the finest wheat flour, peasants subsisted on maslin, a mixed grain bread that was both nutritionally superior and socially stigmatized. The irony wasn't lost on those who understood nutrition, though such knowledge was rare in an age where medical theory was dominated by the four humours. Edith's morning routine revealed the complex connections between food and survival that defined peasant existence. Every crumb was accounted for, every drop of precious ale measured against the uncertainty of tomorrow's provisions. A communal oven baked the bread she ate, one of the few luxuries shared among the village peasants. Individual families couldn't afford the fuel required for private ovens, so bread making became a community endeavour that reinforced social bonds while serving practical needs. The timing of this morning meal aligned with the natural rhythms that governed peasant life. Dawn brought the first opportunity to assess the night's damage. Had frost killed the sprouting crops? Had wolves or wild boars breached the meagre fencing around their vegetable plots? The weak ale and coarse bread provided just enough energy to begin the day's survey of their precarious agricultural enterprise. But perhaps most revealing was what didn't appear on Edith's dawn table. No meat except on the rarest occasions. They had no access to dairy products, except for the occasional cup of thin milk from their lone, struggling cow. They had no access to fruits or vegetables, except during the limited harvest seasons when they were available. The absence of these foods wasn't simply about poverty. It reflected a complex web of legal restrictions, seasonal limitations, and social conventions that shaped every aspect of peasant nutrition. The first meal of the day also established the rhythm of hunger that would dominate the next 16 hours. Medieval peasants didn't eat when hungry, they ate when the food was available and when their labour schedule permitted. This practice created a psychological relationship with sustenance that modern people struggle to comprehend. Food wasn't pleasure or comfort, but fuel for survival, rationed and precious beyond measure. By midday, when the sun reached its zenith and cast short shadows across the muddy village streets, Edith faced her second great challenge, creating something resembling a meal from virtually nothing. The moment was when the true genius of peasant cuisine revealed itself, not in exotic spices or elaborate preparations, but in the alchemical transformation of scraps into sustenance. Enter pottage, the unsung hero of medieval peasant survival. This wasn't a dish in any recognisable sense, but rather a constantly evolving cauldron of possibility that bubbled over the hearth from dawn until dusk. Modern food historians often dismiss pottage as peasant gruel, but their interpretation misses the sophisticated understanding of nutrition and resource management that made it the cornerstone of survival for millions. The base of any pottage began with water, precious, potentially dangerous water that had to be boiled to safety. Into this broth went whatever grains could be spared, oats, barley, and sometimes rye if the harvest had been generous. However, the true artistry began with what peasants referred to as the stretching, the careful addition of ingredients that would transform a pot of grain mush into something resembling nourishment. Edith would add herbs foraged from the woods, nettle leaves that provided iron and vitamins, wild garlic that added flavour and fought infection, and dandelion greens that supplied essential nutrients during the lean months when other vegetables weren't available. These weren't gourmet touches, they were medical necessities disguised as seasoning. Medieval peasants possessed an intuitive understanding of nutritional balance that wouldn't be scientifically validated for centuries. The transformation of pottage throughout the day revealed the sophisticated food management systems that peasant households developed. Morning pottage was thin and watery, designed to fill empty stomachs and provide quick energy for morning labour. By afternoon, it had thickened into something more substantial, with the addition of root vegetables like turnips, parsnips, or the occasional precious onion. Evening pottage achieved an almost stew-like consistency, incorporating any protein that could be obtained, a handful of dried beans, perhaps some eggs if the chickens were productive, or, in moments of celebration, actual meat. This constant evolution of the same basic dish reflected the peasants' understanding of thermodynamics long before anyone knew what it was. A single fire, carefully maintained throughout the day, could provide continuous cooking without the massive fuel expenditure required for multiple separate meals. The pottage pot became a kind of slow-cooking technology that maximised nutritional extraction from minimal ingredients. But pottage also served a psychological function that historians often overlook. In a world where most peasants often went to bed hungry, the constant presence of cooking provided them with emotional comfort. The aroma of herbs and simmering grains created an olfactory illusion of abundance even when actual food was scarce. This psychological dimension of peasant cuisine was crucial to mental survival during the long, brutal winters when actual starvation was a real possibility. The social aspects of pottage preparation revealed another layer of peasant survival strategy. Neighbours would borrow ingredients from each other, a turnip here, a handful of barley there, under the understanding that they would repay these loans when fortune reverted. These practices created a complex web of food-based social obligations that helped communities survive periods when individual families faced shortages. Different regions developed distinct pottage traditions that reflected local agricultural conditions and cultural preferences. Northern English peasants favoured oat-based pottages that provided the dense calories needed for harsh winters. Southern French peasants incorporated more legumes, taking advantage of longer growing seasons and different soil conditions. These regional variations were not a matter of taste, but rather of adaptation. Each represented generations of experimentation in the pursuit of optimal survival nutrition. The preparation of pottage also revealed the gender dynamics of medieval peasant households. While men dominated agricultural labour and interactions with the outside world, women controlled the domestic food systems, which made a crucial difference between survival and starvation. The knowledge of which wild plants were edible, which combinations of ingredients provided the best nutrition, and how to stretch limited resources through careful cooking techniques was passed down through maternal lineages like precious family secrets. When hunger clawed at their bellies with particular ferocity, medieval peasants faced a terrible choice: obey the law and starve, or risk death to feed their families. This wasn't melodrama, it was the stark reality of a legal system that criminalised survival itself. The forests that surrounded every medieval village, teeming with game and wild foods, were forbidden territory, where a desperate parent's attempt to feed hungry children could result in hanging. The Norman conquest of 1066 had brought with it the concept of forest law, a legal framework that claimed vast tracts of land exclusively for the king and nobility. These weren't just wooded areas, but entire ecosystems, including fields, streams and villages where peasants had foraged for generations. Suddenly the act of gathering nuts, berries or mushrooms, foods that had sustained communities for centuries, was deemed a crime punishable by death, mutilation or massive fines that could devastate entire families. Yet peasants developed an elaborate underground network of survival that operated in the shadows of these draconian laws. They created a parallel food system based on intimate knowledge of forest cycles, animal behaviour, and the movement patterns of forest officials. This wasn't random poaching, it was a sophisticated form of ecological management that required more skill and knowledge than most modern hunters possess. Consider the seasonal rhythms that governed illegal foraging. Spring brought the first edible greens, wild onions, young nettle shoots, and early berries that could supplement the depleted winter stores. Peasants learned to identify dozens of edible plants and their optimal harvesting times. They understood which mushrooms were safe, which tree bark could be ground into flour during famines, and which roots could be processed into emergency carbohydrates. The pursuit of protein required even greater skill and courage. Rabbits, abundant in the medieval countryside, were legally the property of landowners, but their warren systems were mapped and understood by peasant communities with military precision. Poachers developed silent trapping methods that left no trace, snares made from human hair that wouldn't reflect moonlight, deadfall traps constructed from natural materials that appeared accidental, and complex tracking systems that allowed them to monitor game movement without detection. Rivers and streams presented another battlefield in the war between survival and law. Fish were considered royal property, but peasant communities developed ingenious methods for catching them without leaving evidence. Night fishing with makeshift nets, the construction of temporary fish traps that could be quickly dismantled if officials approached, and the use of natural toxins that would stun fish without permanently harming the water supply. All of these techniques required knowledge passed down through generations of desperate families. But perhaps the most dangerous and sophisticated form of illegal food acquisition was organised deer poaching. Venison wasn't just meat, it was a symbol of nobility, legally reserved for the upper classes. The punishment for killing a deer could be death, yet organised poaching rings operated throughout medieval England and France. These weren't bands of desperate individuals, but carefully structured organisations with lookouts, specialised hunters, and distribution networks that could process and hide large quantities of meat. The social dynamics of illegal food acquisition revealed fascinating aspects of peasant community structure. Information about forest official movements was shared through subtle signals, the placement of stones on paths, specific bird calls, or messages embedded in seemingly innocent conversations at market. Women played crucial roles as lookouts and information gatherers, since their presence in villages was less suspicious than men disappearing into forests. Children were trained from an early age in the arts of silent movement and quick escape. They learned to identify edible plants and safe hiding places, becoming essential components of family survival strategies. These practices facilitated the generational transfer of illicit knowledge, which paralleled the formal education systems of the upper classes, but this knowledge was crucial for survival. The psychological toll of living constantly on the edge of legal disaster shaped peasant consciousness in profound ways. Every meal obtained through illegal means carried the flavour of potential doom. Families developed elaborate rituals for consuming forbidden foods, meals eaten in darkness, bones buried in secret locations, and evidence destroyed with methodical care. Such behaviour wasn't paranoia, but a rational response to a system where survival itself was criminalised. Weather patterns became essential information for the survival strategies of peasants. Stormy nights provided cover for risky foraging expeditions. Heavy snow might allow access to previously dangerous areas while covering tracks. The phases of the moon determined when certain activities were possible or suicidal. These variables created a complex calendar of opportunity and danger that governed the rhythm of illegal food acquisition. Summer's brief abundance presented medieval peasants with their greatest opportunity and most critical challenge, transforming a few precious months of plenty into fuel for survival through the dark, barren winter ahead. The task wasn't simply about storing food, it was about mastering the complex chemistry of preservation using techniques that represented centuries of accumulated wisdom about battling time, bacteria, and decay. The race against spoilage began with the earliest crops. Peasants understood that timing was everything. Harvest too early and you lost precious calories, too late and you lost everything to rot. They developed an intuitive grasp of plant chemistry that wouldn't be formally understood. Until modern times, it was important to know precisely when fruits reached their peak sugar content for optimal preservation, when vegetables achieved maximum nutritional density, and when grains contained the appropriate moisture levels for long-term storage. Salt was the gold standard of preservation, but for peasants it was nearly as precious as actual gold. The few pounds of salt a family could afford annually had to be allocated with mathematical precision. They developed elaborate hierarchies of preservation, which foods deserved precious salt treatment, which could be preserved through other methods, and which had to be consumed immediately despite their seasonal abundance. The salting process itself was an art form. Peasants created specialised salt boxes with precise ratios of salt to food, understanding that too little salt meant spoilage while too much meant waste of their most precious commodity. They learned to pack meat and fish in specific patterns that maximise preservation while minimising salt usage. Different cuts of meat required different salting techniques, knowledge passed down through generations of families who understood that a mistake in preservation could mean starvation months later. However, peasants also developed preservation techniques that did not require expensive materials. Smoking was the most common alternative, though it demanded constant attention and fuel. They built sophisticated smokehouses using locally available materials, understanding which woods produced the best preservative smoke and which combinations of temperature and humidity achieved optimal results. Applewood, oak and beech were prized for their antimicrobial properties and subtle flavours, while pine and other resinous woods were avoided for their bitter taste and potential toxicity. The construction of smokehouses revealed the collective nature of peasant preservation efforts. Individual families rarely had enough fuel or food to justify a complete smoking operation, so communities pooled resources. This created complex social arrangements where families contributed different elements. One provided the structure, another the fuel, and a third the technical knowledge, and shared the results according to elaborate formulas that ensured fairness while maximising efficiency. Drying represented another crucial preservation technology that peasants refined to scientific precision. They understood the relationship between air circulation, temperature, and humidity that determined successful drying versus dangerous spoilage. Vegetables were cut into specific shapes and sizes that maximised surface area while maintaining structural integrity. Combinations of salt water and honey treated the fruits, preventing browning and accelerating moisture loss. The physical infrastructure of drying required sophisticated understanding of architecture and meteorology. Peasant homes incorporated specialised drying areas, attic spaces with controlled ventilation, outdoor structures that could be adjusted for seasonal wind patterns, and indoor systems that took advantage of hearth heat without creating fire hazards. Despite their seemingly accidental appearance, these features are the result of meticulous planning and generations of accumulated engineering knowledge. Fermentation was perhaps the most sophisticated preservation technique available to peasants, though they didn't understand the scientific principles that made it work. They knew that certain combinations of vegetables, salt, and controlled environments produced foods that not only lasted through winter, but actually improved in flavour and nutritional value. Sauerkraut, pickled vegetables, and fermented grain products weren't luxuries but survival necessities. The process of fermentation required precise control of variables that peasants managed through careful observation and inherited wisdom. They understood which vessels produced the best results, which ambient temperatures were optimal, and which signs indicated successful fermentation versus dangerous spoilage. This knowledge was closely guarded and carefully transmitted, since a family's fermentation skills could mean the difference between survival and starvation. Storage technology represented another area where peasants demonstrated remarkable sophistication. Root cellars weren't simple holes in the ground, but carefully engineered systems that maintained optimal temperature and humidity for different types of preserved foods. They understood the principle of thermal mass, using stone and earth to create stable environments that protected food from both freezing and excessive heat. The organisation of stored food revealed the mathematical precision that governed peasant survival calculations. Families developed elaborate inventory systems that tracked not just what food was stored, but when it would spoil, which items needed to be consumed first, and how to rotate stocks to minimise waste. The result wasn't casual organisation, but life or death resource management that required constant attention and precise calculation. Food in medieval society wasn't just sustenance, it was a complex language that communicated social status, legal rights, and political power with ruthless precision. Every meal consumed, every ingredient accessed, and every cooking method employed carried messages about social hierarchy that were as clearly understood as any written law. For peasants, navigating this edible caste system meant understanding not just what they could eat, but what they were allowed to eat, as well as the severe consequences of transgressing these unwritten but strictly enforced boundaries. The medieval concept of sumptuary laws extended far beyond clothing regulations to encompass detailed restrictions on food consumption. These weren't suggestion, but legal requirements backed by the full force of feudal authority. Peasants were forbidden from consuming white bread, fresh meat from large game, imported spices, or refined sugar. Not. These items were unavailable, and consuming them represented an illegal attempt to assume the privileges of higher social classes. Consider the complex hierarchy of bread, which served as the most visible symbol of social stratification. At the pinnacle sat man-shaped bread, made from twice-sifted wheat flour so refined it achieved an almost ethereal whiteness. This was reserved exclusively for the highest nobility and clergy. Below those ranks came cheat bread, made from wheat flour sifted once, acceptable for lesser nobles and wealthy merchants. Peasants were legally restricted to maslin bread made from mixed grains or horse bread made from beans, oats, and whatever other grains could be scraped together. The enforcement of these bread laws was both systematic and brutal. Bakers who sold white bread to peasants faced severe penalties, including public humiliation, massive fines, or even imprisonment. Peasants caught consuming bread above their station could face accusations of theft, fraud, or attempting to falsely represent their social status, crimes that carried severe punishments in a society obsessed with maintaining rigid hierarchical boundaries. Meat consumption presented an even more complex web of legal and social restrictions. Law and custom carefully regulated the great slaughter that occurred each autumn. Nobles were entitled to the best cuts, such as the haunches, loins, and tender portions, which not only provided the best nutrition, but also served as symbols of power and authority. Peasants, if they gained access to meat at all, received the offal, bones, and scraps that nobles considered beneath their dignity. But even this access was conditional and regulated. Peasants couldn't simply slaughter their animals at will. Such decisions were subject to manor courts, feudal obligations, and seasonal restrictions that ensured the nobility maintained control over this precious resource. The timing of slaughter was dictated by feudal law, with peasants required to provide specified portions of their animals to their lords before they could consume any themselves. The social implications of spice consumption revealed another layer of this edible hierarchy. Imported spices, like pepper, cinnamon, and cloves weren't just expensive, they were symbols of international trade connections and political power that peasants were forbidden from accessing. The possession of such spices could be interpreted as evidence of theft, illegal trading, or fraudulent social pretension. Peasants who flavoured their food with expensive spices faced investigation into how they obtained such luxuries, often leading to accusations of serious crimes. These conditions created a parallel economy of flavour where peasants developed sophisticated techniques for creating intriguing tastes using only locally available, legally permissible ingredients. Wild herbs, forage seasonings, and creative combinations of permitted foods became the foundation of peasant cuisine, not by choice, but by legal necessity. The creativity of peasant cooking wasn't born from culinary ambition, but from the need to create palatable meals within the confines of rigid social restrictions. The concept of feast days revealed how even religious celebrations reinforced social hierarchy through food distribution. While the church preached equality before God, the practical reality of religious feasts created carefully structured events where social status determined what foods were distributed to whom. Nobles received the finest portions, wealthy merchants received good but secondary cuts, and peasants received whatever remained, if anything remained at all. Table manners and eating customs served as another method of enforcing social distinctions. Peasants weren't simply too poor to afford elaborate dining implements, they were legally and socially prohibited from using them. The possession of silver spoons, decorated plates, or refined serving vessels could be interpreted as theft or fraudulent social impersonation. Peasants ate with their hands or simple wooden implements, not just from necessity but from legal requirement. The distribution of food during times of scarcity revealed the most brutal aspects of this social hierarchy. During famines, food wasn't distributed based on need, but on social status. Nobles maintained their accustomed diets while peasants starved, not because there wasn't enough food to go around, but because the social order required that hierarchy be maintained even unto death. Peasants died of starvation while granaries owned by nobles remained full, protected by legal and military force. The psychological impact of this food-based social control was profound and deliberate. Every meal reminded peasants of their place in society. Every flavour they couldn't taste reinforced their subordinate status. And every feast they couldn't attend demonstrated their exclusion from full participation in community life. Food became a tool of social control more effective than any military force, creating a system where peasants internalized their subordination through daily acts of consumption. The medieval peasant's relationship with food was governed by a merciless seasonal cycle that swung between brief moments of relative abundance and long months of desperate scarcity. This cycle wasn't the gentle seasonal variation of modern agriculture, but a dramatic oscillation between survival and starvation that shaped every aspect of peasant consciousness, social organisation and spiritual life. Understanding this rhythm is critical for comprehending how peasants thought about food, time, and their place in the natural world. Spring arrived not as a gentle awakening, but as a competition against time and death. The hunger gap, those desperate weeks between the exhaustion of winter stores and the arrival of new crops, represented the most dangerous period in the peasant calendar. Families that had carefully rationed their preserved foods through the long winter months now faced the terrifying reality that their calculations might have been wrong. The period was when peasants were most likely to die, not from dramatic catastrophes but from the slow grinding process of starvation. The first edible greens of spring were literally lifesavers. Dandelion leaves, nettle shoots and wild onions weren't gathered for their flavour, but for their ability to provide essential nutrients to bodies weakened by months of minimal nutrition. Peasants developed encyclopedic knowledge of which plants emerged, when, which parts were edible, and how to process them into forms that provided maximum nutritional benefit. Their activity wasn't foraging for pleasure, but in emergency medicine disguised as food gathering. The arrival of the first crops created a psychological transformation as dramatic as the nutritional one. The appearance of young leeks, early cabbages, and the first grain shoots represented not just food, but hope itself. However, the temptation to consume these early crops immediately had to be balanced against the knowledge that premature harvesting meant reduced yields later. Peasants developed sophisticated self-control mechanisms that allowed them to resist immediate gratification in favour of long-term survival. Summer provided the peasants with the closest experience of abundance, yet even this was accompanied by anxiety. The brief months of plenty had to support not just immediate consumption, but the preservation efforts that would determine winter survival. The situation created a paradox, where the season of greatest food availability was also the season of most intense labour and worry. Every sunny day was precious for drying crops, every calm day crucial for harvesting grains, and every favourable wind essential for threshing. The social dynamics of summer abundance revealed the complex relationship between individual and community survival. While families competed for the best harvesting opportunities and preservation resources, they also recognised that community cooperation was essential for everyone's survival. Harvest traditions like cooperative grain cutting, shared threshing operations, and communal preservation activities weren't just social customs, but survival strategies that maximised everyone's chances of surviving the coming winter. Autumn brought the Great Reckoning, the time when peasant families had to calculate whether their preservation efforts had been sufficient. This wasn't a casual assessment, but a mathematical computation that literally determined who would live and who might die during the coming winter. Families that had miscalculated, either through poor planning, bad luck, or insufficient resources, faced the terrible decision of whether to consume their seed grain, the choice between surviving the current winter or having crops to plant in the spring. The autumn slaughter was perhaps the most emotionally complex aspect of the seasonal cycle. Animals that had been carefully tended through the summer, often developing relationships with their human caretakers, had to be killed and processed for what a winter of survival. This wasn't casual butchering, but a skilled process that required maximising the preservation value of every part of the animal. Nothing could be wasted. Bones were saved for broth, organs were preserved for winter protein, and even blood was captured and processed into sausages that provided essential iron during the lean months. Winter was the season of careful calculation and constant anxiety. Every meal consumed had to be weighed against the remaining stores and the weeks left to survive. Peasant families developed sophisticated rationing systems that ensured fair distribution while maximising survival chances. These weren't arbitrary rules, but carefully calculated formulas based on age, physical demands, and contribution to family survival. Children and elderly family members often received smaller portions, not from cruelty, but from the grim mathematics of survival. The psychological impact of this seasonal cycle created a unique relationship with time that differed fundamentally from modern experience. Peasants didn't plan for the future in abstract terms, but in the concrete calculations of survival. They thought in terms of seed time and harvest time, slaughter time, and preservation time. The calendar wasn't an administrative convenience, but a survival manual that dictated when to plant, when to harvest, when to preserve, and when to carefully ration dwindling supplies. Religious observances aligned with these seasonal rhythms, creating a spiritual framework that helped peasants cope with the psychological stress of their survival cycle. Harvest festivals weren't just celebrations, but community rituals that reinforced social bonds essential for winter survival. Lenten fasting coincided with the natural scarcity of late winter, transforming necessity into virtue and providing spiritual meaning for unavoidable suffering. The seasonal cycle also created distinct patterns of disease and mortality that shaped peasant understanding of life and death. Late winter and early spring saw the highest death rates as weakened bodies succumbed to the combined effects of malnutrition and seasonal illnesses. Summer brought different health challenges as the intense labour of harvest season strained bodies already weakened by previous deprivation. These patterns weren't random, but predictable consequences of the seasonal food cycle that governed peasant existence. The desperate innovations of medieval peasants, born from the daily struggle between survival and starvation, created a food legacy that continues to shape our world in ways most people never realise. The techniques they developed for maximising nutrition from minimal resources, the preservation methods they perfected through trial and error, and the social systems they created around food sharing became the foundation for modern agriculture, cuisine, and food security systems that we take for granted today. Consider the profound impact of peasant grain cultivation on modern agriculture. The mixed grain breads that peasants ate from necessity, combining wheat, barley, oats and rye, were nutritionally superior to the refined white breads consumed by the wealthy. Modern nutritional science has validated what peasants knew intuitively. Diverse grain combinations provide more complete protein profiles, better mineral absorption, and superior overall nutrition. Today's artisanal bread movement, with its emphasis on whole grains and complex fermentation, is essentially rediscovering peasant baking techniques refined over centuries of survival-driven innovation. The fermentation techniques that peasants developed to preserve vegetables through winter months became the foundation for modern food preservation industries. Sauerkraut, kimchi, pickled vegetables, and fermented dairy products all trace their lineage to peasant preservation methods. The controlled bacterial cultures that peasants learned to manage through careful observation and inherited wisdom were the precursors to modern understanding of beneficial microorganisms in food production. What we now call probiotics were simply the natural result of peasant fermentation techniques designed to prevent spoilage and maximize nutritional value. The peasant understanding of seasonal eating created food systems that modern environmentalists are only beginning to appreciate. Peasants ate locally out of necessity, consumed seasonally due to circumstance, and did not waste anything because they believed that waste meant death. Their actions created agricultural systems that were inherently sustainable, designed to maintain soil fertility, preserve seed varieties, and support local ecosystems. Modern movements toward local food production, seasonal eating, and zero-waste cooking are essentially attempts to recreate the sustainable food systems that peasants developed through centuries of resource scarcity. The social aspects of peasant food culture provided templates for community resilience that remain relevant today. The complex networks of food sharing, reciprocal obligations, and collective preservation efforts that peasant communities developed were sophisticated systems for managing scarcity and ensuring community survival. Modern food banks, community gardens, and cooperative buying organizations all echo the social innovations that peasants created to help their communities survive seasons of shortage. The medicinal use of food that peasants practiced, incorporating wild herbs, fermented foods, and specific plant combinations for health benefits, preceded modern understanding of functional foods and nutraceuticals by centuries. Peasants who added nettle to their pottage for iron, used fermented foods to aid digestion, and incorporated specific herbs to fight infection, were practicing preventive medicine through food choices. Modern research into the health benefits of traditional foods often validates peasant practices that were developed through empirical observation and passed down through generations. The peasant approach to cooking, maximizing flavor and nutrition from minimal ingredients through techniques like slow cooking, fermentation, and careful seasoning with wild herbs, became the foundation for many of the world's most celebrated cuisines. French peasant cooking, with its emphasis on slow-braised dishes, carefully preserved vegetables, and resourceful use of every part of an animal, provided the foundation for classical French cuisine. Italian peasant traditions of pasta making, cheese production, and vegetable preservation became the basis for one of the world's most influential culinary traditions. The preservation techniques that peasants perfected, smoking, salting, drying, and fermentation, remain the fundamental methods used in modern food production. Industrial food preservation often simply mechanizes and scales up the basic principles that peasants developed through necessity. The artisanal food movement emphasizes traditional preservation methods is essentially a return to peasant techniques that were abandoned during the industrialization of food production. The peasant understanding of plant breeding and seed selection, developed through careful observation of which plants produce the best yields under difficult conditions, provided the foundation for modern agricultural science. Peasants who saved seeds from their most productive plants, selected for disease resistance and climate adaptability, and maintained diverse varieties for different growing conditions were practicing plant breeding techniques that remain relevant today. Modern efforts to preserve heirloom varieties and maintain genetic diversity in crops often focus on varieties originally developed by peasant farmers. The lesson of peasant food culture extends beyond technique to philosophy. Peasants understood that food was precious, that waste was immoral, and that sharing resources was essential for community survival. These values, born from scarcity and necessity, created food cultures that were inherently respectful of natural resources and focused on community welfare rather than individual accumulation. As we face modern challenges of climate change, resource scarcity, and food insecurity, the wisdom embedded in peasant food systems becomes increasingly relevant. Their techniques for maximizing nutrition from minimal resources, their understanding of sustainable agricultural practices, and their social systems for ensuring community food security provide helpful information about creating resilient food systems in an uncertain world. The story of what peasants ate is ultimately the story of human ingenuity in the face of adversity, community cooperation in times of scarcity, and the development of food systems that sustained civilization through its most challenging periods. Their legacy lives on not just in the foods we eat and the techniques we use, but in the fundamental understanding that food is both a necessity for survival and a foundation for community, culture, and human dignity. In remembering their struggles and innovations, we honour not just their memory, but the ongoing human challenge of feeding ourselves and our communities with wisdom, sustainability, and justice. Imagine yourself standing on a frozen ocean that stretches beyond the horizon in every direction, with the sun on a 4-month vacation. There is no gentle dawn to wake you up, no sunset to signal bedtime, just an endless twilight that leaves you questioning whether you've accidentally broken time itself. Welcome to the polar night, where Arctic explorers from the 1800s and early 1900s learned that surviving winter meant mastering the art of sleeping when your body had absolutely no idea what time it was supposed to be. These weren't your typical camping trips where you could just check your phone for the weather forecast and head home if things got dicey. Once the ice locked their ships in place, they were committed to riding out the darkness like passengers on the world's most uncomfortable cruise ship. The thing about polar night is that it doesn't just mean dark. It means your circadian rhythm, that internal clock that tells you when to feel sleepy, gets tossed around like a snow globe in a blizzard. Imagine trying to maintain a normal sleep schedule when your brain keeps insisting it's either perpetually dawn or perpetually midnight, depending on its mood that day. However, this is where the situation becomes intriguing. These explorers did not simply retreat to a corner and await the arrival of spring. They developed elaborate routines and rituals around sleep that would make a luxury hotel concierge jealous. They had to, because proper rest meant the difference between waking up refreshed and ready to chip ice off the ship's hull or waking up so disoriented you might try to put your boots on your hands. Take the crew of HMS Erebus and Terror during Franklin's expedition, or the men aboard Nansen's Fram. They discovered that creating artificial rhythms was like teaching your body a new dance. Awkward at first, but eventually it would catch on. Ship's bells became their metronome, marking time in a world where natural time had temporarily ceased to exist. The sleeping quarters themselves were marvels of cramped ingenuity. Picture trying to design a bedroom inside a wooden icebox that's constantly creaking and groaning as ice pressure squeezes the hull. Your bedroom might be a space no bigger than a modern walk-in closet, shared with 2 or 3 other explorers who probably hadn't had a proper bath in months. Romance was not in the air, more like a mixture of unwashed wool, seal oil, and that particular mustiness that develops when damp things never quite have the chance to dry out. The beds themselves were often just wooden frames with rope or canvas stretched across them, layered with whatever they could acquire for padding. Some expeditions were lucky enough to have proper mattresses stuffed with horsehair or cotton, but more often than not you were sleeping on a collection of blankets, furs, and whatever extra clothing you weren't currently wearing. It was like playing Tetris with your comfort level. How many layers could you add before you couldn't actually move? Speaking of layers, the clothing situation presented its own unique challenges. You couldn't just strip down to your pyjamas when the temperature inside your shelter hovered around freezing on a good day. Instead, explorers developed a complex system of removing just enough clothing to avoid overheating, while keeping enough on to prevent becoming a popsicle if the heat source failed during the night. The unexpected thing about all this discomfort is that it created a strange kind of camaraderie. When everyone is equally miserable and equally determined to survive, you develop a shared sense of humour about the absurdity of your situation. These men would write in their journals about the particular art of getting comfortable when comfortable was purely a relative term, like being the warmest person in a meat freezer. Now let's discuss the evening routine of an Arctic explorer, because getting ready for bed in the polar night was less like your modern ritual of brushing teeth, and more like preparing for a delicate scientific experiment. First, there was the question of when exactly bedtime occurred. Without the sun's reliable schedule, ship captains had to impose artificial structure, usually maintaining the same watch schedules they'd used during normal sailing. This meant that somewhere around what would have been the evening in the civilized world, you'd hear the call for the evening watch change, and you'd know it was time to begin the elaborate process of transforming yourself from a working explorer into something vaguely resembling a person ready for sleep. The first challenge was heat management. Throughout the day, you'd been active, which generated body heat from your movements. The initial challenge was managing heat. Throughout the day you'd been active, generating body heat through your movements. Now you needed to devise a method to maintain warmth while remaining still for 8 hours. This necessitated a strategy that would impress even a chess grandmaster. Utilising too many blankets would result in waking up sweating, which, in sub-zero temperatures, would lead to a chilling experience as that moisture transformed into your personal ice sculpture. The above scenario required a strategy that would make a chess grandmaster proud. Too many blankets and you'd wake up sweating, which in sub-zero temperatures meant you'd then wake up freezing, as that moisture turned into your personal ice sculpture. Insufficient blankets would result in a night spent shivering, akin to a chihuahua caught in a snowstorm. Smart explorers learned to create a layering system that they could adjust throughout the night. They'd start with their base layer of wool undergarments, and yes, they slept in them, because taking them off meant losing precious body heat and then having to warm up freezing fabric against your skin in the morning, which was about as pleasant as it sounds. Over this they'd add a flannel shirt or wool sweater, then their outer layer might be a thick wool coat or fur parka that could be opened or closed depending on how the night was treating them. The really experienced Arctic sleepers learned to position extra clothing within arm's reach, creating a buffet of warmth options they could grab without fully waking up. Then came the delicate art of sharing body heat without driving your bunkmates absolutely insane. In the smaller shelters and ships, you might be sleeping close enough to your companions that you could hear every snore, every toss and turn, and every muttered dream about warm beds back home. Some explorers became legendary for their ability to sleep through anything, a skill that probably saved more friendships than any amount of good intentions. The bedding situation itself was like solving a daily puzzle. Fur sleeping bags, when available, were prized possessions. Reindeer hide was particularly coveted because it provided insulation even when damp, and staying dry was often more of a hope than a reality. But most expeditions had to make do with wool blankets, which worked well until they got wet, at which point they became about as useful for warmth as a wet towel. Some clever explorers figured out that creating a small tent within their larger shelter could trap their body heat more effectively. They'd rig up canvas or extra blankets to create a personal cocoon, like building a fort as a child, except this fort might literally save your life. The mental preparation for sleep was just as important as the physical preparation. You had to train your mind to ignore the constant sounds of the ice, the grinding, cracking and groaning that could sound like the world was slowly tearing itself apart just outside your thin walls. Experienced Arctic explorers learned to consider these sounds almost comforting, like a very strange form of white noise that meant the ice was moving, but not necessarily threatening their immediate survival. Here's something that might surprise you. Eating in the Arctic wasn't just about staying fed, it was about staying sane. When you're trapped in endless darkness with the same handful of people for months on end, mealtime becomes the highlight of your day, your entertainment, your social hour, and occasionally your only reminder that you're still part of the human race. But let's start with the practical side, because Arctic nutrition was like trying to fuel a car with whatever you could find in your garage. These explorers needed massive amounts of calories to keep their bodies generating heat, but they were working with preserved foods that had been packed months or even years earlier, back when someone was optimistically assuming they'd still be edible by the time they were needed. The staples included items such as salt pork, hardtack and pemmican, an incredibly nutritious and appetizing combination of dried meat, fat and berries. Imagine trying to get excited about dinner when your options are leathery meat brick or crackers that require soaking in hot water before they won't break your teeth. But here's where human ingenuity kicks in. These men became surprisingly creative with their limited ingredients. Ship's cooks, who were often just regular crew members with slightly more enthusiasm for not poisoning everyone, learned to stretch their supplies with elaborate stews and soups that could make a small piece of preserved meat feel like a feast when padded out with whatever vegetables they'd managed to keep from freezing solid. The preservation methods themselves were fascinating and slightly terrifying. Before refrigeration, they relied on salt, smoking, and the Arctic's natural freezer temperatures to keep food safe. This meant that opening a barrel of salt pork was like unwrapping a present. I never knew whether I would find perfectly preserved meat or something that had developed its own ecosystem during the journey. Fresh food became the subject of dreams and intricate planning. Some expeditions brought live animals, chickens, pigs, even cows, which provided fresh eggs, milk, or meat for as long as they could be kept alive in the freezing conditions. But keeping livestock alive in the Arctic was like trying to run a farm inside a freezer, and it required constant attention and creativity. Hunting became both a necessity and a psychological lifeline. Fresh seal, walrus or polar bear meat wasn't just nutrition, it was proof that you could still interact with the world beyond your floating ice prison. The taste of fresh meat after weeks of preserved rations was apparently transformative, akin to discovering colour after living in a world of black and white. The cooking facilities range from ingenious to barely functional. Small expeditions might have just a single oil lamp or alcohol stove that served double duty for cooking and heating. Larger ships were equipped with functional galley stoves, but maintaining their fuel supply required constant balancing between maintaining warmth and ensuring sufficient energy to prepare hot meals. Hot beverages became almost sacred. Tea, coffee and hot chocolate weren't just drinks, they were liquid comfort, warmth you could hold in your hands and feel spreading through your chest. Many explorers wrote about the ritual of their morning hot drink with an almost religious reverence, describing how that first sip could transform their mood and energy for the entire day. Water itself was often an adventure. You couldn't just turn on a tap, you had to melt ice or snow, which sounds simple until you realise that snow can contain all sorts of interesting things. From wind-blown dirt to organic matter you'd rather not think about too hard. Some expeditions set up elaborate systems for collecting and melting clean ice, while others just grabbed whatever was handy and hoped for the best. Mealtime in the Arctic wasn't just about nutrition, it was about maintaining your humanity in a place that seemed designed to strip it away. When you're living in a space smaller than most modern apartments with a group of men who haven't had privacy in months, sharing food becomes a delicate social dance that could make or break the expedition's morale. The dinner hour was often the only time when the entire crew would gather in one place, creating a temporary sense of community that helped combat the isolation and claustrophobia of their situation. Picture trying to have a civilized conversation while balancing a tin plate on your lap, sitting on a wooden crate in a room that's swaying slightly as the ice shifts around your ship, with the temperature just warm enough that your breath doesn't fog but cold enough that your food starts cooling the moment it hits your plate. But these men developed their own etiquette for these strange circumstances. There were unspoken rules about portion sharing, about who got first access to the warmest spot near the stove, and about how to politely ignore it when someone's table manners deteriorated under the stress of extreme conditions. The successful expeditions were often the ones where these social boundaries were respected, even when, especially when, everyone was tired, cold, and probably a little bit crazy. Some ship captains understood the importance of maintaining ceremony even in the wilderness. They'd insist on certain formalities, saying grace, waiting for everyone to be served before starting, attempting to maintain conversation that went beyond the day's work tasks. These small rituals helped preserve the feeling that they were still civilized human beings temporarily visiting the Arctic, rather than slowly transforming into something else entirely. The menu planning was often a source of both creativity and frustration. Cooks had to balance nutrition with morale, which meant sometimes using precious supplies to create special meals for holidays or celebrations. Christmas dinner in the Arctic was an exercise in making magic from mundane ingredients, transforming salt pork and hardtack into something that could at least remind everyone of home, even if it didn't actually taste like it. Trade and bartering became common within the crew. Someone might trade their ration of sugar for extra tobacco, or exchange a portion of their meat allocation for someone else's dried fruit. These small economies helped people feel like they still had some control over their circumstances, some ability to make choices about their daily experience. The conversation during meals ranged from practical discussions about the next day's work to elaborate storytelling sessions where crew members would share tales from their past adventures, their homes, and their plans for when they returned to civilization. These stories served multiple purposes. They were entertainment, they were a way to share knowledge and experience, and they were a method of keeping memories of the outside world alive during the long isolation. Some expeditions developed traditions around food that helped mark the passage of time. Special meals for Sundays, birthday celebrations with whatever small luxuries could be spared, and competitions to see who could create the most interesting dish from standard rations. These traditions created structure and anticipation in a world where every day could otherwise feel exactly the same. The clean-up after meals was its own challenge. Washing dishes when water has to be heated from ice and then disposed of carefully You can't just dump dirty dishwater anywhere when you're trying to keep your living space sanitary, meant that every pot and plate represented a significant investment of time and fuel. Food storage became a constant concern and occasional source of drama. Supplies had to be carefully rationed and protected from both spoilage and the occasional crew member who might be tempted to help themselves to extra rations during a moment of weakness. The person in charge of the food supplies held one of the most important and sometimes most unpopular positions on the expedition. Let's get back to the sleeping situation, because the relationship between Arctic explorers and their beds was complicated, intimate, and often frustrating, like a romance novel written in a freezer. Your sleeping area wasn't just where you rested, it was your private space, your sanctuary, and sometimes your only escape from the constant company of your fellow explorers. The architecture of Arctic sleeping was an art form born from necessity. In larger expeditions with proper ships, you might have a hammock strung in the crew quarters, swaying gently with the movement of ice pressing against the hull. The rhythm could be soothing, like being rocked to sleep, until the ice decided to shift more dramatically, and suddenly you were experiencing what felt like sleeping in a paint mixer. Smaller expeditions, or those who had to abandon their ships, created sleeping arrangements that would challenge even the most creative interior designer. Snow houses, when properly built, could actually be quite cosy. The snow provided insulation, and body heat could warm the interior to almost comfortable temperatures. But almost comfortable, when you're talking about sleeping in a snow house, still means you're basically camping inside a very elaborate ice cube. The bedtime routine in these conditions required strategic thinking that would impress a military logistics officer. You had to time your preparation just right. Too early, and you'd lie awake in your confined space getting claustrophobic. Too late, and you'd be fumbling with frozen buckles and ties in the dark while your body heat disappeared into the Arctic air. Getting undressed for sleep was like performing a magic trick in reverse. You had to remove layers without losing the warmth those layers had been trapping, then quickly burrow into your sleeping arrangements before your body temperature could drop. Some explorers became remarkably skilled at this process, able to transition from fully dressed to properly bedded down in just a few minutes. The sharing of sleeping spaces created its own etiquette and occasional comedy. When you're pressed close enough to your fellow explorer that you can feel their breathing and hear every shift they make during the night, you develop a heightened awareness of personal habits that you probably never wanted to know about. Some men, like human icebergs, seem to absorb warmth from the air around them, while others, like natural furnaces, generated heat that could warm their neighbours. Snoring became both a blessing and a curse in these tight quarters. On one hand, steady snoring could provide a rhythmic backdrop that helped mask other disturbing sounds from outside. On the other hand, when you were already struggling to sleep in uncomfortable conditions, listening to someone sawing logs 2 feet from your ear could drive you to the edge of sanity. The dreams that came in Arctic sleep were often more vivid and strange than normal dreams, probably due to the combination of stress, unusual sleeping conditions and diet changes. Many explorers wrote about remarkably detailed dreams of home, of warm beds, of foods they missed, of summer days that felt impossibly distant. These dreams could be either a blessing, providing mental escape from their harsh reality, or torture, making the morning awakening even more difficult. Waking up in Arctic conditions required its own set of survival skills. The transition from whatever warmth you'd managed to accumulate during the night to the reality of sub-zero air was like jumping into a cold pool, except the pool was your entire living environment. Some explorers learned to keep essential items within reach so they could partially dress while still under their covers, extending the warmth as long as possible. The condition of your bedding became crucial to your well-being and morale. Damp blankets or sleeping furs could become frozen solid overnight, creating a choice between sleeping with frozen bedding or taking the time and fuel to thaw and dry everything before sleep. Assuming you had the resources to do so, personal sleeping accessories became precious possessions. A comfortable pillow made from extra clothing or whatever soft materials were available could mean the difference between rest and a night of neck pain. Some explorers fashioned wooden supports or repurposed their boots as makeshift pillows, resulting in inventive solutions that may amuse modern campers, but were crucial for their comfort in those harsh conditions. Living through the polar night meant developing an entirely new relationship with time, consciousness, and what it means to be awake or asleep. When the sun disappears for months, your body's natural rhythms don't just get confused, They stage a full rebellion that would make a toddler's tantrum look like a model of emotional regulation. The psychological effects of endless darkness were something these early explorers had to navigate without any of the scientific understanding we have today about seasonal affective disorder or circadian rhythm disruption. They just knew that after a few weeks of continuous twilight, their minds started playing tricks on them in ways that range from mildly annoying to genuinely concerning. Some men found themselves sleeping at odd hours, wide awake when they should have been worn out, or sleeping for much longer or shorter periods than normal. Others experienced a kind of dreamy wakefulness, where the boundaries between sleeping and waking became blurred, like living in a constant state of just having awakened from a nap but never feeling fully alert. The smart expedition leaders learned to create artificial rhythms to help their crews maintain some semblance of normal sleep patterns. This might mean maintaining strict watch schedules, requiring everyone to be present for meals at specific times, or creating evening activities that helped signal to the brain that bedtime was approaching even when the light outside hadn't changed in weeks. Reading became both a blessing and a challenge during these long nights. Those expeditions lucky enough to have brought books found that reading could help pass the time and provide mental stimulation, but reading by oil lamp or candlelight in cold conditions was demanding on the eyes and required careful management of precious fuel supplies. Some men would save their reading for just before sleep, using it as a mental transition activity, while others found that reading made them more alert when they needed to be winding down. The development of indoor games and activities became crucial for mental health during the long darkness. Card games, storytelling sessions, and music, if anyone had brought instruments, served a dual purpose as both entertainment and markers of the passage of time. Knowing that every evening after dinner there would be a card game or story session helped create the rhythm that the missing sun could no longer provide. Personal hygiene during these extended periods became both more challenging and more important than you might expect. When you're living in close quarters with the same people for months, small issues can become major problems. But washing in sub-zero temperatures with limited water supplies required planning and motivation that could be difficult to maintain when you were already struggling with the psychological effects of isolation and darkness. Some explorers found that maintaining small personal rituals helped them cope with the disorientation of endless night. This might mean keeping a detailed journal, maintaining a specific morning routine regardless of what the light outside looked like, or dedicating time each day to some form of physical exercise within the confined spaces of their shelter. The quality of sleep during polar night often differed from that of normal sleep. Many explorers reported more vivid dreams, more frequent waking during the night, and a general sense that their sleep was less restful, even when they managed to receive adequate hours of rest. This change was probably due to the combination of stress, the unfamiliar environment, and the disruption of normal light-dark cycles that help regulate deep sleep. Temperature regulation during sleep became a complex dance that required constant adjustment. The inside of shelters could vary dramatically in temperature depending on wind conditions, the effectiveness of heating sources, and how well the structure was insulated. Learning to sleep comfortably despite these fluctuations was a skill that separated the successful Arctic sleepers from those who spent their nights tossing and turning. The sounds of the Arctic night created their own soundtrack for sleep. Beyond the ice sounds we mentioned earlier, there were wind patterns, the sounds of other crew members moving around, the occasional animal noise from outside, and the various creaks and settling sounds of their shelter. Learning to identify which sounds were normal and which might indicate a problem became part of the bedtime mental routine. Eventually, every Arctic explorer had to master the art of waking up when morning was purely a theoretical concept. Without the sun's gentle nudging, or even the promise of daylight to motivate getting out of your warm cocoon, starting each day became an act of pure willpower that would challenge even the most disciplined person. The wake-up call in Arctic expeditions was usually artificial, a ship's bell, someone calling out, or simply the gradually increasing activity of other crew members starting their day. But responding to these cues when your body had no natural reason to believe it was morning required developing mental tricks that modern shift workers would recognize and appreciate. Smart explorers learned to prepare for morning the night before, laying out clothes in order, keeping essential items within easy reach, and most importantly, having a plan for the first few minutes after waking that would get them moving before the cold could fully register and convince them to burrow back under their covers for just 5 more minutes that could easily stretch into hours. The first task of the Arctic morning was usually rekindling or tending to heating sources that had been banked overnight. This meant someone had to be brave enough to leave their warm sleeping area and venture into the coldest part of the shelter to coax fires back to life or light oil lamps. This thankless but crucial job often rotated among crew members, or was taken on by early risers who found it easier to get moving once they were already up and active. Breakfast in the Arctic wasn't just the first meal of the day. It was proof that you had successfully survived another night and were ready to face whatever challenges the endless twilight might bring. Hot drinks were especially important in the morning, providing internal warmth that helped motivate the body to continue functioning when external conditions were consistently hostile. Getting dressed in Arctic conditions was like putting on armour for battle against the elements. The process had to be done efficiently to avoid losing body heat, but also carefully to ensure that all layers were properly arranged and that nothing was forgotten. Wet or improperly worn clothing could be dangerous, so the morning dressing routine became a practice sequence that each explorer perfected through experience. Personal grooming in the Arctic morning was often reduced to the absolute basics, but maintaining some standards helped preserve morale and dignity. A quick wash with melted snow water, combing hair, and tending to any minor injuries or frostbite concerns. These small acts of self-care helped maintain the psychological boundary between survival mode and simply giving up on civilization entirely. The transition from the relative shelter of sleeping areas to the full reality of Arctic conditions was always a shock, no matter how many times you'd experienced it. Stepping outside for necessary tasks meant facing air that could literally take your breath away, wind that felt like it was trying to strip the warmth from your body, and a landscape that remained unforgivingly beautiful and hostile. But here's the remarkable thing about these Arctic explorers. They developed not just the skills to survive these conditions, but often a strange appreciation for the unique experience they were living. Many wrote about moments of unexpected beauty, the play of aurora across the sky during clear nights, the intricate patterns of ice formation, and the profound silence that could only be found in places far from civilization. As you settle into your own warm bed tonight, in a room with electric lights and central heating, with the promise of dawn just hours away, you can appreciate both how far we've come and how remarkable those early Arctic explorers truly were. They faced months of darkness and cold with nothing but wool, oil lamps and human determination. They turned survival into an art form and somehow managed to maintain their humanity in conditions that seemed designed to strip it away. Their legacy isn't just the geographical knowledge they gained or the routes they mapped, but the proof that human beings can adapt to almost anything when they have to, and that sometimes the most important survival tool is the ability to find humour and camaraderie even when you're sleeping in what amounts to a very expensive ice cube. So as you drift off to sleep in your comfortable bed, perhaps you'll spare a thought for those brave souls who spent their nights in the endless Arctic darkness, sharing warmth and stories, and the simple comfort of knowing that morning would come eventually, even if the sun had temporarily forgotten how to rise. Frederic Chopin's story begins in the modest village of Żelazowa Wola, Poland, where he was born around March 1st, 1810, though some documents note February 22nd. The region was steeped in cultural richness and political upheaval, with Warsaw nearby and the territory under the shadow of the Russian Empire. Chopin's father, Nicholas, was a Frenchman, teaching language and manners to Polish nobility, while his mother, Justina, was a Polish gentlewoman whose calm sense of tradition anchored their household. In that setting, Polish folklore mingled with European musical forms. Even in infancy, Chopin absorbed these influences, as if the rhythmic footsteps of villagers and distant folk melodies wove into his subconscious. Though unremarkable at first glance, the family's small home resonated with reverence for art. The piano, a battered upright, became young Frederic's first beloved companion, opening onto imaginative worlds he'd conjure in quiet mornings. Around 6, Chopin's prodigious talent drew attention from family friends and local aristocrats. In a society that revered salon culture, a gifted child at the piano was mythic. He played short pieces at gatherings, shyly but assuredly, winning over curious onlookers who watched in mild disbelief. Even then, his playing transcended mere youthful charm. He displayed a depth that hinted at hidden wells of sensitivity. His teacher, Wojciech Żywny, noted the boy's special relationship with melody, which seemed to flow through him without the stiffness typical of child prodigies. Beyond his domestic sphere, Poland itself was navigating a fragile identity. The Napoleonic Wars had left scars across Europe. Although too young to grasp politics, Chopin sensed the patriotism and longing carried by adults around him. Through his mother's lullabies and whispered family stories, the notion of a lost homeland became a melodic thread weaving through his emerging consciousness. Chopin's sister, Ludwika, often joined him at the piano. Family duets turned into moments of shared creativity, honing Frederic's ability to communicate through sound. Here, his earliest compositions took shape, short, sometimes clumsy preludes to the refined expressions he would later craft. Yet these embryonic works already displayed what would become his hallmark: graceful lines and a certain bittersweet tension between major and minor. He performed publicly for the first time around age 7, playing a concert in Warsaw. Though such appearances could be dismissed as novelty, Chopin avoided the fate of child prodigies who fade once the novelty wanes. He possessed a seriousness and poetic restraint rare in children. Observers began to regard him as a symbol of Poland's hopes, a delicate, steadfast light for a land overshadowed by external forces. Despite the growing acclaim, the Chopin household valued stability. Nicholas and Justina refused to exploit their son's talent, allowing only select performances while ensuring a rigorous academic education. Literature, history, and language formed the backdrop to Chopin's musical studies, broadening his imagination and refining his sensibilities. Piano practice remained constant, punctuating daily life. Occasionally, he would present a short polonaise or mazurka at family gatherings, each piece tinged with local rhythms reframed through his evolving style. Youthful curiosity led him beyond his surroundings. Brief visits to Warsaw introduced a more cosmopolitan musical scene. Though still young, he encountered professional musicians, aristocrats, and intellectuals in salons. These glimpses of city life left a strong impression. He realized that an artistic future might extend beyond village confines. Yet he retained a deep tie to Poland's cultural soul. This duality, rooted in Poland's provincial heart while edging toward Europe's wider possibilities, would shape his entire career. For the moment, though, he was just a boy at the piano, enthralled by the promise of music that echoed far beyond any single room. Whispers about this gentle prodigy stirred questions. Could he be Poland's next great musical figure, a voice of national identity wrapped in delicate harmonies? Only time and Chopin's unfolding genius would reveal the answer. In these formative years, no one could anticipate the complex trajectory that lay ahead. But in the whispers of the local gatherings where merchants and travelling performers converged, an unspoken consensus emerged. Young Frederic was different, far from the typical parlour show-off. He conveyed a delicate empathy through his keyboard that spoke to people's private joys and sorrows. Each note he played seemed to carry a gentle sense of yearning, as though bridging the gap between ephemeral childhood and the adult complexities lurking beyond the horizon. His parents, though pleased by the modest celebrity he garnered, were deeply protective. Those who watched felt stirred in his recitals, as if Poland spoke through his hands. Chopin's teenage years were marked by a widening world, one in which he began to see the possibilities and pressures that came with his growing reputation. By the time he was in his early teens, Warsaw itself had become a kind of secondary classroom. He frequented the city more often, absorbing the salon culture in ways that surpassed mere piano demonstrations. He observed how aristocrats, intellectuals, and artists interacted, not just in the formal sense of performance, but in their private, candid conversations about politics, literature, and the future of the nation perpetually under watch. In these salon gatherings, Chopin was at first a curiosity, an unassuming, somewhat delicate figure who produced music that seemed too profound for his youthful appearance. But as he refined his style, he earned respect as a musician, rather than just a novelty. His performances, often intimate affairs, displayed a sensitivity that was starting to take shape in his original compositions. While still shaped by the classical frameworks he'd studied, his work also blended Polish musical elements with a new harmonic language. This evolution thrilled those who heard him, and the novelty of his youth gave way to genuine admiration of his craft. By 1826, Chopin enrolled at the Warsaw Conservatory under Józef Elsner. Elsner, a composer of some renown, recognised the uniqueness of his students' musical instincts. Rather than imposing rigid expectations, Elsner fostered a gentle discipline, guiding Chopin toward an understanding of form and counterpoint that would serve as the backbone for his stylistic experimentation. In so doing, Elsner fulfilled two crucial roles. He acted both as a guardrail, preventing Chopin from drifting into mere fanciful improvisations, and as a doorway, encouraging the young musician to trust his own artistic impulses. Yet Chopin's life in Warsaw was not all about study. He mingled with peers, engaged in spirited debates, and, according to some letters, even enjoyed the light-hearted distractions typical of youth: dances, outdoor excursions, late-night banter. This balance between earnest scholarship and playful socializing kept him grounded. Friends who remembered him from that time recalled a gentle, witty personality who could draw out laughter just as easily as tears with his piano playing. Still, a restlessness stirred within him. Poland's political situation seemed forever precarious, and he felt a tug to experience life beyond Warsaw's boundaries. A trip to Berlin in 1828 offered a hint of what awaited him outside his homeland. Though brief, it introduced him to broader circles of culture and music, sparking a sense of wanderlust. Upon returning, he began formulating plans to travel more extensively, both for artistic growth and for practical reasons. Warsaw, supportive though it was, could only offer so much in terms of career prospects. In 1829, he journeyed to Vienna, the Austrian capital, with its illustrious musical lineage. Mozart, Beethoven, Schubert was a magnet for ambitious young composers. Chopin found himself in a bustling hub where concerts and operas were daily fare. Overwhelmed yet inspired, he tested his mettle by giving performances, each carefully arranged to capitalise on the city's appetite for novelty. Although he was met with critical approval, he also confronted the reality that audiences here were accustomed to spectacle and virtuosity on a grand scale. Chopin's style, intimate and subtly shaded, was unusual by comparison. Nonetheless, local critics praised his nuanced touch and originality. Encouraged, he contemplated making Vienna his base for a longer stretch, but events in Poland soon demanded his attention. Rumours of upheaval floated through Europe, hinting that the Polish struggle for autonomy might erupt into open conflict. Torn between an ambition to explore foreign stages and loyalty to his homeland, Chopin briefly returned to Warsaw in late 1830. Around that time, the November Uprising, an armed rebellion against Russian rule, shattered the foundations of Polish society. While Chopin debated his next steps, friends and family urged him to secure his future abroad, believing that fulfilling his musical potential would serve Poland's cultural pride just as effectively as taking up arms. Thus began the departure that would define his life. In the autumn of 1830, Chopin left Poland for Vienna once again, carrying with him a small box of earth from his native soil, an emblem of his deep attachment to his homeland. As he travelled, he felt a swirl of emotions: excitement, trepidation, sorrow. He watched the landscapes shift as he crossed borders, his piano improvisations echoing the uncertainties of a life in transit. Yet at this point, few realised how profoundly this step would echo in Chopin's life. By the early 1830s, Paris had emerged as the glittering epicentre of European art, intellect and revolution. For Frederic Chopin, who recently arrived from Poland in turmoil, the city felt both overwhelming and inviting. He entered a community of writers, painters and fellow composers, all converging in the capital's salons, those vibrant, often unpredictable hives of conversation and performance. To a young exile burdened by homesickness, Paris offered both a refuge and a blank canvas on which to shape his public identity. Almost immediately, Chopin sensed the city's dual nature. It was as much a whirlwind of self-promotion and social manoeuvring as it was a crucible of high art. Hostesses of these gatherings vied for intriguing guests, and initially, Chopin's Polish origins and refined keyboard approach made him a sought-after novelty. Yet he soon learned that success in Paris demanded more than raw talent. It required a flair for presentation and the ability to navigate cliques. Determined to avoid being overshadowed by showier performers, he maintained his intimate style while allowing curious audiences to glimpse his romantic mystique. Fortunately, his music spoke on his behalf. Listeners were entranced by the delicate interplay of melody and harmony that defined his early works. Paris, still reeling from the July Revolution and swept up in a romantic fervour, was primed to celebrate emotion in art. Chopin's pieces, simultaneously subtle and impassioned, fit this cultural moment. Amid the murmur of conversation in cramped drawing rooms, he introduced a distinctly Polish flavour through his mazurkas and polonaises. These forms, coloured by folk rhythms and patriotic longing, offered a window into a homeland many Parisians knew little about. However, achieving financial stability was not an effortless task. Chopin turned to teaching piano, an enterprise he approached with meticulous care. Unlike typical drills, his lessons emphasised musical poetry, guiding students to hear the emotional undercurrent in every phrase. News of his abilities as an instructor spread, and soon wealthy families sought him out. Teaching, though time-consuming, ensured a steady income that freed him from the strain of large-scale concertizing, a format he never fully embraced. Indeed, Chopin's preferred venue was not the grand concert hall, but the intimate salon, where he could sense the subtle reactions of a small audience. His approach, sometimes described as whisper-like, asked listeners to lean in rather than lean back. Critics who anticipated bravura criticised him for his lack of force. Yet among the growing group of admirers, there was consensus that force was never his aim. In an era enthralled by personal expression, Chopin's delicate phrasing offered a different kind of power, one that was internal, reflective, and quietly revolutionary. During these formative years in Paris, he forged relationships that would shape his legacy. One such bond developed with Franz Liszt, a flamboyant Hungarian pianist whose colossal sound and stage theatrics contrasted sharply with the Chopin's reserve. Nevertheless, the two men found common ground, admiring each other's artistry and occasionally playing together. Their contrasting styles reflected the diversity of romantic music, Liszt's dramatic scale balanced by the Chopin's interior landscapes. Chopin also crossed paths with figures like Hector Berlioz, whose sweeping symphonies embodied the era's thirst for grandeur. While their creative visions diverged, these encounters deepened Chopin's understanding of music's many possibilities. In a city teeming with restless minds, he soaked up discussions of aesthetics, politics, and philosophy. Late-night gatherings could spark friendships or feuds, but for Chopin they offered continual insight into the forces shaping contemporary thought. Yet under the polished routine of teaching and performing, Chopin carried the weight of displacement. Letters reveal his lingering sorrow over Poland's struggles, an ache that wove itself into his most poignant compositions. Even as he gained acclaim in Paris, he wrestled with guilt at having left his homeland. This tension between a new life of opportunity and an old world in turmoil fueled his artistic spirit. Ultimately, it was this confluence of exile and acceptance, longing and fulfillment, that birthed his most enduring works. In the midst of this growing success, however, Chopin had no inkling that a dramatic personal relationship would soon reshape his life in ways even his music could barely foretell. It was within these circles of artists and intellectuals that Chopin encountered the writer George Sand, a presence as paradoxical and complex as the city itself. Born Aurore Dupin, she had already garnered both fame and notoriety for her unconventional lifestyle. Adopting a man's attire and openly criticising social norms, their first meeting, arranged by mutual friends, was anything but ideal. Sand's boldness startled Chopin, likewise. His delicate demeanour struck her as a feat. Yet beneath this awkward first impression, a shared sensibility lingered, hinting that fate had set them on a path of entanglement. Though their initial interactions were marked by tension, curiosity eventually eroded wariness. At salons, Sand listened to Chopin's performances with quiet intensity, fascinated by the subtle passion woven into his nocturnes and preludes. For her part, Chopin discovered in Sand's writing a candour that both unsettled and intrigued him. She wrote with emotional force, challenging societal expectations in a way he, a more introverted figure, could only express through music. In time, this mutual fascination evolved into a relationship that defied easy classification. Some saw it as scandalous, others romanticised it, envisioning two rebellious souls uniting under the banner of art. Sand's familial obligations, she was a mother with complex ties to past lovers, clashed with Chopin's need for a stable, tranquil environment. Yet for several years, they carved out a shared existence, spending summers at Sand's estate in Nohant, where Chopin found the kind of peace impossible to attain in Paris. The manor's sprawling gardens and rustic atmosphere gave him the space to compose free from urban pressures. Meanwhile, Sand continued to write feverishly, fueling her own literary output in parallel. This period yielded some of Chopin's most refined compositions. He built upon his previous works, deepening their emotional range while drawing further on Polish influences, especially in his mazurkas. The synergy with Sand took a curious form. She stoked his creative fires by allowing him solitude, yet providing companionship when he needed it. The letters from that era reveal a mixture of affection and exasperation, as they attempted to reconcile two strong-willed temperaments with distinct worldviews. Chopin's health, already delicate, showed further signs of strain. He suffered from persistent coughing fits and fevers, likely tied to a chronic pulmonary ailment. The exact nature of his condition remains debated, though tuberculosis is the commonly suggested culprit. At no hint, Sand took on the role of caregiver, even as she juggled her responsibilities to her children. The tranquil setting was both therapeutic and creatively stimulating. However, the underlying tensions in their partnership never fully disappeared. Despite these strains, they managed to maintain a semblance of harmony, returning to Paris for the social season and hosting a circle of admirers, including artists who found their alliance captivating. Rumours and speculations made the rounds, some exaggerated, others tinged with envy. Chopin, quieter by nature, often let Sand handle social negotiations. Her judgment-free nature and ability to navigate bohemian society made her well suited to do so. During their years together, Chopin continued to refine his technique. His works from this phase, nocturnes, waltzes, impromptus, resonate with a delicate balance between introspection and theatrical flair. He pushed the boundaries of harmony, exploring key changes that felt as subtle as shifting moods. Audiences in Paris, who by then revered him as a singular voice on the piano, embraced these developments eagerly. However, when personal conflicts flared, the same artistic brilliance that flowed in times of peace could also come to a halt. Gradually, the relationship showed signs of fracture. Sand's practicality clashed with Chopin's artistic fragility, especially as financial and familial burdens multiplied. Their differing life philosophies became harder to reconcile. Sand championed unconstrained freedom, while Chopin yearned for emotional security. Friends noticed simmering tension. Chopin's circle worried about his health, Sand's acquaintances questioned her choices. Neither could ignore the gathering clouds. Still, for a while longer, they sustained a delicate equilibrium, each day a tapestry of quiet idylls and small quarrels, softened by the hush of the French countryside. Their bond gave birth to cultural ripples that extended beyond their personal story. The fusion of literary boldness and musical nuance sparked curiosity in those who orbited their world. The question was not if their union would end, but how the inevitable parting would unfold, and what toll it would take on the Chopin spirit, which had grown accustomed to Sand's presence as both muse and caretaker. As the 1840s advanced, tensions between Chopin and George Sand deepened. Conflicting needs frayed their once productive coexistence, culminating in disagreements that seemed trivial to outsiders but deeply impacted their bond. Financial strains became more pronounced. Although Chopin was still giving private lessons and occasionally performing, his medical expenses increased, and his capacity to maintain the rigorous schedule of a sought-after musician waned. Sand's responsibilities piled higher. She was not just an acclaimed novelist, but also a mother, whose children demanded her attention. Their seasonal retreats to Nahant were initially meant to be restorative, yet the countryside that once soothed them now became a backdrop for brooding silences and unspoken resentments. Chopin, increasingly plagued by ill health, found it difficult to cope with the emotional upheavals. Sand, for her part, struggled to reconcile her desire for independence with the role of caregiver and mediator. The earlier idyll of two artists inspiring each other gave way to a fragile piece held together by habit and reluctance to confront the inevitable. By 1846, arguments over the upbringing of Sand's children, particularly her daughter Solange, magnified the couple's disparities. Sand believed Chopin was overstepping his boundaries. He, in turn, felt marginalised in a household he had come to consider partly his own. As from this period paint a picture of two individuals trying to salvage a relationship that had lost its guiding clarity. The closeness that once nurtured Chopin's compositions and fueled Sand's writing now felt stifling. each partner perceiving the other as a barrier to personal freedom. When the final break came, it was less an explosive rupture than a slow unravelling. They were practically living apart by 1847. Their friends, once enchanted by the bohemian aura of their union, looked on with sympathy or weary resignation, depending on whose side they took. Though not bitterly acrimonious, the separation left Chopin emotionally drained at a time when he most needed stability. And then, broader European unrest intervened. The year 1848 ushered in revolutions across the continent. France, Austria, and various Italian states erupted in anti-monarchical fervour. Paris was engulfed by turmoil, with barricades springing up and many aristocratic families fleeing. Chopin's student base shrank dramatically, intensifying his financial worries. Weakened and anxious, he began to consider leaving the city. When a British admirer, Jane Stirling, invited him to London, promising new opportunities for performance and patronage, Chopin decided to accept, despite reservations about travel with his frail health. London welcomed him with a mix of curiosity and scepticism. In a musical scene dominated by large-scale concerts, Chopin's subtle approach found appreciative audiences, but did not ignite a mainstream frenzy. He gave a handful of performances, enough to dazzle connoisseurs and uphold his reputation, though the city's bustling pace and cold, damp climate took a toll. Searching for respite, he travelled north to Scotland, where patrons offered lodging in their country homes. The bleak landscapes, while novel, did little to alleviate his mounting exhaustion. Letters from this period reveal his despair over deteriorating health and the emotional wounds of separation from Sand. He was haunted by memories of earlier, more optimistic days in Paris. The sense of exile he once felt upon leaving Poland now returned with even greater poignancy. Ironically, he was closer geographically to his homeland than ever before, yet felt more spiritually adrift. His performances, though still meticulous, lack the spark of earlier years. Composing came in fits and starts, yielding a few remarkable late works, but each effort drained his waning strength. By late 1848, Chopin concluded that London could not be a permanent refuge. He returned to Paris early the following year, an ailing figure who could no longer rely on teaching or concerts to sustain himself. Friends rallied to his aid, offering financial support and companionship. Still, each passing week saw him grow weaker, confined mostly to his apartment. Occasional visitors recalled the quiet dignity with which he faced his final decline, maintaining a gentle politeness and concern for others' comfort. He clung to whatever creative impulses remained, sometimes improvising a few notes at the piano, though coughing fits often cut these sessions short. Aware of the seriousness of his condition, Chopin is said to have asked for Mozart's Requiem to be performed at his funeral. The end came on October 17th, 1849, when he died at age 39. Mourners gathered at the Church of the Madeleine to pay tribute. His sister Ludwika, who had journeyed from Poland to be with him, arranged for his heart to be returned to Warsaw, a final testament to the love he bore for his homeland. The rest of his remains were interred at Père Lachaise Cemetery in Paris. In the hush that followed, those who knew him contemplated the delicate threads he wove between Poland, France, and the universal language of music, a tapestry that now, with his passing, felt both achingly complete and painfully unfinished. In the days and weeks after Chopin's death, Parisian society buzzed with reminiscences, myths, and debates over his true nature. Was he the epitome of the romantic, willing to sacrifice his health for the sake of art? Or was he a more measured figure, quietly shaping the course of piano music without fanfare? His friends, former lovers, and students offered conflicting portraits, a mosaic of impressions that underscored the complexity of a life lived in the margins between public scrutiny and private longing. Already, fellow composers and critics were assessing his legacy. Franz Liszt, who had championed Chopin's works, penned a biography that blended admiration with a certain poetic license. Hector Berlioz credited him with renewing the expressive power of the piano. Robert Schumann, based in Germany, had long praised Chopin's gift for capturing entire worlds of feeling in miniature forms. While the scope of Chopin's output was modest compared to symphonists or opera composers, its influence proved outsized, a testament to the intimacy he brought to every bar of music. Pianists marvelled at the technical innovations embedded in his etudes, preludes and nocturnes. Chopin transformed the piano into an instrument of whispered confidence rather than a bombastic display. His approach to fingering, pedal usage, and phrasing forced performers to abandon purely mechanical methods. Instead, they were compelled to inhabit the emotional core of each piece, a requirement that had made playing Chopin both a challenge and a revelation. Yet not everyone grasped his significance immediately. Some critics, particularly those captivated by grand orchestral works, perceived his oeuvre as devoid of grandeur. They questioned whether these delicate sketches deserved the same reverence accorded to symphonies. Over time, however, that perspective evolved. Younger generations of composers recognized that Chopin's genius lay precisely in his ability to convey epic feeling through slender forms. The preludes, each a miniature universe, gained particular acclaim for their structural and harmonic daring. Even Liszt's transcriptions of Chopin's works could not replicate the subtlety that defined Chopin's own playing. In Poland, still grappling with political subjugation, Chopin's music became a beacon of cultural identity. His polonaises, with their regal, march-like rhythms, and mazurkas, echoing the rustic dance forms of rural Poland, resonated with those yearning for national dignity. Over time, entire generations of Poles would point to Chopin as the embodiment of a spirit unbroken by foreign rule. In this sense, his legacy took on a patriotic dimension, turning him into a symbolic guardian of the Polish soul. While he spent much of his adulthood in Paris, his heart, both literally and figuratively, remained in Warsaw, ensuring that his reputation at home was burnished by an almost holy reverence. Beyond Poland's borders, Chopin's influence quietly seeped into the DNA of Western music. Claude Debussy and Gabriel Fauré, major French composers of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, drew upon his nuanced approach to harmony. Even Russian composers like Alexander Scriabin found inspiration in Chopin's coloristic chords. In the realm of piano performance, his legacy manifested in the demand that interpretation be a delicate art of shading and personal expression. Pianists from across Europe, and eventually the world, travelled to Paris or Warsaw to study Chopin's style firsthand. One of the more intriguing aspects of his posthumous fame was the almost hallowed aura surrounding his personal relics. Beyond the famed transport of his heart to Warsaw, people preserved his letters, locks of his hair, and even the pianos he played. Memorials and statues appeared, especially after political shifts allowed Poland to honour its favourite son openly. Festivals sprang up celebrating his birthday and revisiting his repertoire. A certain romantic mystique enveloped his image, the frail poetic exile whose life and death paralleled the vulnerable beauty of his music. Yet for all the mythologizing, Chopin's legacy rests squarely on the strength of his compositions. They remain staples in concert halls and teaching studios, prized not only for their emotive power, but also for their technical demands. Students labour over the waltzes, nocturnes, and etudes, learning to tell stories through rubato and carefully weighted chords. Seasoned performers return to them repeatedly, finding fresh nuance with each pass. In every corner of the world, from grand theatres in major capitals to modest community recital spaces, Chopin's notes continue to ring out, bridging gaps and loops in language, culture, and time. Through it all, the composer retains an aura of intimate mysticism. His music, often described as capturing the soul's gentle confessions, remains deeply personal to each interpreter. And that may be his greatest gift to posterity, the invitation to find our own unspoken yearnings mirrored in his quietly revolutionary idiom. He left no grand manifesto, no flamboyant stage persona, but rather a carefully wrought tapestry of sound that persists in reminding us how powerful the softest voice can be when it speaks of truth. In the modern age, Chopin's significance endures, transcending the boundaries of Poland and France to captivate listeners worldwide. Yet the way we understand him today has expanded well beyond the initial romantic framework. Scholars delve into his manuscripts, tracing the evolution of harmonic progressions and fingering patterns. Historians consider the political and social milieus that shaped him, noting how exile sharpened his sense of cultural identity. At international piano competitions, from Warsaw's prestigious Chopin competition to events in Asia and the Americas, contestants vie to interpret his works with the perfect blend of fidelity and personal insight. In Poland, Chopin remains a national treasure. Streets, airports, and music schools bear his name. The annual festivals dedicated to his music attract visitors from every continent, turning the performance of nocturnes and ballades into a communal pilgrimage. His heart, encased in a pillar at the Church of the Holy Cross in Warsaw, is a poignant reminder of his last wishes. Locals and tourists alike pause there, reflecting on a life that, despite its brevity, resonates across centuries. The Poles see in Chopin a symbol of resilience, a testament that beauty can thrive even under oppression. In France, his longtime adoptive home, Chopin's legacy flourishes as well. Visitors to Paris can pay homage at Père Lachaise Cemetery, where he rests among luminaries such as Jim Morrison and Oscar Wilde. In the city's music academies and concert halls, his name is spoken with a reverence reserved for those who shaped an era. His image, the elegantly dressed yet fragile composer, forever perched at a piano, persists in cultural memory. Each year, recitals commemorate his arrival in Paris, recalling the sense of astonishment he once sparked in those crowded salons. Meanwhile, interpretations of his music have branched in countless directions. The early decades of the 20th century saw pianists like Ignacy Jan Paderewski champion his work with a grand romantic flourish. Later, Artur Rubinstein emphasized an elegant simplicity, stripping away sentimental excess. Contemporary virtuosos, bolstered by historically informed performance techniques, debate over pedal usage and tempo rubato, chasing an elusive authenticity that might approximate Chopin's own sound. Yet the essence of his composition resists rigid definition. Each generation finds something new in them, an unexpected harmonic pivot or a melodic gesture that resonates with modern ears. While classical music circles revere Chopin, other genres occasionally claim him too. Jazz pianists adapt his harmonies, weaving his chordal language into improvisations. Film composers borrow snippets of his melodic style to evoke nostalgia or refined emotion. Even pop and rock musicians have paid tribute in their ways, sampling themes or referencing him as a beacon of artistic integrity. That a 19th century Polish expatriate continues to surface in such varied contexts underscores the universal pull of his sound. At the same time, fresh biographical insights continue to surface. Historians have unearthed letters and diaries that shed light on his experiences in exile, his struggles with illness, and his sometimes overlooked humour. Discussions of his personal relationships, particularly his partnership with George Sand, have shifted from scandalised whispers to nuanced examinations of how two creative forces can both nurture and wound each other. Modern scholarship probes the idea that Chopin's poor health was not merely a tragic backdrop, but a driving factor in his artistry, compelling him to distill profound emotion into concise forms. One cannot overlook the importance of nostalgia and memory in Chopin's ongoing allure. His nocturnes, waltzes, and mazurkas possess a wistful quality that resonates with anyone who's experienced love and loss, yearns for home, or contemplates the transient nature of life. That sense of longing, so central to the Romantic era, feels surprisingly fresh in a world where technology often accelerates our daily existence. Through Chopin's music, many listeners find a space to breathe, to contemplate subtler shades of emotion less easily expressed in words. In a sense, the Chopin story is a bridge between epochs. He lived in the age of candlelit salons and quill-penned letters, yet his art continues to find renewed relevance. Grand competitions see young pianists from Seoul, Buenos Aires, Cape Town, and beyond interpret his scores with riveting originality, proving that music transcends geography and time. The constant reimagination of his work through performance, scholarship, and even casual listening testifies to the enduring power of a gentle soul who spoke most eloquently when seated before a piano. From Zhelezova Wola to Paris and back again, Chopin's journey resonates as a narrative of exile, creativity, love, and loss. He remains a figure both deeply cherished and endlessly debated, his spirit woven into the collective memory of Western culture. Each generation rediscovers him on its terms, drawn in by music that whispers truths about the human condition. And thus, Frederic Chopin lives on, a quiet but potent force, reminding us that even the softest voice can reverberate through history. Picture this: you're complaining about your house being 68 degrees instead of 72, maybe grumbling as you reach for that extra blanket. Now imagine it's 1942, you're somewhere in Eastern Europe, and the thermometer has given up trying to measure temperatures that would make a penguin reconsider its life choices. Welcome to the world where winter wasn't just uncomfortable, it was actively trying to kill you. You see, when World War II rolled around, nobody really thought much about the weather. Sure, Napoleon had a minor mishap with the Russian winter in 1812, but that was long ago, right? Modern armies had modern equipment. They had plans, they had confidence. They had no idea how creative you had to be when Jack Frost joined the other team. The thing about military planning is that it's a lot like packing for a vacation. You think you know what you'll need. You make your lists, you feel prepared, and then you arrive to discover you've brought sandals to a blizzard. Except in this case, the consequences of poor packing weren't just uncomfortable, they were potentially fatal. When the first brutal winter hit the European theatre, soldiers discovered something that would make even the most seasoned outdoorsman nervous. The cold wasn't just cold, it was the kind of cold that turns your breath into icicles mid-sentence, that makes metal so brittle it snaps like a pretzel, and that transforms simple tasks like loading a rifle into a finger-numbing exercise in futility. But here's where the story gets intriguing and where you start to see the remarkable ingenuity of people who refuse to let Mother Nature have the last word. When confronted with temperatures so low as to freeze antifreeze, individuals not only endure, but also innovate. You master improvisation, acquire a PhD in adaptability, and become a professor of whatever works. The first lesson these soldiers learned was that the enemy wasn't always wearing a uniform. Occasionally the enemy was invisible, creeping through tent flaps and uniform seams, turning their breath against them, and making every night a battle for survival. The cold became a third party in the conflict, impartial in its cruelty, affecting everyone equally, regardless of which side they were fighting for. Think about your worst camping experience. Maybe that time the air mattress deflated, or when you forgot to pack enough warm clothes. Imagine multiplying that discomfort by approximately 1,000, adding the constant threat of enemy action, and adding the responsibility of ensuring the functionality of your equipment and the survival of your fellow soldiers. And you'll begin to understand the situation. What's remarkable isn't just that these soldiers survived, it's how they turned survival into an art form. They became meteorologists without weather apps, engineers without blueprints, and inventors without patents. Every night became a laboratory for testing new theories about heat retention. Every morning brought lessons in what worked and what left you counting your toes to make sure they were all still there. The standard issue gear quickly proved about as useful as a screen door on a submarine, designed by people who probably tested it in climates as harsh as a suburban backyard in October. Wool uniforms that seemed adequate became insufficient. Boots designed for marching became ice buckets for feet. Tents meant to provide shelter became elaborate ways to concentrate cold air. So what do you do when your equipment fails, your supply lines are stretched thinner than your patience, and the thermometer looks like it's trying to dig to China? You get creative. You start looking at everything around you, not for what it is, but for what it could become. That mess kit isn't just for eating, it's a potential hand warmer. That extra sock isn't just spare clothing, it's insulation for your rifle. That piece of canvas isn't just material, it's the difference between sleeping and freezing. And this is where our story really begins, not with the grand strategies or the famous battles, but with the quiet moments when ordinary people figured out extraordinary ways to stay alive in conditions that seemed designed to make that impossible. Now, you might think that socks are just socks, those things you lose in the dryer, argue about with your spouse, and occasionally use to dust furniture when nobody's looking. But in the frozen theatres of World War II, socks became currency, lifelines, and the foundation of an entire underground economy that would make Wall Street traders jealous. The first thing you need to understand about feet in sub-zero temperatures is that they're basically traitors. Your body, being the pragmatic organism it is, decides that keeping your core warm is more important than maintaining diplahebus, or in this case under the frostbite. Therefore your feet, along with your fingers, suffer the consequences of frostbite. Trenchfoot became a condition so common that it practically needed its own postal code. Imagine your feet deciding to stage a revolt, swelling up, turning fascinating colours that would make a sunset jealous, and generally make every step feel like walking on broken glass. Now imagine trying to march, run, or fight in that condition. It's like trying to dance ballet in ski boots filled with marbles. This is where the Great Sock Conspiracy began. Soldiers quickly realised that the military's approach to foot care was about as sophisticated as using a hammer to fix a watch. The standard issue socks were fine for parade grounds, but about as useful as chocolate teapots when dealing with months of wet, cold conditions. So they improvised, and their solutions would make modern outdoor gear companies weep with admiration. They learned to layer socks like lasagna, thin silk or cotton against the skin, wool for insulation, and sometimes even paper or cloth strips for extra padding. They discovered that changing socks wasn't just hygiene, it was survival. Dry socks became more valuable than cigarettes, and cigarettes were practically currency. But here's where it gets really creative. When fresh socks were in short supply, which was most of the time, soldiers became textile engineers. They learned to dry wet socks using body heat, tucking them inside their uniforms close to their chest while they slept. Imagine spooning with your laundry, but hey, when it's life or death, dignity takes a back-to-memory seat. They also figured out the ancient art of sock rotation. They would maintain a meticulous record of the socks they had worn, those that were drying and those that were clean, much like a sophisticated filing system. Some soldiers developed elaborate schedules that would make a corporate calendar look simple. Tuesday, wear the grey wool, dry the cotton blend, air out the emergency pair. The really clever ones discovered that newspapers, when available, made excellent sock insulation. They'd wrap their feet in newspaper before putting on socks, creating a makeshift vapour barrier that would make modern hiking gear designers nod with approval. Of course, this led to the amusing situation of soldiers literally having yesterday's news in their boots. But when you're avoiding frostbite, you don't complain about the reading material. Some soldiers took the sock science even further, learning to waterproof their footwear using whatever was available. Candle wax, animal fat, even soap. Anything that could create a barrier between their feet and the elements. They became chemists, testing different combinations and sharing successful formulas like state secrets. The sock trade became so sophisticated that units developed their own internal economies. A pair of dry wool socks could be worth a day's rations. Clean socks served as birthday presents, Christmas gifts, and tokens of friendship. Soldiers would literally give you the socks off their feet, though probably not the ones they were currently wearing. And then there were the ingenious innovations in socks. Some soldiers learned to knit, creating custom toile, socks from unravelled sweaters or salvaged yarn. Others figured out how to repair holes using thread pulled from other garments, essentially performing sock surgery by candlelight. But perhaps the most touching aspect of the Great Sock Conspiracy was how it brought people together. Soldiers would share their foot care knowledge like family recipes, passing down the wisdom of keeping extremities warm from veteran to rookie. They'd help each other check for signs of frostbite, assist with the delicate operation of sock changing in cramped quarters, and share the precious resource of dry footwear. The discussion wasn't just about comfort, though comfort was certainly part of it. The debate was about maintaining the ability to fight, march, and survive. Feet were mission-critical equipment, and socks were the maintenance manual. Every dry sock was a small victory against the cold. Every successful foot care routine was a triumph of human ingenuity over hostile conditions. You know how they say 2 heads are better than 1? Well, in temperatures that could freeze your thoughts mid-think, 2 bodies were definitely better than 1. In freezing conditions, the buddy system evolved from simple military protocol to a delicate survival dance that demanded more coordination than a Broadway musical and more trust than a marriage. Imagine trying to explain to your spouse why you need to share a sleeping bag with your co-worker. Now imagine that sharing a bed isn't just a suggestion, it's the difference between waking up tomorrow and becoming a human popsicle. Welcome to the realm of tactical cuddling, where maintaining personal space has become an expensive luxury. The science behind shared body heat is actually pretty straightforward, though the execution could be hilariously awkward. Your body generates heat, about as much as a 100-watt light bulb when you're just sitting around. In normal conditions, most of that heat just wanders off into the atmosphere like an ungrateful teenager. But when you're trying to survive in conditions that would make an Arctic fox shop for a warmer coat, every BTU becomes precious. Soldiers quickly learned that sharing body heat wasn't just about snuggling up. It was about creating a microclimate, a tiny pocket of livable temperature in the middle of nature's deep freeze. They developed techniques that would make efficiency experts proud. 2 soldiers would zip their sleeping bags together, creating what they called a thermal envelope. It sounds fancy, but it was basically an adult sleeping bag built for 2 chilly people. But here's where it gets tricky, and sometimes hilarious. Sharing body heat requires coordination that would challenge a synchronized swimming team. Who sleeps on which side? How do you arrange arms and legs so that nobody's circulation gets cut off? What happens when one person needs to get up in the middle of the night? These became crucial tactical decisions that could mean the difference between a decent night's sleep and waking up more tired than when you went to bed. The rotation system they developed was pure genius. Since the person on the outside of the arrangement naturally got colder, they'd switch positions every few hours. It was like a freezing critical version of musical chairs. Some units developed elaborate schedules, with soldiers taking turns being the outside man and the inside man. Others just switched when whoever was getting colder couldn't stand it anymore. They also figured out the art of the heat exchange. Before settling in for the night, soldiers would do what they called warming exercises, essentially vigorous calisthenics designed to get their blood pumping and their core temperature up. Then they'd quickly get into their shared sleeping arrangements while their bodies still had heat to share. It was like preheating an oven, except the oven was your buddy, and the oven was trying to keep you both alive. The buddy system extended beyond sleeping arrangements. During the day, soldiers would work in pairs to check each other for signs of hypothermia or frostbite. They transformed into amateur medical diagnosticians, adept at identifying the subtle indications that a person was losing their fight against the cold. Slurred speech, confusion, uncontrollable shivering, these weren't just symptoms. They were emergency signals that required immediate intervention. They developed communication systems that worked even when talking became difficult. They developed hand signals, predetermined phrases, and systems for checking in with each other at regular intervals. How are your fingers became as important a question as, what's our position? The answers could determine whether someone was still fully functional or needed immediate help. Some of the buddy system innovations were surprisingly sophisticated. Soldiers learned to share not just body heat, but also the heat generated by their equipment. A small camp stove or heating device could warm two people if they positioned themselves correctly and shared the heat efficiently. They'd create windbreaks for each other, taking turns blocking the wind while the other person warmed up. But perhaps most importantly, the buddy system provided psychological warmth. Being cold and miserable alone is one thing. Being cold and miserable with someone else somehow makes it bearable. They'd tell jokes, share stories, and complain together about the conditions. Misery loves company. And in this case, companionship could literally save your life. The trust required was enormous. You had to trust your buddy to wake you up if you showed signs of hypothermia during the night. You had to trust them to share resources fairly, tell you if you were developing frostbite, and help you make the countless small decisions that could mean survival or disaster. In return, you had to be trustworthy yourself, putting your buddy's survival on the same level as your own. If you've ever watched MacGyver and thought nobody could really make a heater out of a paperclip and a stick of gum, then you've never met a World War II soldier facing down a winter that could freeze the enthusiasm right out of an optimist. These guys became the original masters of making something from nothing, turning the phrase "work with what you've got" into a survival philosophy that would make modern survivalists take notes. The first lesson in battlefield heating was that everything, and I mean everything, was a potential heat source. Did you ever have an empty tin can for your lunch? Congratulations, you just found yourself a hand warmer. Those candles you've been saving for special occasions? Every night trying not to become a human ice cube counts as special. The alcohol you've been hoarding for when the war ends? Well, it turns out alcohol burns, and burning things make heat. Who knew? Soldiers became amateur chemists, learning which materials burned cleanest and longest. They discovered that strips of cardboard, when rolled tightly and lit, could burn for surprisingly long periods. Paper soaked in melted candle wax became a slow-burning fuel source. They learned to make buddy burners, tin cans filled with rolled cardboard and wax that could provide heat for hours. But the real innovation came in heat distribution and conservation. While creating fire was the initial step, the real challenge was directing that heat to its most beneficial location. Soldiers learned to create heat reflectors using polished metal, mirrors, or even pieces of glass. They'd position these reflectors to bounce heat from small fires back toward themselves, essentially doubling the effectiveness of their heat sources. They also mastered the art of the heat bank. A fire could heat large stones, metal objects, or even their mess kits, which they then used as portable heaters. A hot stone wrapped in cloth could keep hands warm for hours. A heated mess kit could be tucked into a sleeping bag to pre-warm it before bedtime. The group was essentially creating medieval hot water bottles, but without using actual water bottles. Some of the most creative solutions involved repurposing military equipment in ways that would probably violate several military regulations. Empty ammunition boxes became miniature stoves. Discarded helmets became heat reflectors, or even cooking surfaces. They could create structures for holding heat sources, or build makeshift heaters using rifle cleaning rods. The really clever ones figured out group heating systems that would make modern heating engineers jealous. They'd dig small pits in the ground, line them with stones, build fires in them until the stones were thoroughly heated, then cover the coals and use the heated stones as radiant heaters. The thermal mass of the stones would continue to give off heat long after the fire had died down. Body heat amplification became another specialty. They learned to create heat traps using whatever materials were available. They could arrange extra clothing to create air pockets that trapped body heat. Blankets could be rigged to create tent-like structures that concentrated warmth from multiple heat sources. They figured out how to use their breath as a heating system, creating small enclosed spaces where exhaled air could warm incoming cold air. Some soldiers became experts in what they called heat scavenging, finding ways to capture and use heat that was already being generated. If someone was cooking, they'd position themselves to catch the heat from the cooking fire. If equipment was running and generating heat, they'd find ways to benefit from that warmth. No BTU was allowed to escape without being put to good use. The innovation extended to personal heating devices that bordered on genius. Soldiers learned to make hand warmers using metal containers, chemical reactions, or even simple friction devices. They'd create heated insoles for their boots using materials that retained heat. Some figured out how to modify their clothing to create better heat retention, adding layers, creating air pockets, or even rigging up primitive heating systems within their uniforms. But perhaps the most impressive innovations were the ones that solved multiple problems at once. One could use a heat-generating device for cooking, drying damp clothes, melting snow for drinking water, or even for signalling purposes. They weren't just making heaters, they were creating multi-purpose survival tools that addressed several needs simultaneously. The knowledge sharing that happened around these innovations was remarkable. Successful heat-making techniques rapidly disseminated throughout the units. Soldiers would demonstrate their inventions to others, teach their techniques, and continuously improve on each other's designs. It was like an open-source hardware project, except the hardware was keeping people alive. What's truly amazing is how these field innovations often worked better than the official equipment. Standard-issue heating devices, when they existed at all, were often too heavy, too fuel-intensive, or too fragile for field conditions. The soldier-invented alternatives were lighter, more efficient, and built to withstand the kind of abuse that comes with being carried into combat zones. Now, if you think building a blanket fort in your living room makes you an architect, wait until you hear about the subterranean cities that soldiers created when the surface world became too hostile for human habitation. These weren't just holes in the ground, they were sophisticated underground living spaces that would make tiny modern house enthusiasts weep with envy. The inspiration for going underground was pretty straightforward. If the surface temperature was trying to kill you, maybe it was time to accept the Earth's invitation to come inside. Soldiers quickly learned that just a few feet below ground, temperatures were significantly warmer and much more stable. Discovering a natural thermostat that Mother Nature had been concealing was a profound revelation. But digging a hole and calling it home was just the beginning. These underground spaces evolved into complex engineering projects that required skills nobody taught in basic training. Soldiers became excavation experts, structural engineers, and interior designers all at once. They had to figure out ventilation systems that would provide fresh air without letting in deadly cold. They needed drainage systems to prevent their homes from becoming underground swimming pools, and they had to create heating systems that wouldn't asphyxiate them in their sleep. The basic foxhole quickly evolved into something that resembled a studio apartment designed by someone who really understood the importance of thermal efficiency. They'd start with a basic excavation, then line the walls with whatever materials were available. Logs, boards, corrugated metal, even a packed snow that would freeze into protective walls. The key was creating insulation between the living space and the surrounding earth. Ventilation was the tricky part. You needed fresh air to breathe, but every opening was a potential heat leak. Soldiers became experts in creating air circulation systems that brought in oxygen while maintaining temperature. They'd create baffled entrances that prevented cold air from flowing directly into the living space. Some developed sophisticated chimney systems that drew smoke out while pulling fresh air in through carefully designed vents. The heating systems they created for these underground spaces were marvels of efficiency. Small stoves made from tin cans or salvaged metal could heat an entire underground room. They learned to position heat sources for maximum efficiency and to create systems that distributed heat evenly throughout the space. Some even figured out radiant heating systems using heated stones or metal objects that would slowly release heat over time. But the real innovation was in space utilization. These weren't just survival shelters, they were livable spaces designed for multiple people to coexist in comfort. They created sleeping areas, common areas, storage spaces, and even workshops where they could maintain equipment or create new survival tools. Some underground spaces included multiple rooms connected by tunnels, essentially creating underground apartment complexes. The construction techniques they developed were surprisingly sophisticated. They learned to create structural supports that could handle the weight of Earth above while providing maximum living space below. They figured out how to waterproof their constructions using available materials. Some even created elevated floors to prevent ground moisture from making their living spaces damp and cold. Furniture in these underground hotels was a triumph of creative repurposing. Empty ammunition boxes became chairs, tables, and storage units. Logs or boards became benches and bed frames. Salvaged materials were transformed into shelving, lighting fixtures, and organizational systems. They were essentially furnished apartments created entirely from military surplus and found materials. The social dynamics of underground living required their own innovations. Multiple people living in small underground spaces needed systems for privacy, organization, and conflict resolution. They developed schedules for sharing common areas, systems for maintaining cleanliness, and protocols for managing the inevitable personality conflicts that arise when you're essentially living in a cave with your co-workers. Some units created underground spaces that were genuinely impressive engineering projects. They'd excavate large common areas that could accommodate entire squads, with separate sleeping alcoves, storage areas, and workshop spaces. These underground complexes included sophisticated drainage systems, multiple heating zones, and even recreational areas where soldiers could relax when they weren't on duty. The decoration of these spaces reveals something touching about the human need for comfort and beauty, even in the most challenging circumstances. Soldiers would bring whatever personal items they could into these underground homes. Soldiers brought photographs, letters, and small mementos that served as reminders of their home. Some created artwork on the walls, carved decorations into wooden supports, or arranged their few possessions in ways that made the space feel more like home and less like a survival bunker. Perhaps most remarkably, these underground spaces became centres of community life. They were where soldiers shared meals, told stories, played games, and maintained the social connections that were crucial for morale. They weren't just surviving in these spaces, they were living, creating small communities that provided warmth, not just for bodies, but for spirits. You might think that eating in sub-zero temperatures is just a matter of opening a can and hoping for the best. But soldiers in World War II's coldest theatres discovered that food wasn't just fuel, it was medicine, a hand warmer, a morale booster, and occasionally the difference between making it through the night and not making it at all. The science of eating to stay warm became as crucial as any military strategy. The first thing these soldiers learned was that their bodies became calorie-burning furnaces in cold weather. Your body exerts significant effort to sustain its core temperature, consuming fuel at a pace that rivals that of a high-performance sports car. A soldier in freezing conditions might burn 4,000 to 6,000 calories a day, about twice what you'd burn sitting at a desk job. But here's the catch. Military rations weren't designed for Arctic conditions, and supply lines in wartime were about as reliable as weather forecasts. So soldiers became nutritional strategists, learning to maximize the warming potential of every morsel of food. They discovered that different types of food generated different amounts of internal heat. Fats and proteins were like throwing logs on your internal fire. They burned slowly and steadily, providing long-lasting warmth. Carbohydrates were more like kindling quick energy that could help when you needed an immediate heat boost. Hot food became medicine. A warm meal didn't just fill your stomach. It raised your core body temperature, improved circulation, and provided psychological comfort that was almost as important as the physical warmth. Soldiers would go to extraordinary lengths to heat their food, creating elaborate cooking systems that could function in the worst conditions. They became masters of what modern campers call one-pot meals, but their versions were far more sophisticated. They learned to create stews and soups that could be cooked efficiently, while providing maximum nutritional and thermal benefit. These weren't just random ingredients thrown together, they were carefully planned combinations designed to provide sustained energy and warmth. Some of the food heating innovations were pure genius. Soldiers learned to use heated stones to warm their food, essentially creating prehistoric slow cookers. They'd heat metal objects in fires and use them to warm pre-cooked food. Some figured out how to use the heat from their bodies to slowly warm food over time, essentially wearing their dinner until it was ready to eat. The timing of eating became crucial. A hot meal right before sleep could provide the calories needed to maintain body temperature through the night. Small snacks throughout the day could keep the internal fires burning steadily. They learned to eat strategically, timing their food intake to provide maximum warming benefit when they needed it most. But here's where it gets really interesting. Soldiers discovered that some foods were natural hand warmers. Soldiers could hold hard candies, chocolate, nuts, and other high-energy foods in their mouths or hands to provide both nutrition and localized warmth. A piece of chocolate wasn't just a treat, it was a portable heating element that happened to taste delicious. They also became experts in food preservation in extreme cold. While freezing temperatures created storage challenges, they also provided natural refrigeration that could keep food fresh longer than normal. Soldiers learned to use the cold as a tool, freezing water for later use, preserving food that might otherwise spoil, and even creating makeshift ice boxes for storing supplies. The social aspect of eating in extreme cold conditions was equally important. Sharing hot food became a bonding experience that strengthened unit cohesion. Soldiers would alternate in cooking, exchange recipes and techniques, and ensure equitable distribution of the available hot food. A warm meal shared with comrades provided psychological warmth that was almost as important as the physical calories. Some units developed sophisticated cooking schedules that ensured someone always had access to hot food. They'd stagger their mealtime so that cooking fires were kept going. Throughout the day, this process essentially created a continuous source of heat and warm food. This process wasn't just about nutrition, it was about maintaining a constant source of warmth and comfort. The creativity in food preparation was remarkable. Soldiers learned to make hot drinks from almost anything. Melted snow mixed with whatever flavourings they could find, hot water with dissolved hard candies, even warm broths made from reconstituted rations. These weren't gourmet beverages, but they provided internal warmth and psychological comfort. They also discovered the warming power of spicy foods. They valued anything that could provide them with internal warmth. They treasured anything that could generate an internal heat sensation, including hot peppers, spicy sauces, and even strong alcohol. Some soldiers would save their spiciest rations for the coldest nights, using them as both food and internal heating systems. The most touching aspect of food in these extreme conditions was how it connected soldiers to home. Letters from family often included recipes, suggestions for staying warm, or descriptions of warm meals being prepared back home. Food served as a conduit between the frigid battlefield and the cosy kitchens they recalled, offering a level of comfort that extended beyond mere sustenance. After months of treating every degree above freezing like a personal gift from the weather gods, you might think that the arrival of spring would have been pure celebration. But for soldiers who had spent months becoming master craftsmen of survival, spring brought its own unique challenges, and revealed just how profoundly the experience of extreme cold had changed them. The first warm day was like meeting an old friend you hadn't seen in years. Soldiers would actually stand outside, faces turned toward the sun, trying to remember what warmth felt like on their skin. Some described it as almost overwhelming. After months of associating heat with precious, carefully rationed resources, having unlimited warmth from the sky felt like winning the lottery. But spring also meant saying goodbye to the elaborate survival systems they'd created. Was it time to abandon the carefully engineered underground shelters that had served as homes for months? Time to abandon them. Other sophisticated heating systems, which were crafted from scraps and ingenuity, no longer necessary. They are no longer necessary. We can now pack away the carefully planned clothing systems that had kept the survivors alive through the darkest nights. It was time to pack them away. There was something almost melancholy about dismantling these survival innovations. These weren't just tools, they were the products of creativity, desperation and collaboration that had literally saved lives. Some soldiers kept their homemade heating devices or modified clothing as souvenirs, tangible reminders of what they'd accomplished when everything seemed impossible. The transition to spring weather required its adjustments. Bodies that had adapted to burning massive amounts of calories to stay warm suddenly didn't need that fuel. Circulation systems that had been working overtime to keep extremities functional needed time to readjust. Some soldiers actually felt cold in temperatures that would have seemed tropical during the worst of winter. More importantly, spring revealed the psychological impact of surviving extreme conditions. These soldiers had developed a different relationship with comfort, with warmth, with the simple pleasure of not being cold. Many describe never again taking for granted things like warm buildings, hot meals, or simply being able to feel their fingers and toes. The knowledge they'd gained didn't disappear with the snow. Veterans of extreme cold conditions became valuable resources for training new soldiers, passing on the hard-won wisdom of survival in impossible conditions. They taught the sock rotation systems, the buddy heating techniques, the underground construction methods, and the crucial psychology of staying warm when your equipment fails. Some of the innovations that soldiers developed in desperation actually influenced post-war military equipment design. The military started focusing more on cold weather gear, leveraging the hands-on experience of soldiers who had discovered effective solutions when lives were at stake. The gap between what looked good on paper and what functioned in life or death situations had been dramatically revealed. But perhaps most importantly, these experiences created bonds between soldiers that lasted long after the war ended. Men who had shared body heat to survive, who had worked together to build underground shelters, who had created heating systems from scraps. These shared experiences created relationships that transcended normal military camaraderie. Years later, at unit reunions, veterans would still discuss the innovations they'd created, the close calls they'd survived, and the remarkable things they'd accomplished when circumstances forced them to become inventors, engineers, and survival experts. They'd demonstrate their old sock-changing techniques, laugh about the complex methods for sharing body heat, and marvel at their ingenuity. The story of how World War II soldiers survived the coldest nights isn't just about individual survival. It's about what humans can accomplish when they combine necessity with creativity, when they work together toward a common goal, and when they refuse to let impossible conditions defeat them. Every warm sock, every shared sleeping bag, every makeshift heater was a small victory against circumstances that seemed designed to be unbeatable. These soldiers proved that survival isn't just about enduring. It's about adapting, innovating, and maintaining humanity even in the most inhumane conditions. They showed that comfort isn't just about having the right equipment, but about the creativity to make something from nothing, and the wisdom to understand that sometimes the best heating system is another human being who is facing the same challenges you are. So the next time you're adjusting your thermostat, pulling up an extra blanket, or complaining about being a little chilly, remember the soldiers who turned survival into an art form, who made warmth from scraps and ingenuity, and who proved that the human capacity for adaptation and innovation knows no limits, even when the thermometer suggests otherwise. Ultimately, they not only endured the coldest nights, but also conquered them through inventive solutions, and in doing so they left us a legacy not just of military history, but of human resilience, creativity, and the remarkable things that become possible when ordinary people refuse to accept that extraordinary circumstances must defeat them. You know how you sometimes catch yourself embellishing a story just a little bit? Perhaps you incorporate a subtle detail to enhance its appeal during dinner parties. Well, imagine if your entire profession was built on doing exactly that, except instead of impressing your neighbours, you were fooling entire kingdoms and occasionally starting wars by accident. Welcome to the wonderfully weird world of medieval and Renaissance map-making, where lying wasn't just acceptable, it was practically a job requirement. Picture yourself settling into a comfortable chair by the fireplace, maybe with a cup of something warm, while we explore one of history's most charming professional scams. Upon reflection, that's precisely the truth of the situation. For centuries, the most respected cartographers in Europe were essentially running elaborate cons, and everyone just went along with it because, frankly, nobody knew any better. You see, back in the day, and we're talking roughly from the 12th century all the way up to the 1600s, making maps was less about accuracy and more about filling up all that space on parchment. Imagine you're a mapmaker in, say, 1347. You have a beautiful piece of vellum laid out on your desk, and you possess a clear understanding of the Mediterranean's appearance, as sailors have navigated its waters for centuries. You can draw Italy with your eyes closed, and the coastline of Spain holds no mysteries. But then you get to the edges. The vast unknown awaits you. And here's where things get intriguing, because you can't just leave blank spaces. That would be admitting ignorance. Medieval professionals had about as much tolerance for admitting they didn't know something as your average teenager today. So what do? You make stuff up, and not just little stuff. We're talking about entire continents, mythical islands and creatures that would make Hollywood monster designers weep with envy. The best part, everyone expected you to do this. It wasn't considered fraud, it was considered filling in the gaps with your best educated guess, even if your education came entirely from tavern stories and fever dreams. Take the Hereford Mappa Mundi, created around 1300. This thing is gorgeous, a work of art that happens to also be a map. But if you tried to use it for navigation, you'd probably end up somewhere in the Atlantic having a chilly, very wet conversation with some very confused fish. The mapmaker included everything from the Garden of Eden, helpfully located in Asia, to various monsters scattered around Africa, because apparently medieval cartographers believed that the further you got from Europe, the more likely you were to run into something with too many heads. The funny thing is, these weren't mistakes in the way we think of them today. These were deliberate creative choices. Medieval mapmakers operated under the assumption that the world was full of wonders, and if they hadn't personally seen proof that a particular wonder didn't exist in a particular place, well, it might as well go on the map. It was really an optimistic lie. The kind of fibbing that says, sure, there might be a unicorn over there, why not? And the customers loved it. Kings and wealthy merchants didn't want boring, accurate maps. They wanted maps that told stories, maps that confirmed everything they'd heard about the exotic edges of the world. A map lacking monsters was devoid of imagination, which diminished its purpose. The quest wasn't just about filling space, though. In a world where information travelled slowly, and often became thoroughly mangled, medieval mapmakers operated. By the time a story about a distant land had travelled from explorer to trader to scholar to mapmaker, it had usually picked up so many embellishments that it bore about as much resemblance to reality as a fish story told by your uncle after his fourth beer. So as you drift off tonight, remember that somewhere in history there's a mapmaker who drew a perfectly lovely island that never existed, populated it with creatures that never lived, and convinced half of Europe that it was a real place worth visiting. And honestly, the world was probably somewhat more interesting for it. Now you might be wondering how exactly one goes about lying professionally on maps without getting fired, exiled, or fed to whatever monsters you've been drawing in the margins. The answer is surprisingly simple. You don't call it lying. You call it interpretation of available sources or synthesis of traveller accounts. It's all about the marketing, really. Medieval and Renaissance mapmakers had the technique down to an art form. They'd take a grain of truth, maybe a sailor's story about seeing land on the horizon, and grow it into a full-fledged continent complete with cities, rivers, and the occasional dragon. Think of it as the original version of making a mountain out of a molehill, except the molehill might not have existed either. The map-making process back then was part detective work, part creative writing, and part wishful thinking. You'd gather every scrap of information you could find. Ancient texts, travellers' tales, other maps, and wild guesses from people who claimed to know someone who once met a guy who sailed somewhere vaguely in that direction. Subsequently, you would arrange all the gathered information on your workbench and endeavour to make sense of it, fully aware that a significant portion was likely inaccurate and the remainder was certainly dubious. But the best part is that everyone knew how the system worked and accepted it. If everyone was aware of the joke, it wouldn't be considered fraud. Kings commissioning maps weren't expecting GPS-level accuracy. They wanted something impressive to hang on the castle wall, something that would make visiting dignitaries go ooh and ah, and maybe feel a little intimidated by the vast scope of their host's geographical knowledge. The true experts devised their own nuanced strategies to mitigate their risks. They'd include little notes in Latin that, roughly translated, meant things like, "This information comes from sources of questionable reliability," or, "Here there might be dragons, but honestly, who knows?" These disclaimers were usually written in tiny script and tucked away in corners where nobody would notice them unless they were specifically looking. One of the most famous examples of organised cartographic creativity was the island of Brazil. Not Brazil, the country. It's spelled differently and actually exists. No, we're talking about Brazil with an S, a mythical island that appeared on maps of the North Atlantic for over 500 years. It showed up on different maps in different locations, sometimes round, sometimes crescent-shaped, sometimes accompanied by smaller islands, sometimes flying solo. Mapmakers continued to include it because their peers had done so, and they felt it was important to respect established precedent. The island had a whole mythology built around it. Some claimed it was shrouded in mist and only appeared every 7 years. Others said it was inhabited by an advanced civilization that had mastered invisibility, which was certainly a convenient explanation for why nobody could ever find the place. Sailors occasionally claimed to have spotted it in the distance, but somehow it always vanished before they could get close enough to land. It's interesting how the situation unfolded. What makes this story even more amusing is that people kept mounting expeditions to find Brazil well into the 18th century. Real money changed hands. Real ships set sail. Real sailors spent real weeks searching empty ocean for an island that existed only in the collective imagination of the European map-making community. It resembled a centuries-long game of concealment, with no one bothering to acknowledge that one of the participants was purely fictional. The mapmakers themselves often seemed to understand that they were in the entertainment business as much as the information business. Their maps were gorgeous works of art, filled with elaborate compass roses, decorative borders, and sea monsters that looked like they'd been designed by someone who really enjoyed their work. These maps served not only as functional documents, but also as conversation pieces, status symbols, and windows into a world that blended elements of reality and fantasy. And you know what? Maybe that wasn't such a negative thing. In an age when most people never travelled more than a few miles from where they were born, these maps offered glimpses of a larger world filled with possibilities. While most of those possibilities were entirely fictional, they ignited the imagination in a manner that purely accurate maps might not have. Sometimes an occasional creative embellishment makes life more interesting, even if it occasionally leads to disappointment when you actually try to visit the places that sounded so wonderful on paper. If you've ever wondered what happens when an entire profession decides to collectively believe in something that doesn't exist, the story of Antillia is a perfect case study. This island, which never was, never could be, and never should have been, managed to appear on maps for over 200 years, complete with detailed coastlines, inland cities, and enough backstory to fill a novel. The legend went something like this. Way back in 711 AD, when the Moors conquered Spain, 7 bishops fled across the Atlantic with their congregations and founded 7 cities on a mysterious island. These bishops, being resourceful types, supposedly built a thriving Christian civilization complete with gold mines, pearl fisheries, and excellent defensive capabilities that kept them safe from both Moorish invasion and whatever sea monsters happened to be in the neighbourhood. Now, you'd think that an island large enough to support 7 cities and their surrounding farmlands would be pretty hard to miss. You'd be right, but that didn't stop mapmakers from dutifully including Antillia on chart after chart, usually placing it somewhere in the Atlantic west of Portugal and Spain. The island migrated around a bit from map to map. Apparently even imaginary islands were subject to continental drift. The really impressive part was how detailed these depictions became over time. What started as a simple blob labelled Antillia gradually evolved into carefully drawn coastlines with bays, peninsulas and river mouths. Mapmakers added the 7 cities, each with its name and approximate location. Some even included roads connecting the cities, because apparently medieval cartographers were thorough in their fiction. Portuguese sailors, being practical people, occasionally set out to find this convenient Atlantic paradise. After all, if there really was an island full of Christians sitting on gold mines, it seemed worth checking out. These expeditions had a remarkable talent for almost finding Antillia. Sailors would return with stories of seeing land in the distance, or finding beaches covered with mysterious sand, or encountering unusually tame birds that must have come from some nearby civilization. No one ever succeeded in landing on Antillia, but they achieved a tantalizingly close approach. The best part of these near discoveries was how they reinforced the island's existence in everyone's minds. If sailors were consistently almost finding Antillia, that was practically proof that it was out there somewhere. The fact that almost and actually are completely different things didn't seem to bother anyone much. It was the geographical equivalent of my girlfriend lives in Canada. Technically unprovable, but not technically impossible either. Christopher Columbus knew about Antillia. In fact, some historians think his calculations about the distance to Asia were partly based on the assumption that he could stop for supplies at this mythical island on the way. Imagine his surprise when he kept sailing west and found a completely different set of continents instead. However, it is likely that accidentally discovering the Americas while searching for a fictional island is one of the more significant mistakes in human history. What's fascinating is how long Antillia persisted even after explorers started finding actual islands in the Atlantic. Once explorers discovered and mapped the Azores, Antillia simply relocated further west. When the Caribbean islands were found, Antillia relocated again. It was like a geographical game of musical chairs, with the mythical island always managing to find a new empty spot on the map where it could theoretically exist. The island finally started disappearing from maps in the late 16th century, not because anyone proved it didn't exist, but because mapmakers were running out of empty ocean to put it in. The Atlantic was getting crowded with real islands, and there wasn't room for imaginary ones anymore. It was a practical decision rather than a philosophical one. Antillia didn't die because people stopped believing in it. It died because reality was taking up too much space. But even today, you can find the remnants of this centuries-long geographical fiction. The Caribbean islands are still called the Antilles, a name that comes directly from our seven-city island that never was. Every time someone mentions the Lesser Antilles or the Greater Antilles, they're invoking the memory of those 7 bishops in their imaginary Christian paradise. It's probably the most successful piece of medieval fake news in history, outlasting the civilization that created it by several centuries. You're likely beginning to understand that medieval mapmakers had a relatively relaxed approach to factual accuracy, but we haven't yet discussed their most delightful creation, the decorative monster. If you don't populate the vast unexplored regions on your map with terrifying creatures, what's the purpose? The decoration wasn't just random doodling during slow afternoons at the cartography shop. Monster placement required meticulous consideration of geography, mythology, and customer expectations. You couldn't simply place a dragon anywhere and consider the task complete. Different regions called for different types of fantastic fauna, and a professional mapmaker needed to know the difference between a good spot for a sea serpent and a prime location for a man-eating plant. The phrase, "here be dragons," has become famous as a shorthand for the unknown, but actual medieval maps rarely use those exact words. Most mapmakers were more creative in their warnings. They'd include detailed illustrations of whatever horrible creature supposedly lived in each unexplored region, often with instructive little notes about its feeding habits, temperament, and preferred method of devouring unwary travellers. Africa was particularly well stocked with fascinating wildlife, according to medieval mapmakers. The continent apparently hosted everything from giants who lived backwards, whatever that meant, to tribes of people with their faces in their chests, to animals that were basically lions but with human hands instead of paws. These weren't just random monster designs. They came from a long tradition of travel literature that had been enthusiastically embellished over generations of retelling. Classical authors, who had never visited the places they described, provided the source material for many of these creatures. Pliny the Elder, writing in Rome in the 1st century, compiled a natural history filled with second-hand accounts of distant lands and their exotic inhabitants. His work included dog-headed men, people with backwards feet, and various other anatomical impossibilities that medieval mapmakers copied faithfully onto their charts. Nobody seemed to question whether Pliny might have been a bit gullible, or whether his sources might have been pulling his leg. Sea monsters were another growth industry. The ocean was vast, largely unexplored, and perfect for hosting creatures of any size, and description the mapmaker's imagination could conjure up. Some maps featured relatively modest sea serpents, basically large snakes with fins and an attitude problem. Others depicted multi-headed beasts the size of islands, capable of creating whirlpools by swimming in circles. The most famous sea monster of the cartographic world was probably the kraken, though it went by various names depending on which mapmaker was drawing it. This creature was typically depicted as an enormous octopus or squid, large enough to wrap its tentacles around entire ships and drag them down to whatever passed for the bottom of the medieval ocean. The kraken had the advantage of being based on something real. Giant squids do exist. But the mapmaker's versions were usually about 10 times larger than anything that actually lived in the sea. What made these monster maps particularly entertaining was how specific they got about the creature's behaviours. It wasn't enough to just draw a dragon. You needed to include information about what the dragon ate, how it interacted with local human populations, and whether it was the sort of dragon that hoarded treasure, or the sort that just enjoyed setting things on fire for recreational purposes. Some maps included detailed notes about seasonal migration patterns for various monsters, as if these were real animals that someone had been carefully studying for years. The economics of monster maps were pretty straightforward. Customers wanted their money's worth, and a map covered with blank spaces didn't look like money well spent. Filling those spaces with carefully researched mythological creatures showed that the mapmaker had really done their homework, even if their homework consisted entirely of making things up. A map with good monster coverage looked authoritative, comprehensive, and worth displaying prominently in your castle's main hall. The funny thing is, some of these imaginary creatures were more thoroughly documented than real animals that lived in places mapmakers could actually visit. You could find incredibly detailed descriptions of griffins and their nesting habits, but good luck finding accurate information about, say, regular European birds that any mapmaker could have observed by walking outside their workshop. Running a successful map-making business in medieval times required a delicate balance between giving customers what they expected and avoiding the kind of spectacular failures that might damage your professional reputation. It was similar to fortune-telling, but instead of foretelling the future, you were describing places that might or might not exist, in locations that were probably completely wrong. The most successful mapmakers developed what we might call the strategic hedge, ways of including exciting exotic content, while subtly protecting themselves from accusations of outright fabrication. They'd copy information from other respected maps, which provided a kind of professional cover. If your map turned out to be wildly inaccurate, you could always point to your sources and suggest that any errors were inherited rather than invented. This process led to one of the most amusing aspects of medieval cartography, the perpetuation of mistakes through what amounted to professional courtesy. If a respected mapmaker included a particular island or monster or impossible river on their chart, other mapmakers would often include the same feature, even if it didn't make much geographical sense. Nobody wanted to be the one cartographer who left out something that everyone else considered important, even if everyone else was completely wrong about it. The price structure for medieval maps reflected these realities in intriguing ways. Basic maps with just the essential geographical features were relatively affordable. But if you wanted the full treatment, complete with monsters, mythical islands, detailed illustrations and exotic place names, you paid premium prices. Essentially, the most expensive maps were works of art that incorporated geographical information, not just attractively designed geographical documents. Wealthy customers often commissioned custom maps that emphasized whatever regions or features they were most interested in. A merchant planning trade routes might want extra detail in commercial ports and shipping lanes, while a nobleman might prefer elaborate illustrations of his family's coat of arms scattered across various continents. Some designers primarily designed maps as conversation pieces, prioritizing visual impact and entertainment value over geographical accuracy. The map-making guilds that developed in major European cities served partly as professional organizations and partly as quality control systems. They established standards for things like parchment quality, ink formulations, and artistic techniques, but they were remarkably flexible about accuracy requirements. A map could be completely wrong about the basic shape of continents and still earn guild approval, as long as it was beautifully executed and based on appropriately prestigious sources. Competition between map-making centres led to some creative approaches to marketing. Venetian maps emphasised their access to information from eastern trade routes, while Spanish maps highlighted their expertise in Atlantic exploration. Eventually, English cartographers promoted their developing expertise in northern waters, while Portuguese mapmakers asserted that they had unique knowledge of African coastlines. Each regional map-making tradition developed its own signature style of educated guessing. The rise of printing in the 15th century democratized map distribution, but didn't necessarily improve map accuracy. If anything, printing made it easier for mistakes to spread quickly and widely. A single inaccurate printed map could influence hundreds of other maps, creating cascading errors that persisted for generations. The same technology that should have made corrections easier actually made widespread misinformation more durable. Customer feedback was rarely immediate enough to affect map-making practices significantly. If you bought a map that turned out to be wrong about the location of a particular island, you probably wouldn't discover the error for years, if ever. You might think you made navigation errors instead of the map being wrong. This built-in delay between creation and verification meant that map makers could maintain successful careers based on information that was consistently, spectacularly wrong. The most successful map makers learned to manage customer expectations without explicitly admitting the limitations of their knowledge. They developed a professional vocabulary full of terms that sounded authoritative, while actually meaning your guess is as accurate as mine. Phrases like, according to the most reliable sources, and, as reported by experienced navigators, could cover a multitude of uncertainties without technically constituting fraud. Change came slowly to the world of map-making, partly because the old system worked so well for everyone involved. Customers got beautiful, entertaining maps full of wonderful possibilities. Map-makers got to exercise their creativity while earning steady livings. Sailors got convenient excuses for failed voyages. After all, if the monsters didn't attack you, those tricky currents around the mythical islands probably would. But eventually, reality started intruding on this comfortable arrangement. The problem began with Portuguese sailors in the 15th century, who had the annoying habit of actually visiting the places they were supposed to visit, and then coming back with inconveniently accurate reports about what they'd found there. Instead of respectfully confirming the established geographical wisdom, these explorers kept insisting that coastlines were shaped differently than the map suggested, that certain islands didn't exist, and that the monsters were surprisingly absent from areas where they were supposed to be abundant. Vasco da Gama's voyage around Africa was particularly troublesome for traditional mapmakers. Here was someone who had actually sailed around the entire continent, mapped its actual coastline, and returned with detailed information about what was really there. This kind of first-hand knowledge was deeply inconvenient for cartographers who had spent decades perfecting their artistic interpretations of African geography based on centuries-old second-hand accounts. The Spanish exploration of the Americas created similar problems. Columbus and his successors consistently found new continents in areas where established maps depicted empty oceans, yet they lacked the taste to return tangible evidence of their discoveries. Gold, exotic plants, and indigenous people were much harder to argue with than theoretical discussions about what might exist in distant waters. The Protestant Reformation introduced an unexpected twist to the situation. Medieval maps had often included religious elements, the Garden of Eden, various biblical locations, and Christian symbolism integrated with geographical features. As religious authority became more contested in some parts of Europe, the theological aspects of traditional map-making came under scrutiny along with everything else. Some reformers argued that mixing religious doctrine with geographical information was inappropriate, which eliminated one of the traditional justifications for including speculative content on maps. The invention of more accurate navigation instruments gradually raised the standards for what constituted acceptable geographical information. When sailors could determine their latitude with reasonable precision, maps that placed familiar locations hundreds of miles from their actual positions became problematic. The magnetic compass, the astrolabe, and eventually more sophisticated tools made it harder for mapmakers to hide behind the excuse that navigation was inherently uncertain. Competition from explorers turned cartographers put additional pressure on traditional mapmakers. People who had actually visited distant places could produce maps based on direct observation rather than scholarly speculation. These explorer cartographers didn't necessarily create more beautiful maps, but their charts had the compelling advantage of actually working for navigation purposes. Although customers valued beauty, those who intended to use their maps for real travel placed a greater value on functionality. The printing industry's development created both problems and opportunities for mapmakers. On one hand, the ability to produce printed maps more quickly and cheaply than hand-drawn ones opened up new markets and increased the availability of geographical information. On the other hand, printing made it easier to compare maps from different sources, which highlighted inconsistencies and errors that might have gone unnoticed when each map was a unique manuscript. Scientific method was perhaps the most serious long-term threat to creative cartography. As scholars began emphasizing direct observation, reproducible experiments, and systematic skepticism about received wisdom, the traditional approach to map-making looked increasingly unscientific. Maps based on centuries-old texts and theoretical speculation didn't fit well with the new emphasis on empirical evidence and logical analysis. The transition wasn't immediate or complete. Even as more accurate information became available, many mapmakers continued including traditional elements alongside newer, more reliable content. Some maps from the 16th and 17th centuries show an almost schizophrenic split between carefully surveyed coastlines and mythical interior features, as if the cartographers couldn't quite bring themselves to abandon the old ways entirely. As you settle in for the end of our journey through the wonderfully deceptive world of medieval map-making, it's worth considering what we lost when cartography became a science instead of an art form. Yes, Modern maps are infinitely more accurate, infinitely more useful, and infinitely less likely to send you sailing off the edge of the world or into the waiting tentacles of a hungry kraken. But they're also infinitely less likely to spark your imagination or make you wonder what might be waiting just beyond the next horizon. The golden age of creative cartography officially ended sometime in the 18th century, when the combination of better instruments, systematic exploration, and scientific rigour made it impossible to maintain the old traditions of educated guessing and artistic interpretation. The last mythical islands disappeared from authoritative maps. The sea monsters were relegated to decorative corners, and the vast blank spaces labelled terra incognita gradually filled with disappointingly real geographical features. But the influence of those centuries of cartographic creativity lingered in unexpected ways. The age of exploration was partly motivated by maps that showed a world filled with wonderful possibilities, islands of gold, passages to the Orient, and lands inhabited by exotic peoples and fantastic creatures. If the maps of Columbus's time had accurately depicted the vast empty ocean he would actually encounter, would he have sailed west? If generations of optimistic cartographers hadn't inflated the potential rewards, would the great voyages of discovery have seemed worth the risk and expense? The mythology created by medieval mapmakers became embedded in European culture in ways that outlasted the maps themselves. Stories about Antillia influenced Spanish expectations about the Americas. Legends of Prester John's Christian kingdom shaped Portuguese exploration of Africa and Asia. The idea that the world's edges were populated by monsters and marvels became part of the European imagination, creating a sense that exploration was not just about trade routes and territorial expansion, but about discovering wonders that would justify the greatest risks. It took centuries for some of the most persistent geographical myths to completely vanish. The Northwest Passage, a hypothetical northern route connecting the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, appeared on maps for over 400 years before explorers finally confirmed that it didn't exist in any practical sense. Despite repeated evidence to the contrary, many maps depicted California as an island well into the 18th century. These weren't simple mistakes. They were examples of wishful thinking so powerful that it overrode contradictory evidence for generations. The decorative elements of medieval maps evolved into the artistic traditions that still influence cartographic design today. Modern maps may not include dragons or sea serpents, but they still use artistic techniques developed by mapmakers who understood that geographical documents needed to be visually appealing as well as informative. The elaborate compass roses, decorative borders, and careful attention to topography that characterise the best contemporary maps can be traced directly back to medieval cartographers who knew that presentation mattered as much as content. Most importantly, the medieval map-making tradition serves as a reminder of the complex relationship between information and truth. Those old cartographers weren't deliberately trying to deceive anyone. They were doing their best to synthesize limited, contradictory information into useful documents for their customers. They filled gaps in their knowledge with educated guesses, traditional stories, and reasonable assumptions that turned out to be wrong. In that sense, they weren't so different from modern experts who extrapolate from incomplete data and make predictions about complex systems they don't fully understand. The next time you use GPS to navigate to some place you've never been before, spare a thought for the generations of mapmakers who tackle the same basic problem with much less reliable information and much more creative solutions. They may have gotten the details wrong, but they got the spirit right. The world is a big, mysterious, wonderful place, full of possibilities we haven't discovered yet and wonders we can't quite imagine. And if you ever find yourself in a situation where you need to fill in some gaps in your knowledge with your best educated guess, remember that you're following in a long and honourable tradition. Just be careful not to include any dragons in the margins. These days, people tend to check those details. Sweet dreams, and may your maps, whether geographical, professional or personal, lead you to discoveries that are at least as wonderful as the ones you imagined along the way. Have you ever noticed that sometimes a person you get along with begins to make small demands that appear reasonable? This was Britain's relationship with the American colonies after 1763. Britain had just finished the French and Indian War, which sounded like a war between two groups but was more like a neighbourhood brawl that involved most of the world. The British won, which was great for English speakers but disastrous for the French. However, winning wars is costly. Britain reviewed its bank account as if it were a credit card statement, following an extravagant holiday shopping spree. Britain knew who should pay for all those muskets and fancy uniforms. Meanwhile, the colonists saw their lives as reasonable. Everyone would mind their own business as they sent tobacco and other goods across the ocean. Britain sent back tea and manufactured goods. It was akin to a prosperous long-distance partnership. Britain then became involved in the daily details of trade. The Sugar Act of 1764 taxed molasses and sugar. You may wonder, what's the big deal about sugar taxes? However, molasses was not only used in cookies. Molasses played a crucial role in the production of rum, which was considered the most valuable commodity in the colonial economy. Taxing molasses was like taxing happiness. The colonists grumbled about the tax but believed it would be temporary. The Stamp Act of 1765 required tax stamps on almost all colonial paper. Buy a newspaper? Stamp duty. Need a will? Stamp duty. Are you enjoying a game of cards? It's stamp tax. Britain seemed to believe that the abundance of trees was excessive and required regulation. The colonists had a philosophical disagreement with the arrangement, which made things fascinating. They'd been managing themselves well, but now someone 3,000 miles away was telling them how to spend their money. It would be like your distant cousin rearranging your furniture because they helped you move. Britain's response to no taxation without representation was, but we're representing you. We're British, you're British, it's all very British and representational. This logic didn't convince colonists. When two people argue about one thing but are upset about another, things escalate. The Townshend Acts of 1767 taxed tea, paint, paper and glass. By now, Britain was taxing so much that colonists wondered if breathing was next. The colonial response of boycotting British goods worked better than expected. British merchants suddenly found their warehouses filled with unwanted items, such as 40 pounds of potato salad left over from a party that had no guests. Tensions were so high in 1770 that a knife could cut them. British soldiers kept order in colonial cities, but armed soldiers made people nervous. Hiring a bouncer for your book club may be technically beneficial, but it can significantly alter the atmosphere. The Boston Massacre occurred in March 1770, but calling it a massacre is like calling a small accident a major transportation disaster. British soldiers shooting into a crowd killed 5 colonists, which was tragic and unnecessary, but not a systematic slaughter. However, it gave the colonists something to be upset about, and anger is a powerful organising force. You're probably seeing how the story will end, but we're just beginning. After the Boston Massacre, Britain considered retreating. To maintain dignity in this relationship, they repealed most of the Townshend Acts, keeping only the tea tax. It was akin to expressing regret over a disagreement, yet asserting triumph over a minor issue. A couple of years were quiet. Britain resumed pretending the empire was running smoothly while the colonists returned to their daily lives. The situation resembled a state of artificial tranquility, as everyone chose to overlook the pressing issue of taxation, which was disguised by a powdered wig and held strong opinions. In 1773, Britain committed a strategic error, but it was more akin to making a blind decision. The British East India Company monopolised colonial tea sales under the Tea Act, making tea cheaper for consumers. One might assume that cheaper tea would be popular, but that was not the case. Principle, not price, was the issue. Local merchants' complete removal from the tea business presented colonists with a promising future. What prevented Britain from monopolising everything else if they could monopolise tea? It was like watching someone rearrange your furniture while claiming to help. The colonial response was swift and either brilliantly theatrical or completely insane. On December the 16th, 1773, colonists dressed as Native Americans boarded British ships in Boston Harbour and dumped 342 chests of tea into the water. Their action was culturally insensitive and unconvincing. The Boston Tea Party was likely the most expensive tantrum ever. Boston Harbour briefly held the world's largest cup of weak tea, worth $1.7 million today. Britain's response to this aquatic protest was typical of someone who'd just seen their expensive tea turned into harbour seasoning. King George III and Parliament decided Massachusetts needed manners and were the ones to teach them. Britain's Intolerable Acts of 1774 said, "You want to act like children? Fine, we'll treat you like children." They grounded a city by closing Boston Harbour until the tea was paid for. Instead of colonial courts, British officials accused of crimes would be tried in Britain, which was like saying, from now on, when we break the rules, we'll judge ourselves. The Quebec Act, passed around the same time, extended Quebec's borders into the Ohio Valley, annoying most American colonists. Britain seemed to have thought, you know what this needs? More complications. However, Britain's plan backfired almost poetically. Instead of isolating Massachusetts and making an example of them, the Intolerable Act warned other colonies they could follow. It was akin to observing the neighbourhood bully target one child, and suddenly recognising that you could be the subsequent victim. At the First Continental Congress in Philadelphia in September 1774, delegates from 12 colonies, Georgia was undecided, discussed their options. 12 groups of people agreeing on anything is difficult, let alone 12 groups spread across 1,000 miles of 18th century transportation infrastructure. The Congress stopped importing and exporting colonial goods to Britain. They also agreed to meet again if things didn't improve, politely saying, "We're serious about this, and we'll prove it by having more meetings." Colonists were organising militias, which should have worried Britain more than it did. Farmers, shopkeepers and blacksmiths spent their weekends learning to march in straight lines and shoot muskets accurately. The militia movement was practical and psychological. It meant colonists were ready to defend themselves. It was a big mental shift to think of themselves as people who might need to defend themselves against their own government. By 1774, Britain and the American colonies were stockpiling weapons and making grievance lists. If this were a marriage, lawyers would be involved. You're familiar with the moment when someone utters something they cannot retract, and everything shifts within the argument. It happened on April 19th, 1775, in two small Massachusetts towns that most people in Britain and the American colonies had never heard of. General Thomas Gage, the British commander in Boston, was ordered to suppress the colonial rebellion by seizing weapons and arresting the leaders. He took a leisurely evening stroll with 700 of his closest friends to retrieve the colonists' military supplies from Concord, 20 miles from Boston. The plan was simple: march to Concord at night, grab the weapons, arrest Samuel Adams and John Hancock if they were there, and return for breakfast. It was the kind of plan that looks great on paper, but falls apart in practice. The colonists had a fantastic neighbourhood watch system. Paul Revere, William Dawes, and other riders patrolled the countryside to warn of the British. Revere's midnight ride is legendary, but he was captured halfway to Concord, proving that even famous historical events don't always go as planned. British troops arrived at Lexington at sunrise to discover 70 colonial militiamen on the village green. The militia was armed but outnumbered, making this a tense neighbourhood dispute rather than a military conflict. Who fired the first Lexington shot is unknown. It could have been a British soldier, a colonial militiaman, or a musket accident, which happened more often than you'd think with 18th century firearms. We know that 8 colonists died and 1 British soldier was wounded after the smoke cleared. British troops continued to Concord, where things improved initially. They managed to move most of the valuable military supplies, but they also destroyed some. Their day went awry when they returned to Boston. The colonial militia kept busy while the British searched Concord. With word of the Lexington fighting spreading, militia units converged from all directions. The British encountered the Concord militia as well as nearby farmers and shopkeepers armed with muskets who then fled. The retreat from Concord to Boston became a day-long battle. The British found it unsporting for the colonial militia to hide behind trees and stone walls, shoot at officers, and not line up in neat formations to be shot at. It was like a game where the other side changed the rules. The British limped back into Boston with 273 casualties to 95 colonial losses. More importantly, they learned that colonial militia were different from European armies. The colonists didn't understand that war should be gentlemanly. The colonies heard Lexington and Concord news faster than small-town gossip. Connecticut and New Hampshire militia marched toward Boston within days. The British were besieged in their own stronghold, which was unexpected. In May 1775, the Second Continental Congress met in Philadelphia and faced a simpler but more complicated situation than the first. Since the shooting had begun, they didn't have to debate armed resistance's legitimacy. They were running a war without realising it, making it more complicated. Congress appointed a committee, as politicians do in confusing situations. They appointed several committees, but the most important one organised the colonial military forces into an army. After some debate, they chose George Washington, a Virginia planter with military experience and a good horse. Washington accepted the appointment with the reluctant grace politicians have perfected since. That he didn't feel qualified for the job but would do his best was either humility or political theatre. Probably both. The Battle of Bunker Hill in June 1775 showed that colonial forces could defeat professional British troops with good defence and enough ammunition. After inflicting heavy casualties on the British, the colonists retreated. A defeat that felt like a victory was exactly what colonial morale needed. The American colonies were in open rebellion against Britain by 1775, though nobody wanted to call it that. Admitting you've made a big decision can be harder than choosing it. In early 1776, the American colonies were fighting Britain, organising their own government and printing their own money, but they were still trying to reconcile. It was like someone who moved out of their parents' house, got a new apartment, and started a new job but insist they're staying with friends until things work out at home. In January 1776, Thomas Paine published Common Sense and said what everyone was thinking. In the 18th century, most political writing sounded like it was meant to put people to sleep, but Paine could explain complex political ideas in simple language. Common Sense argued that independence was necessary and desirable. Paine noted that kings were usually useless or harmful. It was absurd to think that one person should rule millions of others based on their parents. It was like entrusting your finances to someone whose great-grandfather was good with money. It sold 150,000 copies in 3 months, which was like going viral in 1776, but with radical political theory instead of funny cat videos. Taverns and town squares suddenly hosted whispered conversations. Meanwhile, the war spread beyond Massachusetts. The American invasion of Canada seemed like a good idea at the time, but it taught you why most military adventures are bad. The invasion failed spectacularly, proving that winter, distance, and hostile populations stop armies. In the South, the British were finding their optimism about loyal colonists supporting them wrong. While rallying loyalist support in North Carolina, most people preferred to stay home and avoid being shot, which was probably wise. Back in Philadelphia, the Continental Congress struggled to wage war while seeking peace. It was like planning a wedding while divorcing, possible but difficult. King George III unexpectedly pushed for independence. In December 1775, he declared the American colonies in open rebellion and no longer under his protection. He meant, fine, if you want to act like you don't need me, then you really don't. The king hired German mercenaries, Hessians, to fight the colonists, which was like bringing in armed strangers to settle a fight with your kids. This gesture made reconciliation less appealing. Even moderates in Congress thought independence might be the only option by spring 1776. You can't negotiate with someone who's declared rebellion and hired foreign soldiers to shoot you. Thomas Jefferson was chosen to write the Declaration of Independence because he was a good writer and because the other committee members had more important tasks. Jefferson, who was 33, wrote one of the most important documents in history while still paying off student loans. Jefferson's initial draft was longer and more accusatory. His inflammatory language, including blaming King George for the slave trade, was edited out by Congress for political reasons and because slaveholders were hypocritical. The final declaration, approved on July 4, 1776, was a political masterpiece that was both philosophical and practical. It stated why the colonies were declaring independence, listed their grievances against Britain, and announced their intention to form a new nation. The most famous line, "We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal," changed politics and philosophy. In a world where most people were ruled by divine kings, the idea that government should be based on consent was radical. In 1776, all men meant something different than it does today. Women, enslaved people, and Native Americans couldn't vote. Despite its promissory note status, the Declaration was a start. The Declaration signing wasn't as dramatic as paintings suggest. Many delegates signed a formal copy in August, but some waited until November. John Hancock's large signature was likely more about habit than defiance. Public reaction to independence was mixed. Patriots held bonfires, bell-ringing and readings. In a new nation that had declared their former government illegitimate, loyalists worried about their future. Many wanted to know if they'd finally stop arguing about taxes. The Declaration of Independence turned the colonial rebellion into a national liberation war. No turning back, independence or defeat, no middle ground. Declaring independence was simple. Winning independence required defeating the world's strongest military force, which was like challenging the neighbourhood bully to a fight and discovering that he was a professional wrestler with several angry friends. The UK response to the Declaration of Independence was swift and overwhelming. Their largest expeditionary force, over 30,000 troops and a massive fleet, targeted New York City. They wanted to capture the most important colonial port, split the rebellion in half, and end this nonsense before it got out of hand. While commanding the Continental Army, George Washington learned that it was like herding cats, except the cats were armed, had strong opinions about military hierarchy, and went home when their enlistments expired. The army consisted of Continental regulars, state militia, and volunteers who came and went as needed for farm work. Washington's first major battle as a commander, the Battle of Long Island in August 1776, nearly ended the revolution before it began. British General William Howe outmanoeuvred Washington's army, trapping them on Brooklyn Heights with their backs to the East River. Most military professionals call being trapped with a river behind you and a superior enemy force in front of you a problem. Washington solved it with one of the most daring retreats in history, evacuating 9,000 troops across the East River at night without the British noticing, like sneaking out of a party while the host was distracted, but with cannons. The retreat from New York became a disaster that tested independence supporters' loyalty. Washington's army disintegrated as soldiers deserted, enlistments expired, and militia units returned home. He had less than 3,000 troops left by December, and most of their enlistments expired on New Year's Eve. During this dark period, volunteer Thomas Paine wrote The Crisis, which began with the famous line, "These are the times that try men's souls." He meant that things were bad, but giving up wasn't an option. The British capture of Fort Washington in November, taking nearly 3,000 Americans, was the lowest point. Its main goal was to stop British ships from sailing up the Hudson River, but it proved that building a fort in the wrong place is worse than none. By Christmas 1776, the revolution was tenuous. The British and Hessians controlled New York and were about to defeat Washington's army. Many colonists who supported independence were beginning to doubt their decision. Washington decided desperate times required desperate measures. He led his remaining troops across the ice-choked Delaware River on Christmas night to surprise 900 Hessian soldiers in Trenton. The crossing was dangerous due to a winter storm, and many soldiers didn't have proper shoes, leaving bloody footprints in the snow. According to military historians, it was audacious, but insane. The attack on Trenton worked well because the Hessians didn't expect anyone to attack in a blizzard the day after Christmas. The Americans took nearly 1,000 prisoners and needed military supplies, but they also won battles. Washington won again at Princeton a week later, convincing many that independence wasn't hopeless. Morale rose, enlistments rose, and the revolution stumbled into 1777. The British had a new 1777 strategy that looked great on paper but ignored North American geography. To divide the rebellion and isolate New England, 3 armies were to converge on Albany, New York. About 8,000 troops under General John Burgoyne would march south from Canada. Another force would move east from Lake Ontario. General Howe marched north from New York City. Albany would be their meeting place to shake hands and watch the revolution fall. The plan had one minor flaw. It required precise coordination between armies separated by hundreds of miles of wilderness, with no reliable communication, in an era when the fastest way to send a message was to give it to a horseback rider and hope he didn't get lost or shot. Burgoyne began his march south in June 1777 with confidence and a large baggage train that included his wardrobe and tons of champagne. He was the kind of general who thought maintaining standards during a war was admirable, but too difficult to do while marching through forests. General Horatio Gates and the New England militia surrounded Burgoyne's army near Saratoga. October found Burgoyne trapped, outnumbered, and low on supplies. He gave up his army on October 17th, 1777. The victory at Saratoga changed the war, but not because it won American independence. There were still years of fighting. Instead, it convinced France that the Americans might win, making supporting them worth annoying Britain. The American victory at Saratoga had far-reaching effects. Diplomats in European capitals saw the American rebellion as a threat to British power, not a colonial tantrum. Nothing pleased European powers more than British problems. France, in particular, watched the American situation with the same interest as a neighbour fighting with their spouse. After secretly giving the Americans money and weapons since 1776, they were ready to reveal their support. The Franco-American alliance of February 1778 was one of the most unlikely diplomatic partnerships. France was an absolute monarchy with a rigid class system, while America fought for democracy and individual liberty. They teamed up like a vegetarian and a butcher who disliked the same restaurant. However, shared enemies make strange bedfellows, and both countries wanted to lower Britain. France could avenge their humiliating defeat in the 7 Years' War, while America gained a powerful ally with a navy that could challenge British control of the seas. As expected, the British declared war on France, turning the American Revolution into a global conflict. Spain joined France in 1779 and the Dutch in 1780. Britain suddenly found itself fighting colonial rebels in most of Europe, which was like fighting everyone at the bar in the 18th century. This global expansion benefited America in unexpected ways. British resources allocated to crushing the American rebellion had to be spread across theatres. To defend British Caribbean and Mediterranean possessions, ships that could have blocked American ports were needed. The American war was a frustrating stalemate. British forces abandoned the northern colonies after the Saratoga disaster and focused on the south, where loyalist support was stronger. British strategy in the south started well. Over 5,000 Americans were captured in 1778 and 1780 in Savannah and Charleston. Their new strategy seemed promising at first. However, like many invading armies, the British assumed that controlling cities meant controlling the countryside. American militias and hit-and-run irregulars ruled the areas between British strongholds. Francis Marion, known as the Swamp Fox, was famous for attacking British supply lines from the South Carolina wetlands before retreating into terrain regular armies couldn't navigate. Before the term, it was guerrilla warfare, and it plagued the British occupation of the South. The British found their loyalist supporters fewer and less reliable than expected. After British military rule, which often involved requisitioning supplies, quartering soldiers, and treating civilians as enemies, many colonists switched sides. The Battle of Kings Mountain in October 1780, where American militia surrounded and defeated loyalist troops, changed the southern campaign. The victory showed that American forces could win decisive battles without Continental Army regulars, convincing many fence-sitters to join the rebellion. In late 1780, General Nathanael Greene took command of American forces in the South and devised a counterintuitive but effective strategy. He used constant movement and carefully chosen battles to wear down British forces instead of defending territory. Greene famously said, "We fight, get beat, rise, and fight again." It wasn't a heroic military philosophy, but it worked. The British could win battles, but not Greene's attrition war. British General Cornwallis chased American forces across the Carolinas in 1781 in a futile attempt to win a decisive battle. His army was shrinking due to casualties, disease and desertion, while the Americans were multiplying with each defeat. Cornwallis realised the South couldn't be pacified while Virginia supplied and reinforced the rebellion. He marched his army north into Virginia to cut off American supplies and force a final battle. Cornwallis established a base at Yorktown, Virginia, to receive British naval support for his army. This reasonable plan relied on Britain controlling the seas, a safe assumption for most of the war. All of America's diplomatic patience paid off in 1781. The French fleet under Admiral de Grasse arrived in American waters to aid the final push for victory. Washington saw a rare opportunity when Cornwallis fortified Yorktown. Cornwallis would be trapped like Burgoyne at Saratoga if the French Navy controlled Chesapeake Bay, while American and French ground forces besieged Yorktown. Secretly transporting American and French forces from New York to Virginia was difficult, but it worked. Cornwallis was surrounded by 16,000 American and French troops in late September 1781, and French ships controlled his escape route. The American Revolution ended with the 3-week siege of Yorktown. Cornwallis surrendered his army on October 19, 1781, ending Britain's last major American force. The British band supposedly played The World Turned Upside Down during the surrender ceremony, which would have been symbolic. They probably played something more conventional, but the sentiment was right. War is often easier to win than to end. After Yorktown, everyone knew British defeat was inevitable, but turning military victory into political independence required delicate diplomatic manoeuvring that made actual fighting seem easy. British political denial after Cornwallis's surrender was masterful. The Prime Minister, Lord North, said he felt like he had been shot in the chest after losing an army. British officials maintained the war would continue. That optimism lasted about as long as expected. British public opinion, which had never supported the American war, decisively opposed a losing war. Members of Parliament asked uncomfortable questions about why they were spending so much to fight people who clearly didn't want to be Empire partners. Lord North's government fell in March 1782, replaced by a peace-minded ministry. Negotiations were easier because Lord Rockingham, the new Prime Minister, opposed the American war from the start. 18th century peace talks were complicated, making modern diplomatic negotiations seem simple. France, Spain and the Dutch also had territorial demands and agendas. France sought former war territory. Spain wanted Gibraltar back from Britain and had North American ambitions that conflicted with American interests. Dutch traders wanted their rights back. Everyone wanted to gain from the peace settlement. Benjamin Franklin, John Adams, and John Jay were smart people who agreed on the goal but disagreed on almost everything else on the American negotiating team. Franklin wanted to work with France. Adams was suspicious of everyone, and Jay believed France was trying to limit American expansion. Americans benefited from these personality differences. European diplomats never knew which American they would meet, which kept them off balance and prevented coalitions against American interests. Due to their complexity and 18th century communication, the negotiations took over a year. London-Paris messages took days to arrive, and government instructions to negotiators often arrived after circumstances had changed. American territorial boundaries were a major issue. The British were willing to recognise American independence, but they weren't sure how much territory to include. The British thought the Americans' ambition to control the Atlantic Ocean and Mississippi River was unusual for a former colony. The Americans got most of what they wanted through skillful negotiation, and Britain's decision to grant generous territorial concessions to keep America friendly after the war. It was like giving someone a nice farewell gift to remember you by. On September 3rd, 1783, the Treaty of Paris ended the American Revolution and recognized US independence. From the Atlantic to the Mississippi River and Canada to Florida, the new nation was one of the world's largest on paper. Britain agreed to withdraw all its military forces from America, but it took years. Some British posts in the Northwest Territory weren't evacuated until the 1790s, causing tensions but not threatening American independence. The peace process was complicated by other issues addressed in the treaty. Repaying American debts before the war to British merchants was reasonable but difficult to enforce. American state governments ignored the oath to treat wartime British loyalists fairly. The peace treaty's announcement was celebrated but underwhelming in America. Many people were used to war after 8 years, and didn't know what peacetime was like. The Continental Army was quickly disbanded because Congress couldn't pay the soldiers, and because Americans were wary of standing armies. Washington's emotional farewell to his officers at Fraunces Tavern in New York ended a shared experience that had united 13 colonies into one nation. In America and Europe, Washington's commission resignation and return to private life were notable. If Washington voluntarily gave up power, he would be the greatest man in the world according to King George III, who had spent 8 years trying to defeat him. After the American Revolution, the hard work of nation-building began. The 13 former colonies had won their independence, but they had to figure out how to govern themselves, pay their debts, and build a society from the diverse regions, cultures, and interests of the new United States. After years of roommates, the end of the war was like moving into your own apartment. Exciting and liberating, but also quiet and full of unanticipated responsibilities. The colonists were too busy fighting British rule to plan ahead. Peacetime governance was failing under the Articles of Confederation, which had ruled the nation during the war. The federal government couldn't tax, regulate, or enforce its laws. It was like managing a household where no one agreed on who paid the bills or made the rules. A story for another night. Rest and contemplate how a group of colonial subjects became citizens of an independent nation with only determination, good government ideas, and stubborn persistence from believing you're right. The revolution that began with tea tax debates ended with the creation of a new nation based on the radical idea that people could govern themselves. It was imperfect. It would take generations to guarantee equality to all Americans, but it was a start. Sometimes starting is the hardest. Picture yourself settling into a comfortable chair on a quiet evening, perhaps with a warm drink in hand as we travel back to a time when the world was smaller and simpler, yet somehow more complicated all at once. You're about to witness one of history's most remarkable transformations, not through the eyes of kings or generals, but as someone watching ordinary people discover they had extraordinary courage buried deep inside them. It's the early 8th century, and you find yourself in what we now call Spain, though back then it was known as Hispania to those who bothered with such formalities. The Visigothic kingdom stretches before you like a patchwork quilt that's seen better days, some patches holding strong, others fraying at the edges, and a few that probably should have been replaced years ago. You'd think ruling a kingdom would be straightforward, wouldn't you? After all, you sit on a throne, people bow, and everyone does what you say. But the Visigoths had managed to turn monarchy into something resembling a particularly chaotic game of musical chairs. Kings came and went with the regularity of seasons, though with considerably less predictability. One day you'd have King Witiza on the throne, the next day his rival Roderick would be measuring the royal cushions for size. This constant game of thrones, and yes, that's exactly what it was, had left the kingdom about as stable as a three-legged stool on a ship during a storm. Nobles spent more time plotting against each other than actually governing, which meant that when real trouble came knocking, everyone was too busy looking over their shoulders to notice the front door being kicked in. The irony, of course, is that while the Visigothic nobility were perfecting the art of political backstabbing, they were completely missing the bigger picture unfolding to the south. Across the narrow strait that separated Europe from Africa, forces were gathering that would change everything. But you know how it is with people who are too caught up in their own drama. They rarely notice the storm clouds until the rain starts falling. The Muslim conquest of North Africa had been proceeding with the kind of methodical efficiency that would make a Swiss clockmaker weep with joy. City after city, region after region, until the Islamic forces stood at the very edge of the African continent, looking across those few miles of water toward Europe like a person eyeing the last piece of chocolate cake at a dinner party. Now, you might wonder why anyone would want to cross a body of water to conquer a land full of quarrelling nobles and political chaos. The answer, as it often is in history, comes down to opportunity meeting ambition. The Muslim forces weren't just looking for new lands to conquer, they were looking for lands worth conquering. And despite all its internal squabbling, Hispania was still rich in resources, fertile in agriculture, and strategically positioned at the crossroads of Europe and Africa. The stage was set for one of those moments in history when everything changes so quickly that people living through it probably felt like they were watching the world's most dramatic magic trick. One moment, you have the familiar chaos of Visigothic politics, with its predictable unpredictability. The next moment, everything you thought you knew about power, religion, and daily life is turned completely upside down. But here's what makes this story particularly fascinating from our cosy vantage point centuries later. The people living through these changes didn't know they were witnessing the end of one era and the beginning of another. They were just trying to get through each day, make sense of rapidly changing circumstances, and figure out how to protect themselves and their families in a world that suddenly seemed a lot less predictable than it had been the week before. The Reconquista, that centuries-long process of Christian kingdoms gradually reclaiming the Iberian Peninsula, wasn't born in a single moment of inspiration or divine revelation. It emerged slowly, organically, from the accumulated frustration and determination of people who found themselves living under foreign rule and decided, sometimes one person at a time, that they weren't going to accept this as their permanent reality. As you settle deeper into your chair, imagine yourself as one of those people, watching the old world crumble and wondering what kind of new world might rise from its ashes. Because that's exactly where our story begins, not with the end, but with the ending that became a beginning. In 711, if you live near southern Spain, you may have seen something odd on the horizon. Ships. There were actually quite a few ships, and none of them were flying any flags that you recognised. This fleet wasn't the usual merchant traffic, or the occasional Viking raid that everyone had learned to treat as just another Tuesday inconvenience. The scene was something entirely different. The fleet approaching your shores belonged to Tariq ibn Ziyad, whose name would become so associated with this moment that the rocky outcrop where he landed, Gibraltar, literally means Jabal Tariq, or Tariq's mountain. It's one of those perfect historical coincidences that makes you wonder if someone somewhere has a sense of humour about these things. Now, if you were a military strategist sitting in your favourite armchair, you might assume that conquering an entire kingdom would require vast armies, years of planning, and logistics that would make a modern supply chain manager break out in hives. But Tariq had something perhaps more valuable than massive numbers. He had timing, determination, and an opponent that was essentially doing half the work for him. The Visigothic kingdom at this moment was like a house with a beautiful facade but termites in the foundation. King Roderick was dealing with rebellions in the north, noble families were still playing their endless game of political chess, and the army was scattered across the peninsula dealing with various internal squabbles. It was rather like trying to defend your home from burglars while your family is having a loud argument in the living room. Tariq's initial force was relatively modest, somewhere between 7,000 and 12,000 men, depending on which historical account you trust. These weren't just random soldiers looking for adventure, though. They were experienced fighters who had already proven themselves in the conquest of North Africa, and they brought with them something the Visigothic forces lacked: unity of purpose and a command structure that actually functioned. The landing itself must have been one of those surreal moments in history. Picture yourself as a local fisherman, going about your normal morning routine, when suddenly the bay fills with foreign ships disgorging thousands of armed men who clearly aren't there for the local tourism opportunities. You'd probably spend a few moments wondering if you were still dreaming, then realise the moment was definitely one of those days when staying home might have been the better choice. What happened next demonstrates one of history's recurring themes. Sometimes the outcome of momentous events depends less on grand strategy and more on basic human psychology. When news of the landing reached King Roderick, he did what any reasonable monarch would do. He gathered his forces and marched south to deal with this invasion. The problem was that gathering his forces in a politically fractured kingdom meant trying to assemble an army from nobles who weren't entirely sure they wanted him to succeed. The Battle of Guadalete, fought sometime in July 711, became one of those encounters that historians describe with words like decisive and pivotal, which are academic ways of saying everything changed rapidly. Roderick's army was larger on paper, but paper armies and real armies are two very different things. When your troops include people who might actually prefer to see you lose, military mathematics becomes considerably more complicated. The battle itself was less a clash of titans and more like watching a carefully stacked house of cards encounter a sudden breeze. Roderick's forces didn't just lose, they collapsed with the kind of spectacular completeness that makes military historians shake their heads in amazement. The king himself disappeared during the fighting, and while various stories emerged about his fate, the practical result was the same. The Visigothic kingdom had just lost its head, literally or figuratively. But here's where the story becomes particularly captivating from your comfortable evening perspective. The speed of what followed defied all reasonable expectations. Within a few years, Muslim forces had swept across most of the Iberian Peninsula with a swiftness that seems almost impossible until you remember that they weren't just conquering territory. They were often being invited in by local populations who saw them as preferable to the chaos of Visigothic rule. The result wasn't the Hollywood version of conquest, with dramatic sieges and heroic last stands. This was conquest through administrative competence, religious tolerance, and the simple appeal of stable government after decades of political turmoil. Sometimes the most revolutionary changes happen not through dramatic confrontation, but through offering people something they didn't even realise they wanted: predictability. Imagine waking up one morning to discover that everything familiar about your world has been quietly rearranged while you slept. The same mountains still frame the horizon, and the same rivers still flow toward the sea, but suddenly there are new rules, new rulers, and new ways of doing things that everyone is expected to learn rather quickly. This is essentially what happened to the people of Hispania as Muslim rule settled over the peninsula like a new season. But unlike the harsh winter of conquest that many might have expected, what actually emerged was something surprisingly manageable. The new rulers, it turned out, were excellent at the mundane business of actually running things. You see, the Umayyad Caliphate had learned something that many conquerors throughout history seem to miss. Destroying everything you've just conquered is rather like burning down the house you've just bought. Instead, they brought with them a sophisticated administrative system that had been refined through governing diverse populations across a vast territory stretching from Spain to Central Asia. The Christian and Jewish populations found themselves classified as dhimmi, protected peoples who could continue practicing their religions in exchange for paying additional taxes and accepting certain legal restrictions. Now, before you start thinking, this arrangement sounds wonderfully tolerant by modern standards, remember that religious tolerance in the 8th century was rather like air conditioning in the desert, rare enough that you appreciated it when you found it, even if it wasn't quite what you'd get at home. For many people, daily life under the new system was actually an improvement over the chaos of late Visigothic rule. Trade flourished, cities grew, and the famous convivencia, the coexistence of Christian, Muslim and Jewish communities, began to develop in ways that would make medieval Iberia one of the most culturally rich regions in Europe. But here's where human nature asserts itself in ways that are both predictable and touching. People adapt, but they also remember. In countless small ways, the conquered population maintained connections to their previous identity while learning to navigate their new reality. They spoke Arabic in the marketplace but might still pray in Latin at home. They adopted new architectural styles while preserving old family traditions. They learned new skills while teaching their children old stories. This cultural blending created something unprecedented in medieval Europe. A society where a Christian merchant might do business with a Muslim banker while discussing philosophy with a Jewish scholar, and nobody thought this was particularly remarkable. It was rather like living in one of those modern neighbourhoods where everyone's from somewhere else, except with more swords and considerably less plumbing. The new rulers established their capital at Cordoba, which under their guidance would become one of the largest and most sophisticated cities in Europe. They built schools, libraries and workshops. They improved agricultural techniques and expanded trade networks. They even maintained and expanded the Roman infrastructure they inherited, which showed a refreshing appreciation for good engineering regardless of its origins. Yet beneath this surface of accommodation and progress, something else was quietly taking root. In the mountainous regions of the north, where the conquest had been less complete and central authority was weaker, small communities of Christians began to develop what we might call selective amnesia about their new reality. They remembered the old kingdom, the old faith, and the old ways of doing things, and they began to nurture the idea that their current situation might not be permanent. These weren't grand gestures of defiance or dramatic declarations of independence. They were the quiet, persistent activities of people who had decided that while they might have to accept foreign rule, they didn't have to like it or consider it legitimate. They maintained their own religious practices, preserved their own legal traditions, and most importantly told their children stories about how things used to be and how they might be again. The irony, of course, is that the very tolerance and administrative competence that made Muslim rule bearable also provided the space for this quiet resistance to develop. A harsher system might have stamped out Christian identity entirely, while a more chaotic one might have left people too focused on simple survival to think about political alternatives. Instead, the conquered population found themselves in the historically unusual position of being governed by people who were genuinely better at governing than their previous rulers, while still maintaining the psychological and cultural resources to imagine eventual liberation. It was rather like being in a very comfortable prison run by thoughtful wardens. You might appreciate the amenities while still planning your eventual escape. This quiet persistence in the northern mountains would be one of history's most patient investments, planted by people who might never live to see its harvest, but who maintained faith that someone someday would. Let's take a moment to appreciate one of history's most delightful ironies. The reconquest of Iberia began not with a grand army or divine revelation, but with what was essentially a tax dispute that got wildly out of hand. You have to admire the very human scale of it all. It's rather like discovering that the American Revolution started because someone got really annoyed about the price of tea. In the Asturian mountains of northern Spain, around the year 718, a Visigothic nobleman named Pelayo was dealing with the kind of problem that would be familiar to anyone who's ever had a disagreement with the local authorities. The Muslim governors wanted him to pay tribute and acknowledge their authority. Pelayo, for reasons that probably made perfect sense to him at the time, decided he'd rather not. Now, under normal circumstances, this kind of local disagreement would be resolved quickly and decisively in favour of whoever had the bigger army. But the Asturian mountains weren't normal circumstances. They were the medieval equivalent of trying to govern a region made entirely of natural fortresses. The terrain was so rugged that sending large military forces into it was rather like trying to organise a parade in a maze. Pelayo's initial act of defiance was probably witnessed by fewer people than typically attend a modern city council meeting. He gathered a small group of supporters. Accounts vary, but we're talking dozens, not thousands, and retreated to a cave called Covadonga. From a military perspective, the event looked like the kind of last stand that usually ends with historians writing sympathetic footnotes about brave but doomed resistance. The Muslim force sent to deal with this minor irritation was probably expecting what their commanders back in Cordoba were expecting: a brief expedition to arrest some troublemakers and restore order. Instead, they found themselves attempting to dislodge determined defenders from positions seemingly destined for such stubborn resistance. The Battle of Covadonga, fought sometime around 722, was the kind of encounter that looks insignificant in the moment, but grows in importance with each passing year. The Muslim force was defeated, not destroyed, but defeated enough that they withdrew, rather than continue what was turning into an expensive and embarrassing exercise in mountain warfare. From Pelayo's perspective, he had successfully defended his home and maintained his independence. From the Muslim governor's perspective, they had bigger concerns than chasing a few rebels through mountains that seemed designed to make military operations as difficult as possible. From history's perspective, something had just begun that would continue for the next 7 centuries. What makes this moment particularly fascinating is how ordinary it must have seemed to almost everyone involved. Pelayo wasn't proclaiming himself the champion of Christendom, or announcing a divinely inspired mission to reconquer Iberia. He was simply a man who decided he preferred his traditional way of life to the new management, and who happened to live in terrain that made his preference militarily viable. The victory at Covadonga became something more than a military success. It became proof that Muslim rule wasn't inevitable or permanent. Word spread through the Christian communities that remained scattered across the peninsula, carried by merchants, pilgrims, and that most effective of medieval communication networks, gossip. But here's what makes Pelayo's story particularly relevant to your evening contemplation. He didn't succeed because he had a master plan or divine assistance or superior military technology. He succeeded because he was stubborn, he picked his ground carefully, and he was willing to accept a very modest definition of success. Occasionally, the most important historical changes begin with someone simply saying no and meaning it. The kingdom of Asturias that emerged from this mountain rebellion was tiny, poor, and surrounded by much more powerful neighbours. By any reasonable measure, it should have been a historical footnote, one of those brief moments of independence that gets absorbed back into the larger political reality. Instead, it became the seed from which the entire Reconquista would eventually grow. This episode suggests something both encouraging and slightly absurd about human nature. Sometimes the most significant changes in history begin with people who have no idea they're making history. They're just dealing with their immediate circumstances, making the best decisions they can with the information they have, and refusing to accept situations they find unacceptable. Pelayo probably went to sleep each night thinking about practical problems, food supplies, defensive positions, and keeping his small band of followers motivated and organised. He almost certainly didn't imagine that he was launching a centuries-long process that would reshape the entire Iberian Peninsula. He was just a man trying to preserve his way of life in a world that had changed around him. Imagine a garden where aggressive weeds have completely overtaken the original flowers. But then, if you look carefully in the corners and along the edges, you start to notice small shoots pushing up through the soil. The old plants haven't died. They've just been growing quietly in places where the weeds couldn't reach them. This is essentially what was happening in the northern regions of Iberia during the early centuries of Muslim rule. The kingdom of Asturias, emerging from Pelayo's successful mountain rebellion, was rather like a medieval startup. Small, scrappy, and operating with the kind of lean efficiency that comes from having absolutely no choice in the matter. The early Asturian kings ruled over a territory that was mostly rocks, trees, and people who had gotten very good at making do with limited resources. But what makes their story particularly endearing is that they transformed their poverty into a strength rather than a weakness. Since they couldn't compete with the wealth and sophistication of Muslim Iberia, they positioned themselves as the authentic keepers of the old traditions. They were the original article, the vintage Christian kingdom, aged to perfection in mountain caves and seasoned with genuine suffering. King Alfonso I, ruling in the early 8th century, perfected what we might call the liberation through depopulation strategy. He would launch raids into the territories between his kingdom and the main Muslim settlements, not to conquer and hold ground, but to convince the Christian populations in those areas to pack up and move north to his kingdom. It was rather like being a medieval real estate agent whose sales pitch was, "Come live in our beautiful mountains, where the scenery is spectacular and nobody will try to convert you to Islam." This policy had the delightful side effect of creating a no-man's land between Christian and Muslim territories, a buffer zone that was difficult for either side to control, but which served as an excellent training ground for the kind of small-scale warfare that mountain kingdoms do best. The Asturians became experts at what we'd now call guerrilla tactics, though they probably just thought of it as how you fight when you can't afford to lose. Meanwhile, Leon emerged as the kingdom's new capital when the kings decided that ruling from mountain caves, while romantically authentic, was becoming impractical as their territory expanded. Leon offered the radical luxury of being a place where you could hold court without worrying about the ceiling dripping on your crown. The really clever part of the Asturian strategy was cultural as well as military. They positioned themselves as the continuation of the Visigothic kingdom, not its successors, but literally the same kingdom that had temporarily lost most of its territory. Their approach wasn't just propaganda, it was a comprehensive rebranding effort that would make modern marketing executives weep with admiration. They maintained Visigothic legal codes, preserved Latin literacy, and most importantly, developed what we might call the "we never really left" narrative. According to this version of events, the Kingdom of Asturias wasn't a new political entity, but rather the Visigothic kingdom in temporary exile, waiting for the right moment to reclaim its inheritance. This narrative was particularly powerful because it transformed what could have been considered a series of border raids and minor territorial expansions into something much more significant: the systematic recovery of stolen property. When Asturian forces captured a town or valley, they weren't conquering new territory. They were liberating occupied land and restoring it to its rightful rulers. The psychological impact of this approach was considerable. Christian populations throughout Iberia now had a focal point for their identity and aspirations. The Kingdom of Asturias proved that Christian rule was still possible, still viable, and most importantly still expanding. Every Asturian victory, regardless of its magnitude, demonstrated that the Muslim conquest was not the final chapter. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of this early period was how the Asturian approach to reconquest was fundamentally different from what we might expect. Their strategy wasn't driven by religious fanaticism or ethnic hatred. It was driven by the much more practical desire to live according to familiar laws and customs. The Asturians didn't spend a lot of time denouncing Islam. They spent their time demonstrating that Christian rule could be effective, protective, and worth supporting. They were also remarkably pragmatic about their goals. Rather than declaring their intention to reconquer the entire peninsula, which would have sounded rather absurd coming from rulers of a mountain kingdom, they focused on the achievable objective of expanding their territory bit by bit, valley by valley, mountain by mountain. This patience and pragmatism would prove to be one of their greatest strengths. While other medieval kingdoms rose and fell through overambitious expansion or internal conflict, the Asturians built something sustainable, a Christian kingdom that grew stronger rather than weaker over time, and that would eventually become the foundation for much larger reconquest efforts. By the 9th and 10th centuries, Pelayo's persistent refusal to pay taxes had transformed into a situation that was beginning to cause the Muslim rulers of Iberia genuine discomfort. It's rather like watching a small crack in a wall gradually expand until you realise the whole structure might need attention. The Kingdom of Asturias had been quietly but persistently expanding, and by now it was no longer accurate to describe it as a minor mountain rebellion. Under kings like Alfonso II and Alfonso III, the kingdom had developed from a desperate refugee camp into a functioning medieval state, with its own economy, military organisation, and most importantly, a clear sense of mission. Alfonso III, who ruled in the late 9th century, was particularly good at what we might call expansion with style. He didn't just conquer territory, he established cities, built churches, and created the kind of infrastructure that made people want to stay, rather than flee at the first opportunity. Cities like Zamora and Toro weren't just military outposts. They were statements of permanence, announcements that Christian rule was back and intended to stay. But what's particularly fascinating about this period is that the Christian kingdoms were acquiring the same patience and strategic thinking that had made Muslim rule so successful. They weren't just fighting battles, they were building institutions, establishing trade networks, and most importantly, creating the administrative machinery that could govern an expanding territory. The really clever innovation was the development of what historians call the Reconquest ideology, a systematic intellectual framework that transformed military expansion into a sacred mission. The mission wasn't just about recovering lost territory anymore. It was about fulfilling a divine mandate to restore Christian rule to the entire peninsula. It was brilliant marketing that gave every border skirmish cosmic significance. This ideological framework had the additional advantage of attracting support from beyond the peninsula. Christian kingdoms across Europe began to see the Iberian reconquest as part of their own spiritual mission, which meant that French, Italian, and other European knights started arriving to help with what they saw as a holy war against Islam. These foreign volunteers brought more than just military assistance. They brought new military techniques, financial resources, and most importantly, they brought the sense that the Reconquista was part of a larger European Christian identity. What had begun as a local dispute over governance was gradually becoming part of the great cultural and religious confrontation between Christianity and Islam. Meanwhile, Muslim Iberia was discovering that success can create its own problems. The efficiency and prosperity that had made Al-Andalus the envy of Europe had also made it somewhat complacent. For so long, the Christian kingdoms in the north were viewed as minor irritations, and when they began to pose a genuine threat, the response was often delayed. The Umayyad Caliphate was also dealing with internal pressures that diverted attention and resources from the northern frontier. Political succession disputes, regional rebellions, and the constant challenge of governing a diverse population meant that the military focus needed to contain Christian expansion wasn't always available when and where it was needed. By the 10th century, the balance of power was shifting in ways that would have seemed impossible 2 centuries earlier. The Christian kingdoms weren't just surviving, they were beginning to thrive. They had developed their own military innovations, established secure economic bases, and most importantly, they had created a political and cultural identity that was attracting support from across Christian Europe. The psychological transformation was perhaps even more significant than the military one. Christian populations throughout Iberia now had concrete evidence that Muslim rule wasn't permanent or inevitable. Every Christian victory, every recovered city, every successful campaign was proof that change was possible and that supporting the reconquest might be a winning strategy rather than a hopeless gesture. This shift in perception created a feedback loop that accelerated the process. As Christian kingdoms became more successful, they attracted more support, which made them more successful, which attracted more support. The momentum that had been building slowly for generations was beginning to reach critical mass. The Reconquista was transforming from a local mountain rebellion into a peninsula-wide movement with international support and religious legitimacy. What had once seemed like an impossible dream, the complete recovery of Christian rule over Iberia, was beginning to look like an achievable, if long-term, objective. But perhaps most importantly, the Christian kingdoms had learned something crucial about the nature of historical change. Sometimes the most effective way to transform the world is to start small, stay focused, and maintain consistent pressure over very long periods of time. They had mastered the art of strategic patience. As you sit here in the gentle quiet of evening, imagine yourself looking back across those 7 centuries that stretched between Pelayo's first defiant stand in the mountains and the final surrender of Granada in 1492. It's rather like watching time-lapse photography of a garden, where flowers that were planted in spring don't bloom until the following winter, except the seasons lasted for generations. The Reconquista that began with a tax dispute had become something unprecedented in medieval history, a sustained, multi-generational project that transformed not just the political map of Iberia, but the very identity of European Christianity. What started as a simple refusal to accept foreign rule had evolved into a defining characteristic of Spanish and Portuguese culture that would influence their approach to everything from exploration to empire building. By the 11th century, the momentum that had been building for centuries was beginning to produce dramatic results. The capture of Toledo in 1085 by Alfonso VI of Castile was one of those moments when everyone involved probably sensed they were participating in something historically significant. Toledo wasn't just another city. It was the ancient capital of Visigothic Spain, the symbolic heart of the kingdom that the Christian rulers claimed to be restoring. The The fall of Toledo demonstrated something that military theorists still study today: how psychological victories can be more important than purely military ones. The conquest of this city didn't just add territory to the Christian kingdoms, it proved that even the most seemingly secure Muslim strongholds could be taken by patient, determined forces who were willing to play the long game. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the Reconquista's ultimate success was how it maintained its essential character across those 7 centuries. The same qualities that had made Pelayo's rebellion successful: stubbornness, strategic patience, and the ability to turn disadvantages into advantages, remained central to the Christian approach throughout the entire process. The Christian kingdoms learned to cooperate when necessary while maintaining their independence, to adopt new military technologies while preserving their cultural identity, and, most importantly, to think in terms of generations rather than immediate results. They created institutions that could survive individual defeats, economic setbacks, and political changes because they were built around the idea that temporary setbacks were just that: temporary. The final centuries of the Reconquista were marked by the consolidation of Christian power under the unified crowns of Castile and Aragon. The marriage of Isabella and Ferdinand in 1469 created the political unity that could finally complete what Pelayo had begun in the mountains of Asturias. It's one of history's neat symmetries that a movement that began with one stubborn individual would be completed by the strategic alliance of 2 determined monarchs. The surrender of Granada in 1492 marked not just the end of Muslim rule in Iberia, but the completion of one of the longest and most successful military campaigns in European history. What makes it particularly remarkable is that it succeeded not through overwhelming force or brilliant strategy, but through the simple expedient of refusing to give up and consistently working toward a clearly defined goal across multiple centuries. The legacy of the Reconquista extends far beyond the borders of Spain and Portugal. The experience of successfully recovering lost territory through sustained effort created a cultural confidence that would fuel the age of exploration. The same kingdoms that had spent centuries learning to expand their territory step by step would soon be applying those lessons to global empire building. More fundamentally, the Reconquista demonstrated something encouraging about human persistence and the possibility of long-term change. It showed that even the most seemingly permanent political arrangements can be transformed by people who are willing to start small, stay focused, and maintain their efforts across multiple generations. As you consider this story from your comfortable modern perspective, perhaps the most relevant lesson is how ordinary people, faced with circumstances they found unacceptable, created extraordinary change through the simple expedient of refusing to accept that those circumstances were permanent. They didn't need special advantages or dramatic gestures, they just needed patience, persistence, and the willingness to think beyond their lifetimes. The birth of the Reconquista reminds us that some of history's most significant transformations begin not with grand declarations or revolutionary moments, but with individuals who simply decide that their current situation doesn't have to be their permanent reality. Sometimes the most powerful force in human history is just the quiet determination to make tomorrow different from today, sustained over enough tomorrows to make a difference that lasts. And with that thought, perhaps it's time to let this story settle into your evening quiet, carrying with it the gentle reminder that even the longest journeys begin with someone taking the first step. Imagine this. It's 1890 and you're walking through a Sicilian village. The first thing that hits you isn't the Mediterranean breeze or the smell of wild herbs. It's the fact that everyone within 3 miles knows exactly who you are, where you're going, and probably what you had for breakfast. In old Sicily, privacy was as rare as snow in August. You'd wake up in your stone house. When I say stone, I mean real rocks that the mason put together with anything he could find, like his grandmother's secret recipe that may or may not have had goat cheese in it. The walls were thick enough to stop a cannonball, which was good because your neighbour's rooster sounded like an opera singer having a terrible day. Today, your bed wasn't really what we'd call comfortable. Imagine sleeping on a mound of grain sacks filled with things like corn husks, wool that still smelled like a sheep, and sometimes even a few surprises that made you think the previous owner had been keeping his winter vegetables under there. But you know what? You could have slept standing up against a cactus after working for 14 hours straight. The morning ritual was simple and gorgeous. You would wander into the kitchen which was also the living room, dining area and barn for the family goat on chilly nights. Your wife would have already started the fire, as people in the town believed that if you weren't married by the age of 25, it meant something was wrong with you. And by fire, I mean a real wood-burning stove that needed the talents of a NASA engineer and the patience of a saint to work right. There was bread for breakfast. Always bread. If the harvest was good and the saints were smiling, a tomato or cheese might be undiscovered. The bread was a wonder of medieval science. It was so dense that you could use it as a foundation stone, yet it was also the best thing you'd ever tasted. Your local baker, who undoubtedly learned his profession from someone who might have known Julius Caesar, had hands that could make bread and water do magic. You'd go outside after breakfast and breathe in air that was so clean it almost washed your lungs. Women beat laundry against rocks to the rhythm of ancient percussion. Children played games that always seemed to involve running at full volume. And somewhere in the distance, two men were having a philosophical argument about whether their grandfather's donkey was faster than their neighbour's grandfather's donkey. This argument had been going on for about 30 years. The roadways, if you could call them that, were more like suggestions scratched into rock by feet, hooves, and the odd cartwheel over the years. They walked around hills and olive trees like water flows downhill, which means they had no logic at all, but they always took you where you wanted to go. It was like trying to solve a three-dimensional puzzle made by someone with a sick sense of humour and a clear dislike for straight lines to go around the village. Your house was surrounded by other houses that appeared like they had sprouted out of the hillside itself. These winding paths made sure you would run into at least 17 individuals before you could buy a loaf of bread. This was on purpose. In Sicily, community wasn't simply a pleasant thought, it was a way to stay alive. When the next drought, invasion or locust plague struck, you and your neighbours would need each other. Now let's speak about your employment. In the past, work in Sicily wasn't so much about getting ahead in your profession as it was about getting Mother Nature to cooperate for one more season. If you were lucky enough to own property, by land, I mean a plot about the size of a modern parking space that was supposed to support a family of 8, you were basically a professional gambler playing against the weather, bugs, and the strange changes in soil chemistry. A modern gardener would cry for you if they saw your farming implements. Imagine a plough that looked like it had been made by someone who had only heard about ploughs and had never seen one in person. A donkey pulled it, and the only thing that seemed to qualify it for the task was its amazing ability to show existential misery through ear positioning. This donkey, let's call him Giuseppe, because they were all named Giuseppe, had something to say about every furrow and wasn't afraid to say it. People who understood that flat ground was meant for others in different regions transformed the fields into hillsides. You'd work on these terraced plots that stuck to the sides of hills, like a stone mason's fever dream. There were paths between each level that would make your calf muscles strong enough to break walnuts. Every morning, you would climb up and down these old steps with tools, seeds, hope, and occasionally Giuseppe's angry feelings when he thought the labour was too easy for him. But here's where it gets intriguing. Sicilians have turned making do into an art form that would make modern recyclers look like amateurs who waste things. Nothing, absolutely nothing, was ever thrown away. Did the broken pottery catch your eye? It was perfect for storing olive oil. Is that old shirt still in use? It can be used for cleaning purposes, as patches for a friend's old clothing, or even as a source of fire fuel. Giuseppe meticulously collected the items he added to the landscape every day, transforming them into treasures for the garden. Your wife, on the other hand, ran a household that worked like a small factory. She would get up before dawn to milk the goat, who had her own ideas about how to start the day, and made them known by moving her hooves in certain ways. Then came the bread making, which was more like conducting a symphony of yeast, timing and prayer than cooking. The dough would rise in wooden bowls that had been in the family for so long that they almost had family names. Lunch was a time when Sicilians showed that they knew something deep about life. You can't work well on an empty stomach, and you can't appreciate food well if you're in a hurry. Everyone in the hamlet would stop what they were doing for 2 hours and congregate around tables, rocks, or any other flat surface they could find. The food could have been modest, like bread, olives, and whatever veggies that the local animals hadn't devoured yet, but people ate it with such care and enjoyment that it became a celebration. The afternoon brought new problems. If you weren't tending to the crops, you might have been repairing something that was broken. In a world composed of stone, wood and hope, this happened about every 15 minutes. Your concept on repairs was simple. If something is broken, use everything you have to fix it. If it breaks again, fix it again, but this time with more determination. If it breaks again, make it part of the design and act like it was always meant to work that way. The way people lived in your community was more complicated than a spiderweb made by an architect who couldn't make up his mind. Everyone knew everyone else, but more significantly, everyone knew everything about everyone else, even things that hadn't happened yet but surely would because, as your neighbour would remark, it runs in the family. The village well was the core of this communication network. It was the source of water, the news headquarters, and an unofficial courtroom where people could settle conflicts, from severe property problems to heated arguments about whose grandmother cooked better tomato sauce. You'd come with your water jug and leave with it, along with full reports on 3 pregnancies, 2 family fights, 1 iffy romance, and comprehensive weather forecasts from someone whose great-uncle was said to have been able to tell when it was going to rain by watching how his chickens walked. In this social order, the priest of the community had a special role. He was a spiritual guide, a mediator, an amateur meteorologist, and a secret keeper who would have made a government spy envious. He had somehow learned the fine art of knowing everything while seeming to know nothing. He could give a sermon that spoke directly to the moral shortcoming you had been struggling with all week, without ever looking you in the eye. Then there were the village elders. They were old enough to remember when things were different, but not so ancient that people could comfortably dismiss what they thought. They would sit outside their houses like living libraries, giving counsel, criticism, and sometimes deep knowledge. But you had to be careful to tell the difference between the wisdom and the stories that had become better with each telling over the preceding 40 years. While everything was going on, your kids were getting an education that no school could equal. They'd learn useful things like how to get a chicken to lay eggs where you want them, how to read the weather in clouds, and how to cope with the complicated social dynamics of a place where your third cousin's choice to plant beans instead of wheat could change your family's winter food supply. But maybe most significantly, kids would learn how to tell stories. As the sun sank behind hills that had seen many families struggle and succeed, someone would start a story every night. It could have been the time great-grandfather outsmarted the tax collector, the winter when the whole village lived on nothing but olives and sheer stubbornness, or the strange merchant who came one day with spices that made everyone's food taste like it had been blessed by angels. These stories were more than just fun, they were guides for how to live. Every story had a lesson about bravery, intelligence, the value of community, and the fact that you should never ever trust someone who says they can make you rich quickly. The stories showed you that life would be hard but also beautiful, and that the hard and the beautiful were often the same thing, seen from various points of view. In your community, marriage was primarily focused on creating a partnership capable of handling any challenges life presented, rather than being centered around love, which was scarce. Courtship involved long negotiations between families, thorough background checks that would make modern security agencies look undesirable, and careful thought about practical matters like whose land bordered whose, who had the healthier goats, and whether the potential bride's mother knew any advantageous ways to treat common illnesses. People today have a hard time understanding how complicated your relationship with food was. You lived in a place where wealth and scarcity were like elderly lovers who had been battling for ages but couldn't bear to be apart. One season might yield crops so large you'd think you were in an agricultural paradise, while the next might be so lean you'd enjoy the subtle taste in bread made of hope and ground acorns. But what was wonderful was that Sicilians had come up with a way to convert any meal into a party. With just 3 ingredients, wild greens, a little olive oil and some garlic, your wife could create a dish that would delight your palate. It wasn't about using strange spices or complicated methods. It was about giving each ingredient the care and respect it needed. For example, look at your olive trees. These weren't simply plants. They were family members with their personalities, histories, and even mood disorders from time to time. Your great-grandfather learned to walk when certain trees were making oil. Those trees would keep making oil long after your great-grandchildren were old enough to grumble about the harvest. The trees were all different. This one made oil early, that one was stubborn but made the sweetest oil, and the old behemoth on the hill had weathered 3 droughts and a landslide, but still made enough olives to feed the family through the winter. During the harvest season, the hamlet transformed into a scene resembling ordered pandemonium. Everyone assisted each other, since olives don't wait for the right time, and a family that tried to pick them alone would still be picking when the next season's flowers came out. You'd work from dawn until your hands were purple from olive stains, and your back hurt like it had been redesigned by someone who hated how people stand. But the work paid off in ways that went beyond the oil's usefulness. The rhythm of the harvest was quite fulfilling. It was like reaching, picking and tossing the fruit into baskets that seemed to fill up with magic. The talks that took place throughout these lengthy days formed friendships that would last a lifetime. People worked out their problems, fell in love, and either settled old arguments or turned them into legendary feuds that would fascinate future generations. You produced wine using a similar method. The grapes grew on vines that ran down slopes in designs that made it look like the person who planted them either knew a lot about the land or had been sipping their wine while planning. Each family developed their unique methods, learning from both their mistakes and successes over the years. Some batches got so famous that they became local legends. Making wine was a mix of chemistry, art and religion. You would crush the grapes, sometimes with your foot and sometimes with a wooden press. You knew that the wine would taste like the fruit, the weather that year, the mood of the soil and your hopes for the months ahead when this purple liquid would warm winter evenings and make ordinary meals feel like celebrations. Another kind of art was preservation. Your lady knew how to preserve food in a way that would impress even the smartest food experts today. She dried, pickled, salted and stored vegetables with the meticulous care of someone who understood that the difference between having enough food and being hungry could hinge on accurately estimating how many tomatoes the family would need to last until spring. The pantry, which was really just a cool, dark part of your stone house, was set up like a military supply depot. Peppers dangled from the rafters like decorations that you could eat. There were clay containers with olive oil, preserved lemons, and strange mixtures that your wife swore could treat anything from a headache to a broken heart. They carefully stored sacks of grain, paying close attention to the moisture, temperature, and the continuing fight against rodents that thought your food storage was their buffet. Your daily life was shaped by rhythms that were older than written history, rhythms that linked you to every generation that had ever worked in this tough, magnificent country. You wouldn't wake up to alarms. Instead, you'd wake up to the sky getting lighter above mountains that had seen empires rise and fall, conquerors come and go, and people who just wanted to produce their food and raise their kids in peace. Weather wasn't simply something that occurred to you. It was your business partner, your enemy, and your unpredictable companion who might make or ruin your year depending on how it felt. You could discern signs that meteorologists would be jealous of, how the morning light hit the hills, how the wind changed between valleys, and how insects and birds acted as if they knew things that humans wouldn't understand for another 100 years. Your neighbour, the one with the philosophical donkey, possessed meteorological knowledge that was almost otherworldly. He could tell it would rain 3 days ahead of time by how his chickens organised themselves in the yard. He'd tell you when to plant by watching which wildflowers flowered first. His forecast was so good that people from nearby towns would come to him only to obtain his forecast. But knowing how the earth operated meant more than just being able to anticipate the weather. You lived in a place where cause and consequence were clear in ways that people who lived in cities would never see. If you plant at the wrong moment, your family will go hungry. If you don't pay attention to the indicators of plant disease, your neighbour's crops will suffer too. When you waste water during dry spells, everyone suffers. This person wasn't being politically aware of the environment. It was just a matter of life and death. Local craftsmen made your tools so that they fit your hands as well as your skin. For example, a man's plough or a woman's loom had to suit their hands properly. The blacksmith in the hamlet wasn't just a person who fixed things. He was an artist who could look at a piece of twisted metal and see what kind of tool it wanted to be. He would heat iron in forges that gleamed like parts of the sun that had been caught, and then he would shape the metal with hammers that made sounds that could be heard throughout the valley. The rhythm of seasonal work generated a calendar that was more reliable than anything written down. In the spring, it was time to prune, plant, and carefully encourage new growth while keeping it safe from late frosts that could ruin months of planning in a single night. During the summer, farmers were responsible for monitoring their crops, managing their water resources, and preparing for harvest. Harvesting and storing food and celebrating the year's success in the cellars and pantries took place in the fall. During winter, you had the opportunity to make repairs, strategize, and spend extended evenings sharing stories and transferring skills. The way you lived your holy life fit well with the way you farmed. You would pray for rain when your crops needed it, praise God for excellent harvests, and ask for protection when things were perilous and everything you had worked for was at stake. The village feast days were on important days for farming. Thus, the celebrations honoured both spiritual and practical customs. The church was the village's most beautiful building. It was made of the same local stone as your house, but centuries of craftsmen turned it into something that made you feel good every time you saw it. Saints peered down from paintings made by painters who knew that the faces of the saints needed to show the hopes and struggles of the people who would pray to them through years of joy and pain. Your priest had the hard job of finding a balance between long-term and short-term needs. He would deliver sermons on spiritual salvation while simultaneously monitoring families struggling to provide for their children and requiring the silent support of the community. He would marry people, baptize them and bury them, marking the end of their lives in the embrace of community, tradition, and the harsh beauty of the Sicilian environment. In your universe, family wasn't just a group of people who lived together. It was also a business, a support network, an entertainment committee, and a quality control department, all rolled into one complicated, caring, and often frustrating organisation that ran every area of everyday life. Your kids weren't just the next generation. They were your retirement plan, your insurance policy, and your way of living on in a world that judged performance in decades and centuries instead of quarterly reports. Your family's house undoubtedly sheltered 3 or 4 generations, each of whom made their own changes, repairs, and upgrades. Over time, the house became a physical record of your family's history. That corner where the wall was a different colour, great-grandfather added onto the kitchen there because great-grandmother's cooking was so outstanding that neighbours started coming over for supper without being invited. The floor in the main room isn't even. That was in the winter when Uncle Antonio put his wine barrels inside and forgot that wood expands when it gets wet. Your kids acquired responsibility not through instruction, but through practical experience. By the time they were 7, they would be in charge of critical tasks like feeding the chickens, retrieving eggs, and maintaining the fragile diplomatic ties that were needed to keep the family goats giving milk. By the time they were 10, they would know enough about farming to tell when plants were sick, guess what the weather would be like, and figure out exactly how much grain the family would need to get through till the next harvest. But being a kid wasn't all about work and duty. Kids in Sicily were great at finding fun things to do with items that adults left lying around. They would use stones, sticks, and their imaginations to play complicated games that might turn a hill into a war, a kingdom, or an ocean full of pirates. They would make toys out of scraps of fabric, build tiny communities out of pebbles and clay, and learn how to tell stories that would help them when they grew up and had to pass on traditions to the next generation. Unwritten rules, which were stronger than any written laws, dictated how neighbours treated one another. You would help with the harvest, lend tools, be there for people when they were sick or going through a hard time, and take part in the complicated social discussions that keep a small community running. However, rivalries, competitions and fights could last for decades and be enjoyable for everyone else who was not directly involved. Your town had its own court system that worked on its own, no matter who was in charge of the government at the time. Village elders settled disagreements because they knew that the purpose wasn't to figure out who was right and who was wrong, but to find solutions that let everyone keep living and working together. Most of the time, punishments were useful. For example, if you broke something, you would fix it, and then some to make up for the trouble you caused. If one were to disseminate harmful rumours, it may be necessary to engage in activities that would occupy one's time and prevent further gossip. The town also had its own economy centred on trade, mutual duty, and the idea that what goes around comes around, sometimes literally. You could swap olive oil for wheat, aid a neighbour with their harvest in exchange for help with your own building project, or give wine for a wedding celebration, knowing that when your daughter got married, the community would give generously to her celebration. Marriage wasn't just the joining of 2 people, it was the joining of 2 family businesses, complete with negotiations that would make current corporate lawyers proud. People discussed dowries, changed property lines, and planned for future generations like military leaders might. But beyond all the practical reasons was the understanding that successful marriages made partnerships strong enough to get through any problems that might come up in Sicily. Women in your village had a real but often hidden influence on the community. They oversaw the household budgets, made medical choices, set up marriages, and kept the social networks going that let people share information and solve problems. A woman who was known for being wise and making beneficial decisions might sway village decisions just as much as a male did. However, she might accomplish it by talking to people at the well instead of at official gatherings in the town square. As night falls over your village, the old stones turn gold, as they have seen many sunsets just like this one. You feel like you are part of something bigger than any one life or generation. The fire in your hearth burns wood from trees your grandfather planted. It warms a house that was built by hands that learned how to do things from craftsmen, whose names are no longer known but whose work is still strong and true. As the day comes to an end, your kids come together, their faces lit by the firelight that ties them to every child who has ever listened to stories in this room. The stories you tell them aren't just for fun. They're a legacy that passes on knowledge gained through generations of success and failure, happiness and sadness, and plenty and want. Each story teaches bravery, intelligence, determination, and community better than any school. The community relaxes into its nightly routines, which have been the same for hundreds of years, outside your massive stone walls. A woman sings while she spins wool. Her voice can be heard in the tiny alleys, which are full of children going home for dinner. The fragrance of bread baking in communal ovens mixes with the smell of wood smoke, and plants growing wild on slopes that seem to glow from inside. Your neighbours are doing their own nightly routines like taking care of animals, fixing tools, making plans for the next day's labour, and sharing meals that turn simple foods into celebrations of survival and community. The two old men are still arguing about their grandfather's donkeys, and their dispute has gotten more complicated to include extensive comparisons of the donkey's intelligence, endurance, and moral character that will make future generations laugh for decades. The priest of the hamlet makes his rounds at night, not as an official duty, but as a friend and neighbour who knows that spiritual care frequently means helping out in other ways. He might help someone make a tough choice, settle a small argument, or just have a glass of wine with someone who needs companionship. His presence is like thread through fabric, weaving through the community and making links that hold everyone together when their strength isn't enough. The stars shine above mountains that have protected your people from invasions, plagues, famines, and all the other things that test human strength. You remember that you are part of a chain that goes back to ancestors whose names you will never know, but whose blood runs through your veins. Their hardships made your life possible, just like your struggles are making life possible for kids who haven't been born yet. The knowledge of your world isn't in books, it's in how you read the weather, how you keep food fresh, the stories you tell, the songs you sing, and the people you meet. It's wisdom that comes from experience, is tested by need, and is confirmed by the fact that you're here, doing well in a location that asks a lot of its people and provides them beauty, community, and a deep sense of belonging. Your Sicily isn't just a place on a map. It's a way of living that knows how seasons and souls are connected, how individual effort can help a community survive, and how daily work is necessary but also spiritual when it's shared with others through meals, stories, and struggles that become victories. As you go off to sleep in your old house surrounded by the tranquil sounds of a community at rest, you feel positive about the work you've done, the connections you've taken care of, and the traditions you've kept alive. Tomorrow will bring new problems, new chances, and new stories to contribute to the collection that makes up your people. But tonight, you are surrounded by community, tradition, and the lasting beauty of a life lived in accordance with the rhythms of the soil, the seasons, and the human heart that finds its home in the endless dance between struggle and celebration that is the heart of the Sicilian character. The fire turns into brilliant embers, your kids breathing slows as they fall asleep, and the old hills outside your window stand guard over dreams that tie you to every generation that has ever lived on this wild, beautiful island.